Welcome, weary traveler, to a journey through the layered mysteries of Dark Souls, a world wrapped in shadow and speculation. Tonight, we descend through an iceberg of discovery, from surface observations that any wanderer might notice to secrets buried so deep they blur the line between canon and dream. So settle in, get comfortable, and let your mind drift as we explore these depths together. There's no rush here, no need to memorize every detail. Just let the mysteries wash over you, like fog rolling through the undead berg. Close your eyes when you're ready, and let's begin our descent. In the upper reaches of our iceberg, where light still penetrates and truth seems clear and uncomplicated, we find ourselves examining the visible world of Dark Souls with fresh eyes. These are the discoveries that any careful observer might stumble upon during their journey through Lordran. Small details that reveal the incredible depth of thought that went into creating this world. They are mysteries hiding in plain sight, waiting patiently for someone to stop and truly look at what stands before them. Let us begin our exploration in one of the most infamous locations in all of Dark Souls, a place that has tested the patience and resolve of countless undead warriors across the years. Blighttown earned its reputation honestly, becoming a name spoken with equal parts respect and dread among those who have ventured into its shadowy depths. This ramshackle settlement clings to existence in the depths below the undead berg, a shantytown built from desperation and necessity, in one of the least hospitable places the kingdom has to offer. The town itself was never meant to be beautiful or inspiring, never designed to be anything more than a collection of wooden platforms and rickety bridges suspended above a lake of poison that bubbles with toxic menace. It began its existence as a simple settlement, perhaps, but over time it transformed into something else entirely. The location that should have been abandoned long ago instead became a deposit site for all the waste and refuse that flowed down from the areas above, the sewage and runoff from places like the undead berg and the depths finding their way through ancient pipes and channels to pool in the depths below. The residents of Blighttown, those unfortunate souls who found themselves living in this vertical maze of wooden platforms and rope bridges, adapted to their circumstances with the resourcefulness that defines humanity at its most desperate. Among their various engineering solutions to the challenges of their environment, one structure stands out as particularly impressive in both its scale and its ingenuity. A giant water wheel dominates one section of the town, its massive form turning with patient consistency, providing shortcuts from the poison lake far below up to the higher platforms where traversal becomes somewhat less treacherous. For most players making their way through Blighttown's nightmare landscape of poison and plague, this water wheel serves a purely practical purpose. It offers a way to ascend from the toxic depths without having to navigate the maze of ladders and platforms that characterize the rest of the area, a welcome respite in a location that offers precious few moments of relief. The wheel turns, they climb, they continue their journey, never stopping to wonder about the mechanisms that keep this ancient structure in perpetual motion. But if you were to pause in your desperate flight from the blow-dart snipers and toxic mosquitoes, if you were to take a moment to truly examine this water wheel and understand what makes it function, you would discover something peculiar. At the very center of the wheel, visible if you look closely enough through the wooden slats and turning mechanisms, there is movement that seems out of place. Something alive occupies the heart of this structure, and upon closer inspection, that something reveals itself to be a creature that seems wildly out of context for its location. A dog, or what was once a dog before the flames took it, runs eternally within the wheel's center, its body wreathed in fire as it performs the same motion over and over without rest or relief. This flaming attack dog operates the water wheel like a hamster in an exercise wheel, its endless running providing the motive force that keeps the entire structure turning. The image is simultaneously absurd and tragic. A single creature condemned to eternal labor in the depths of this forsaken town, its purpose reduced to turning a wheel for travelers who will likely never notice its existence or sacrifice. The discovery of this faithful worker naturally leads to a question that speaks to something fundamental in human nature, that curious impulse that makes us wonder what would happen if we disrupted systems we don't fully understand. If a dog powers the wheel through its endless running, what would happen if someone were to kill this dedicated laborer? Would the wheel grind to a halt, its mechanism suddenly bereft of the force that animated it? Would the shortcuts it provides become inaccessible, leaving future undead to navigate the longer, more dangerous paths through Blighttown's poison-soaked lower reaches? Those who dared to think such thoughts and attempt to act upon them would find themselves disappointed or perhaps relieved, depending on their intentions. The dog, faithful to its task beyond all reason, is protected by an invisible wall that prevents any weapon from reaching it. More than that, the creature has been rendered invincible through means that suggest the developers understood exactly what players would attempt once they noticed this detail. No amount of arrows, no magic spells, no clever positioning or creative problem solving can harm the dog or end its eternal task. The protection seems absolute, an unbreakable barrier between the dog and any who would interfere with its labor. Yet in the world of video games, where dedicated players treat every absolute as a challenge and every barrier as something to be eventually circumvented, even such protections are not truly permanent. A user on the social platform Tumblr, going by the handle Illusory Wall and known for their deep dives into the technical aspects of Dark Souls construction, managed to find a way around the intended protections through methods that bypass the normal rules of play. Using tools that allowed direct manipulation of the game's data, Illusory Wall was able to reach past the invisible barriers and invincibility that protected the dog, directly reducing its health to 0 and killing the creature that had run for so long in the wheel's heart. This was the moment of truth, the answer to the question that had lurked in the back of many players' minds. With the dog dead and its eternal running finally ended, what would happen to the water wheel that had depended upon its labor? The answer, as these things so often go, proved both anticlimactic and somehow perfect in its mundane reality. The wheel continued to turn, its motion uninterrupted by the death of the creature that had seemed so essential to its function. The momentum that carried the structure around and around its axis required no living power source to maintain, no faithful dog to run forever in flames. The wheel turned because the wheel had always been turning, and the dog's presence in its center had been decorative rather than functional all along, a small detail added to create atmosphere and tell a story about the cruelty of the world, rather than to serve as an actual game mechanism. This revelation about the water wheel and its flaming operator leads us naturally to consider other instances where Dark Souls presents us with images that are not quite what they initially appear to be, where our first impressions mislead us into believing we understand what we're seeing when in fact the truth lies hidden beneath a convincing disguise. Deep in the depths, those flooded tunnels and chambers that serve as Blighttown's upper neighbor, another species of creature makes its home among the darkness and the damp. The basilisks, also known to some as cursed frogs, due to their amphibious appearance and their association with the buildup of curse in those unfortunate enough to encounter them, represent one of the most dangerous varieties of non-boss enemy that the game has to offer. Their reputation is well earned, built upon countless player deaths and the frustration of seeing one's maximum health reduced by the cruel mechanics of the curse system. But beyond their mechanical danger, beyond the threat they pose to the player's progress and the resources required to cure the curses they inflict, the basilisks are remarkable for their appearance. They are intimidating creatures, their forms designed to inspire a primal fear response in those who encounter them. The most striking feature of their design, the element that immediately draws the eye when a player first spots one of these creatures lurking in the shadows, is the presence of what appear to be enormous, bulging eyes that seem to glow with an eerie light in the darkness. These eyes, so large they seem almost comically out of proportion with the creature's body, dominate the basilisk's appearance and contribute greatly to the unsettling impression they create. Looking at a basilisk for the first time, a player might be forgiven for thinking they were facing some sort of mutated frog whose eyes had grown to monstrous size, perhaps as a result of whatever dark forces created the curse that fills the depths like invisible poison. The eyes seem to stare with alien intelligence, tracking movement with predatory focus, adding to the sense that these are creatures to be feared and avoided. But as with the water wheel and its flaming dog, the truth about the basilisks reveals itself only to those who look more carefully at what stands before them, who move beyond their initial impressions to examine the actual structure of the creature, rather than simply accepting what their first glance suggests. Those enormous, bulbous, glowing orbs that seem to be the basilisk's eyes are not eyes at all, but rather are simply large growths, sacs of some kind that serve a completely different purpose than vision. The basilisk's actual eyes, the organs it uses to perceive the world around it and track the movements of both predators and prey, are tiny black specks located underneath and between the false eye structures. They are so small as to be nearly invisible unless one knows to look for them, so insignificant in comparison to the large glowing bulbs that dominate the creature's appearance that most players never realize they exist at all. The entire visual impression of the basilisk, the thing that makes it so immediately identifiable and memorable, is built upon a foundation of deliberate misdirection. This raises the fascinating question of why such a creature would evolve or be created with such prominent false eyes. What purpose could be served by developing such elaborate deception in one's own appearance? The answer, as it turns out, lies not in the fantasy realm of Dark Souls, but in the natural world that exists outside our windows, in the evolutionary strategies that real animals have developed over millions of years to survive in environments filled with threats. In nature, many species have independently evolved the strategy of displaying false eyes, large circular markings or structures that resemble eyes but serve no visual function. Butterflies bear eye spots on their wings that make them appear larger and more threatening to potential predators. Certain species of birds have plumage patterns that include prominent circular markings designed to startle and confuse. Frogs, perhaps most relevant to our basilisks given their amphibious nature, sometimes display enlarged structures that mimic eyes to make themselves appear more formidable than their actual size would suggest. The purpose of these false eyes is intimidation, the creation of an appearance that suggests the creature possessing them is larger, more dangerous, and more aware than it actually is. A predator approaching what it thinks is a small, easy meal might hesitate or retreat entirely when confronted with what appears to be a much larger creature, staring back with enormous eyes. Prey animals attempting to hide might find themselves paralyzed by what appears to be the focused stare of a predator, not realizing that the eyes watching them are merely decorative. The basilisks seem to employ this same strategy, using their false eyes along with their vocal sacs to create an appearance of size and menace that helps them survive in the dangerous environment of the depths. Whether they use this intimidation primarily against predators that might otherwise hunt them or against prey that they themselves are pursuing the strategy clearly works, as evidenced by the instinctive unease that players feel when first encountering these creatures. We are responding exactly as evolution or design intended, seeing threat where there is only the illusion of threat, believing we are being watched by something much larger than what actually observes us. The basilisks and their deceptive appearance lead us to another small mystery involving these strange creatures, one that takes place in a location far removed from the flooded tunnels of the depths. The Great Hollow presents one of the most unique and vertically oriented areas in all of Dark Souls. A massive tree trunk that has been hollowed out by time or intention, creating a shaft that descends through multiple levels, each one requiring careful navigation and precise jumping to avoid falling to one's death far below. As you enter the Great Hollow, beginning your careful descent through this wooden maze, something unusual happens that you might not notice if you're focused on the challenging platforming that this area requires. You receive 400 souls, the currency of power and progress in the world of Dark Souls, without having killed any enemy or activated any visible mechanism that would explain this sudden windfall. The souls simply appear in your possession, a gift from nowhere, unexplained by any visible source. 400 souls might not seem like a significant amount to a player who has progressed far enough in their journey to reach the Great Hollow, but the specific number is what makes this mysterious gift interesting. 400 souls is exactly the amount that you would receive from killing a single basilisk, no more and no less. The coincidence is too perfect to be accidental, suggesting that somewhere in the area, somehow related to your arrival in the Great Hollow, a basilisk has died and granted you its soul as a reward. But where is this basilisk? A thorough search of the immediate area reveals no corpse, no evidence of a recently slain creature that would explain the souls you've received. The walls of the Great Hollow are solid wood, and the floor beneath your feet shows no signs of battle or death. The mystery deepens the more one thinks about it, until it becomes the sort of small puzzle that dedicated players cannot help but try to solve. The answer came through the efforts of those same dedicated investigators who look beneath the surface of games to understand how they truly function. A player named Jed Lang used specialized tools designed for modding and analyzing Dark Souls data to examine the map information for the Great Hollow, looking at the actual placement of objects and entities, rather than just what appears visible during normal play. The investigation revealed something both amusing and slightly tragic hiding in the game's data. There is indeed a basilisk associated with the Great Hollow, placed somewhere in the three-dimensional space that the area occupies. However, this particular basilisk has been positioned outside the bounds of the playable map, underneath the location where the player spawns when first entering the area. Whether through intentional design or an error during the area's construction, this basilisk exists in a state of perpetual falling, tumbling through empty space beneath the game world, forever beyond the reach of any player and any attack. At some point in this eternal fall, whether when the area first loads or when the player crosses some invisible trigger, the game concludes that the basilisk has died. Perhaps it has fallen far enough that the game's systems for handling creatures that fall out of bounds activate and destroy it. Perhaps there is some other mechanism at work, some collision or damage trigger in the space beneath the map that kills the unfortunate creature. Whatever the specific cause, the result is the same. The basilisk dies, and you receive its souls as if you had defeated it yourself. It is a small thing, this gift of 400 souls from a basilisk you never see and never fight, but it represents the kind of detail that makes Dark Souls feel like a living world, rather than simply a collection of challenges and encounters. Even the mistakes and accidents, the creatures that fall through cracks in reality, have consequences that ripple into the player's experience. Somewhere beneath the Great Hollow, a basilisk tumbles through endless void, and its death becomes your unexpected blessing. Our exploration of surface mysteries takes us next to one of the game's later areas, a place of knowledge and sorcery that serves as both library and prison. The Duke's Archives rises in elegant spires above Anor Londo, its architecture speaking of scholarly pursuit and the accumulation of wisdom across ages. This is the domain of Seath the Scaleless, the albino dragon who betrayed his own kind and found refuge with Lord Gwyn, earning his own place among the lords through treachery and the promise of shared knowledge. The archives live up to their name, containing vast collections of books and scrolls that speak to centuries of research and study. The shelves stretch toward high ceilings, and the air carries the particular smell of old parchment and preserved knowledge. Crystalline structures grow throughout the space, evidence of Seath's obsession with the magic of crystals and his attempts to create that which he was born without, the immortality of the stone scales that his dragon brethren possessed but which he lacked. But beneath the visible grandeur of the archives, beneath the scholarly atmosphere and the promise of ancient wisdom waiting to be discovered, something more sinister makes itself known to those who have the patience to stop and truly listen. If you stand still in certain areas of the Duke's Archives, if you quiet your movements and allow the ambient sounds of the location to fill your ears, you may begin to hear something that seems profoundly out of place in a library, no matter how dark its purposes might be. Whispers drift through the air, faint at first but growing more distinct the longer you remain motionless. They are not the whispers of scholars discussing research or sharing discoveries, not the hushed tones appropriate to a library setting. These are whispers of distress, soft cries, and incomprehensible words that speak of suffering and despair. The sounds are deliberately kept at the edge of hearing, mixed into the ambient audio in such a way that you might initially dismiss them as imagination or the product of your own unease in this unsettling place. A player known as Demon's Lantern, dedicated to uncovering the hidden audio elements of Dark Souls, managed to extract these whisper sounds from the game's files and clean them up, removing the other ambient noise and amplifying the whispers so that their true nature could be examined more clearly. What emerged from this process was unmistakably the sound of human voices in distress, crying out in ways that suggested pain, fear, and hopelessness. The source of these whispers, according to the most widely accepted interpretation among the community of players and lore enthusiasts, lies in the dark purpose that the Duke's Archive serves beyond its role as a simple library. Seath's research has long required subjects upon which to conduct his experiments, living beings who could be tested and transformed in his obsessive pursuit of the immortality that nature denied him. To provide these subjects, servants known as channelers roam the world beyond the archives, seeking out and abducting maidens who are then brought back to serve Seath's terrible purposes. These maidens, imprisoned in the towers that rise from the archives complex, subjected to experiments and transformations that twist their bodies and minds into new configurations, are the source of the whispers that haunt the library's halls. Their voices, whether carried by some property of the crystalline structures that fill the space, or simply persistent enough to echo through stone and time, fill the air with their suffering. They cry out for rescue that will never come, for mercy from a being incapable of such compassion, their words becoming part of the ambient sound that defines the location. The whispers serve as a reminder that beauty and knowledge can coexist with horror, that the pursuit of understanding can become twisted into something monstrous when divorced from empathy and ethical consideration. The Duke's Archives is not simply a library but a monument to obsession, and the whispers of the maidens are its truest voice, the sound of countless lives consumed in service of a goal that may be inherently impossible to achieve. From these whispers of tragedy, our journey through surface observations brings us to a theory that has captured the imagination of the Dark Souls community and sparked endless debate about the ultimate fate of one of the game's most beloved characters. Solaire of Astora stands as perhaps the most memorable friendly face that players encounter during their journey through Lordran, a warrior whose unwavering optimism and genuine warmth create a beacon of light in a world defined by darkness and despair. Clad in distinctive armor adorned with the image of a sun, Solaire can first be found in the undead Berg, gazing at the sky with an intensity that speaks to something deeper than simple appreciation of good weather. He is searching for his own son, he explains, pursuing a quest that seems both deeply personal and perhaps a bit mad. His signature gesture, arms raised toward the sky, in what the community has affectionately termed praising the sun, has become iconic far beyond the game itself, a symbol of persistence and faith in the face of overwhelming darkness. For most players, Solaire's story follows a tragic arc that ends in madness and death. Later in the game, when you venture into the twisted passages of Lost Izalith, you may encounter him again, but this time, the change in him is immediately and horrifically apparent. He has finally found his son, or so he believes. But the light source he has discovered is no celestial body, but rather a sunlight maggot, a parasitic creature that has attached itself to his face and filled his mind with false visions of achievement. He greets you with the same warmth as always, but the words are wrong, distorted by the parasite's influence into a parody of his former optimism. The maggot has driven him insane, replacing his genuine quest with a cruel mockery of success. If you are forced to fight him in this state, if your relationship ends with your blade striking down the warrior who had been your companion and ally, it represents one of the most heartbreaking moments in a game filled with tragedy. But the story doesn't end with Solaire's death, or at least some theorists argue that it shouldn't. The sunlight maggot that took his mind and his life is revealed, through its item description, to be a parasite of a particularly unusual nature. The text explains that it is a lost and parasitic creature that inhabits Lost Izalith, one that is completely immobile on its own yet still manages to survive and even thrive. The key to understanding the maggot lies in recognizing what it is, a parasite that grants its host great power specifically so that the host can continue living, because a parasite by its very nature needs a living host to survive and propagate. This understanding of the maggot's biology led to a popular theory, first articulated in detail by a theorist known as the Attendee, that suggested a fate for Solaire that extended far beyond his apparent death in Lost Izalith. The theory proposed that the maggot and Solaire, merged into a single being through the parasite's attachment, did not simply die and fade into nothing. Instead, over the course of many years, perhaps centuries, the transformation continued, the parasite slowly reshaping its host into something new and terrible. This gradual metamorphosis, the theory suggested, eventually produced the massive worm creature known as the Karthus sandworm, which players would encounter in Dark Souls 3, the sequel released years after the original game. The sandworm is a gigantic entity that lurks beneath the sands in an area called Karthus, emerging to attack anything that disturbs its territory. According to the theory, this creature is what Solaire became after the sunlight maggot had centuries to work its transformative influence, turning the once noble warrior into a mindless beast that could only attack and consume. The theory is creative and captures the imagination with its tragic implications, suggesting that Solaire's story doesn't end with a clean death, but rather extends into a prolonged existence as something monstrous, his humanity completely subsumed by the parasite that claimed him. It speaks to the horror of transformation and loss of self that pervades much of Dark Souls' narrative, the fear that death might not be the worst fate that can befall someone in this cursed land. However, as compelling as the theory might be, it runs into significant problems when confronted with statements from the game's creator himself. Hidetaka Miyazaki, the director and primary creative force behind Dark Souls, addressed Solaire's fate in a Japanese podcast called Game no Shukutaku, providing clarification that undermines the sandworm theory entirely. According to Miyazaki's explanation, if the player successfully kills the sunlight maggot before Solaire reaches it and becomes infected, the warrior will return to his own world and eventually succeed in his quest to link the flame. Miyazaki stated explicitly that this outcome, where Solaire survives and fulfills his purpose, was the expected and intended resolution to his storyline. The tragedy of the maggot was meant to be avoidable, a bad ending that could be prevented through player action and attention. Solaire was designed to have a happy ending, relatively speaking, where he finds his son not in a parasitic creature but in the actual first flame itself, becoming one of the many who link the fire across different worlds and different timelines. This revelation from the creator should theoretically put the sandworm theory to rest, confirming that Solaire's canonical fate is either death by maggot in the version of events where the player fails to save him, or successful linking of the flame in the version where intervention comes in time. Yet the community, as communities often do, has continued to explore alternative theories, unwilling to let go of the mystery entirely, or to accept that all questions have definitive answers. One such alternative theory, raised by a theorist known as SoulXDD, proposes a different ultimate fate for Solaire based on evidence found in Dark Souls 3. In this later game, players can discover several sunlight medals scattered throughout the world, items that are associated with Solaire's covenant and his worship of the Sunday. Interestingly, many of these medals can be found in close proximity to Estus soup, a substance that appears throughout Dark Souls 3 and seems to have some connection to the healing properties of the Estus flask that sustains undead throughout their journeys. The theory suggests that perhaps Solaire's ultimate fate, in at least some timelines or some versions of events, was transformation not into a sandworm, but into a different kind of entity entirely. The evidence is admittedly thin, based primarily on environmental storytelling and the placement of items rather than explicit textual confirmation, but it represents the kind of creative interpretation that Dark Souls encourages in its players. Perhaps Solaire found a different form of immortality, one connected to sustenance and healing rather than destruction and consumption. What we can say with certainty is that Solaire's story, like so many elements of Dark Souls, resists simple resolution. His fate branches into multiple possibilities depending on player action, and the game's deliberately ambiguous approach to narrative means that even the creator's stated intentions leave room for interpretation and speculation. The warrior who sought his own son might have found it in the first flame, or died in madness beneath Lost Izalith, or transformed into something else entirely in timelines we never directly witness. This brings us to the conclusion of our exploration of the iceberg's topmost layer, these surface observations that exist in the space between obvious fact and hidden truth. We have examined the small details that reward careful observation, from the flaming dog in the water wheel to the basilisk's deceptive eyes. We have listened to the whispers of suffering that haunt the Duke's archives, bearing witness to horrors that happen just beyond our direct sight. and we have contemplated the possible fates of a warrior whose optimism and faith made him a beacon in the darkness, even as that same faith led him toward tragedy. These mysteries, relatively simple as they are compared to the depths we have yet to explore, teach us something essential about how to approach Dark Souls and its layered storytelling. The game rewards attention and curiosity, hiding meaning in small details and environmental storytelling rather than explicit exposition. Every element of the world, from the largest boss to the smallest decorative detail, exists for a reason and has a story to tell to those patient enough to stop and listen. As we prepare to descend deeper into our iceberg, leaving behind the realm where light still reaches and truth seems relatively straightforward, we carry these lessons with us. The surface mysteries have prepared us for what lies below, teaching us to look beyond our first impressions, to question what seems obvious, and to understand that in Dark Souls, nothing is ever quite as simple as it first appears. The journey has only just begun, and already we have seen wonders and sorrows that most who play the game will never notice. As we descend from the uppermost reaches of our iceberg, where casual observation revealed its secrets with relative ease, we find ourselves entering a new layer, where the mysteries grow more substantial and the answers less immediately apparent. This is the realm of common theories, ideas that have circulated through the Dark Souls community with enough frequency that most dedicated players have encountered them, at least in passing. These are not the obvious details that anyone might notice, but neither are they the deepest secrets that require exhaustive research and speculation to uncover. They exist in that middle ground, theories supported by enough evidence to seem plausible yet ambiguous enough to remain forever debatable. The surface layer of our iceberg introduced us to small details and observable phenomena, things that exist concretely within the game world even if their full significance might not be immediately apparent. Now we move into territory where interpretation becomes essential, where the same evidence can support multiple conclusions, depending on how one chooses to read the signs. Here, the game's deliberate ambiguity becomes both a blessing and a curse, creating space for community discussion and debate, while simultaneously ensuring that absolute certainty remains forever just beyond our grasp. Our journey through this layer begins with one of the most enduring and widely discussed theories in all of Dark Souls lore, a question that strikes at the heart of what we experience during one of the game's most memorable encounters. In the Grand Cathedral of Ainur Londo, beneath soaring ceilings and surrounded by architecture that speaks to the glory of the gods, two guardians await any who would approach the Chamber of Guinevere. These are Ornstein and Smaug, the Dragon Slayer and the Executioner, a pair of warriors whose combined might has ended the journey of countless undead who sought to ring the bells and fulfill the prophecy. Ornstein cuts a figure of elegant deadliness, his golden armor adorned with the image of a lion, his movements possessed of a grace that seems impossible for someone clad in full plate. He wields a spear with such skill that it seems to become an extension of his own body. Each thrust and sweep, executed with precision that speaks to centuries of practice and natural talent refined to its absolute peak. His title as the Dragon Slayer is well earned, his reputation built upon battles against creatures whose power dwarfed that of any human warrior. More than mere skill at arms, Ornstein is believed to have held a position of tremendous honor and responsibility within the hierarchy of Lord Gwyn's forces. He is thought to have been the captain of the Four Knights of Gwyn, a group of legendary warriors who each exemplified different aspects of martial excellence and served as the personal guard and most trusted servants of the Lord of Sunlight himself. To be named captain of such an elite group speaks to abilities and character that transcended mere combat prowess. suggesting leadership qualities and trustworthiness that placed Ornstein among the most valued individuals in all of Gwyn's kingdom. According to the apparent narrative that surrounds his presence in the cathedral, Ornstein was stationed in Anor Londo alongside his fellow guardian Smaug to protect Princess Guinevere, daughter of Lord Gwyn and one of the last remaining deities who had not abandoned the ancient city. This duty, protecting a member of the royal family in the heart of the kingdom's most sacred location, represents perhaps the highest honor and greatest responsibility that could be bestowed upon any warrior. It suggests that Ornstein remained loyal to his lord and his lord's family, even after many others had departed, standing vigil in the empty city as a testament to unwavering dedication. Yet, there exists a theory, one that has gained considerable traction within the community of lore enthusiasts and careful observers, that suggests everything we think we know about Ornstein's presence in the cathedral might be built upon a foundation of deception. The theory proposes that the figure we fight, the Golden Warrior who moves with such deadly grace and strikes with such devastating power, is not actually Ornstein at all, but rather an illusion created by Gwyndolin, the Dark Sun who remains hidden beneath Anor Londo and maintains the facade of divine presence through sorcery and misdirection. The evidence for this startling claim comes primarily from Dark Souls 3, the sequel that takes place in a world where the cycles of flame and dark have continued through countless iterations, where the very geography of reality has begun to fold in upon itself as time and space lose their coherence. In this later game, players can discover items associated with Ornstein that provide information about his ultimate fate, information that seems incompatible with his presence guarding the cathedral in the first Dark Souls. Ornstein's armor set, which can be found in Dark Souls 3, comes with a description that reveals something unexpected about the Dragon Slayer's movements after the fall of Anor Londo. The text indicates that Ornstein left the city, abandoning his post and departing on a journey in search of the Nameless King, a figure whose very existence was struck from history by Lord Gwyn for reasons that speak to deep betrayal and profound disappointment. The Nameless King, as some evidence suggests, was Gwyn's firstborn son, a deity of war and storm who was erased from all records after siding with the ancient dragons, the very creatures that Gwyn and his forces had fought to overthrow at the beginning of the Age of Fire. That Ornstein would abandon his duty to seek this disgraced and forgotten god raises profound questions about his loyalties and his ultimate priorities. Perhaps his true allegiance was always to the Nameless King rather than to Gwyn himself. Perhaps he believed that finding this lost god was more important than maintaining a guard post in an increasingly empty city. Whatever his reasons, the fact remains that, according to this item description, Ornstein left Anor Londo, which creates an immediate problem for our understanding of the encounter in the cathedral. If Ornstein departed the city in search of the Nameless King, then who is the Golden Warrior we face alongside Smaug? The theory's answer is simple yet profound in its implications. The Ornstein in the cathedral is an illusion, a magical construct created by Gwyndolin to maintain the appearance of divine protection and royal authority. Just as Gwyndolin created the illusion of Princess Guinevere herself, projecting an image of a massive and beautiful goddess, where in truth there is only empty space and manipulated light, so too did he create an illusion of Ornstein to serve as her guardian. This theory gains additional support from information found in Smaug's equipment descriptions in Dark Souls 3. His hammer and armor contain text indicating that he was the last knight standing in the Cathedral of Anor Londo, maintaining his post long after all others had departed. The phrasing is significant. Not that he and Ornstein were the last guardians, but that Smaug alone held his position to the end. This suggests that Ornstein was indeed absent, having left the city for his own purposes, leaving only Smaug and an illusion of his former companion to guard the empty halls. The implications of this revelation ripple outward to affect our understanding of the battle itself. During the encounter with Ornstein and Smaug, one of the two warriors must be killed first, at which point the survivor undergoes a transformation. The remaining guardian absorbs the power of his fallen companion, growing in size and gaining new abilities that make the second phase of the battle significantly more challenging than the first. The order in which you defeat them determines what soul you receive at the end of the encounter and which armor set becomes available for purchase. If Ornstein dies first, Smaug grows to titanic proportions and begins incorporating lightning attacks into his arsenal, seemingly channeling the power that Ornstein commanded. If Smaug dies first, Ornstein undergoes his own transformation, becoming larger and more aggressive while retaining his signature speed and grace. The question that the illusion theory raises is simple but profound. How does one warrior absorb power from an illusion? How can Smaug grow stronger by consuming something that has no true substance, no soul to actually take into himself? The theory addresses this apparent contradiction through a creative interpretation of how Gwyndolin's illusions might function. A user on the Dark Souls wiki, going by the handle Butter100Fly, suggested that the illusion of Ornstein could have been enhanced or empowered by a fragment of the real Ornstein's soul. This concept finds support in the lore of another character's creations. Seath the Scaleless, the albino dragon who betrayed his own kind, is known to have created the Moonlight Butterfly, using what many theorists believe was a fragment of his own soul. If Seath could create new life, or the semblance of life by investing a piece of his own essence into his creations, then perhaps Gwendolyn employed a similar technique. The theory suggests that when Ornstein departed Anor Londo, he might have left behind a portion of his soul, either voluntarily as a gift to aid in the city's defense, or taken by Gwendolyn through some means not fully explained. This soul fragment would then serve as the core around which Gwendolyn built his illusion, creating a construct that was more substantial and powerful than a simple projection of light and magic. Such an enhanced illusion would explain why the Ornstein we fight seems so real, why he can take tremendous amounts of damage before falling, and why his death provides something tangible for Smaug to absorb. The fragment of true soul within the illusory shell would give the construct substance enough to serve its purpose, creating a guardian that could genuinely threaten intruders, while the real Ornstein pursued his own quest in distant lands. Yet even with this explanation, questions remain. If Ornstein truly left Anor Londo before we arrive, if the figure we fight is indeed an illusion powered by a soul fragment, why does defeating him grant us his soul as a reward? The Leo ring, which can be obtained after the battle, is described as being given only to Ornstein's direct followers, suggesting a level of authenticity that seems incompatible with the illusion theory. The battle itself feels too substantial, too real, to be dismissed as fighting mere smoke and mirrors, even enhanced smoke and mirrors. Some theorists attempt to reconcile these contradictions by suggesting that perhaps the timeline is more complex than it first appears, that perhaps we encounter Ornstein before his departure, and it is only in the distant future, represented by Dark Souls 3, that he has left on his quest. Others argue that both versions of the truth can coexist, that in some cycles of the world, Ornstein remains at his post, while in others he departs, and we simply happen to experience one particular iteration of events. The ambiguity is deliberate, a feature rather than a flaw of Dark Souls' approach to narrative. The game presents us with pieces of a puzzle that don't quite fit together perfectly no matter how we arrange them, forcing us to choose which pieces we prioritize and which contradictions we're willing to accept. The question of whether Ornstein is real or illusion becomes less about finding a definitive answer and more about exploring what each possibility means for our understanding of loyalty, duty, and the slow decay of divine authority in a world where the gods have mostly departed. From the grand cathedral and its questionable guardians, our journey takes us back down into the depths, returning once more to Blighttown, but with eyes now trained to look for connections and patterns, rather than simply accepting what appears on the surface. Hidden among the toxic swamps and precarious wooden platforms of this despised location, we find another mystery that suggests connections between disparate elements of the game world, links that tie together characters and places in ways that are never explicitly stated, but become apparent to those who pay attention to the details. Clinging to one of the walls in Blighttown, positioned as if guarding something of value, there exists a creature known as a parasitic wall hugger. These enemies are relatively rare in the game, appearing in only a few locations, their distinctive appearance making them immediately memorable when encountered. This particular wall hugger occupies a position of some significance, as it guards a pyromancy scroll, a valuable item that teaches the player new fire-based magic techniques. The creature's placement suggests intentionality, implying that it was positioned specifically to protect this scroll, rather than simply existing in the location by chance. The parasitic wall huggers are unsettling in their appearance, their bodies twisted and distorted in ways that suggest disease or mutation, their movements awkward yet somehow threatening. They cling to vertical surfaces with an adhesion that seems to defy natural law, and their attacks carry a sense of desperate hunger that makes encounters with them feel particularly unpleasant. Looking at such a creature, most players might simply classify it as another of the game's many grotesque enemies and move on after dispatching it and claiming the scroll it guards. Yet there exists a character in Dark Souls whose appearance bears remarkable similarity to these parasitic wall huggers, similarities too numerous and specific to be easily dismissed as coincidence. Jeremiah, who carries the title of Xanthus King, can be found in the painted world of Ariamis, that strange pocket dimension accessed through a painting in Anorlondo. He is an invading presence, a hostile entity that attacks the player on sight, his distinctive appearance immediately setting him apart from the other denizens of the painted realm. Jeremiah's most striking visual feature is the strange, bulbous growth that covers much of his head, a parasitic-looking mass that seems to have consumed or replaced portions of his skull. This growth bears an unmistakable resemblance to the bodies of the parasitic wall huggers, suggesting either that he suffers from the same affliction that created them, or that he is related to them in some more fundamental way. The visual connection alone would be enough to spark curiosity, but the similarities extend beyond mere appearance into the realm of equipment and abilities. Jeremiah is a practitioner of pyromancy, wielding fire-based spells with considerable skill during his attempts to kill the player. This connection to pyromancy creates a link to the wall hugger in Blighttown, which guards a pyromancy scroll as if it were something precious. The association between both entities and this particular school of magic suggests more than coincidence, implying a shared history or purpose that ties them together across the distance that separates Blighttown from the painted world. Additionally, Jeremiah's weapon of choice is a whip, an unusual armament in the world of Dark Souls where most warriors prefer swords, spears, or other more conventional weapons. This detail becomes significant when we observe that near the parasitic wall hugger in Blighttown, the player can find a whip available for collection. The proximity of this weapon to the wall hugger, combined with Jeremiah's use of the same weapon type, strengthens the connection between these seemingly unrelated elements. Perhaps the most compelling visual evidence comes from concept art created during the game's development. Drawings that show early versions of how characters and enemies might appear. In this concept art, Jeremiah is depicted with what appears to be an advanced parasitic infection, his body more thoroughly consumed by the growth than what we see in the final game. These early designs make the connection to the parasitic wall huggers even more explicit, suggesting that the relationship between Jeremiah and these creatures was intentional from the earliest stages of the game's creation. But the mystery extends beyond establishing that a connection exists between Jeremiah and the parasitic wall huggers. The more profound question concerns his title and what it might tell us about his history and the role he once played in the world. He is called the Xanthus King, a name that requires some unpacking to understand its full implications. Xanthus simply means yellow, so his title translates roughly to the Yellow King, which provides relatively little information on its own about what kingdom he might have ruled or what people he might have led. The fact that Jeremiah bears the title of king suggests that he once held a position of significant authority somewhere in the world of Dark Souls. Kings do not create themselves. They rule over kingdoms, command subjects, and exercise power over defined territories. Yet we have no obvious candidate for what Jeremiah's kingdom might have been. No location in the game is explicitly associated with him. No group of people claims him as their former ruler, and no historical texts reference a Yellow King who fell from power and was exiled to the Painted World. However, Jeremiah's presence in the Painted World provides a crucial clue to understanding his past. The Painted Realm is described repeatedly as a place where unwanted things are sent, a repository for that which doesn't fit into the world outside, whether that means dangerous creatures, forbidden knowledge, or individuals whose existence has become inconvenient for those in power. To be in the Painted World is to be in exile, banished from the primary world for reasons that might be just or might be purely political. If Jeremiah was exiled into the painting, then logically he must have come from somewhere in the world outside, some location where his presence was once tolerated or celebrated before circumstances changed and he was cast out. The question becomes, which location in Dark Souls could have been Jeremiah's kingdom before his exile? The answer that many theorists have proposed is as unexpected as it is fitting. Lost Izalith, the ruined city at the bottom of the world where the Witch of Izalith made her catastrophic attempt to recreate the first flame. The connection between Jeremiah and Izalith begins with his association with pyromancy, the school of magic that originated in the ancient city and was refined there to its highest art. While pyromancy has spread throughout the world in the ages since Izalith's fall, its roots remain in that doomed city, and the most powerful practitioners of the flame arts often trace their lineage back to Izalith in one form or another. Jeremiah's skill with pyromancy could indicate that he was once a resident of that city, perhaps even a member of its ruling class. The theory gains additional weight when we consider Hidetaka Miyazaki's statements in various interviews about content that was planned for Dark Souls, but ultimately cut from the final game due to time constraints and resource limitations. In one such interview, Miyazaki mentioned that a King of Izalith had been designed and partially implemented but was removed before the game's completion. The king's story, whatever it might have been, was deemed surplus to requirements, and the character was deleted from the game's data. Yet the painted world of Ariamis has been explicitly identified by Miyazaki in other interviews as a location where cut content was sometimes placed, a repository not just within the game's fiction but also in terms of the development process itself. The Painted Realm became a home for ideas and characters that the development team wanted to preserve in some form even if they could no longer serve their original purpose. If a King of Izalith was cut from the game, and if the painted world served as a storage space for cut content, then the presence of a king in the painted world becomes highly suggestive. Could Jeremiah be the king of Izalith? His title changed from his original location to the more ambiguous Xanthus King to reflect the alterations made to his character during development. The yellow of his title might refer to the golden flames that Izalith's pyromancers commanded before the witches' failed ritual transformed their fire into the uncontrolled chaos flame that consumed the city. The parasitic infection that covers his body might represent the corruption that spread through Izalith after the chaos flame was born, transforming its residents into demons and twisted creatures. This interpretation would make Jeremiah a survivor of Izalith's fall, a king who lost his kingdom to flame and transformation, who was then exiled into the painted world either as punishment for his city's sins or as a mercy to spare him from the total destruction that claimed most of his people. His presence in the painted realm would represent both a personal tragedy and a broader statement about the fate of those who reach too far in pursuit of power, whose ambitions lead to catastrophe that consumes everything they sought to protect. But the theory extends even further, connecting Jeremiah not just to Izalith in general, but to the parasitic wall-huggers specifically in a way that suggests a familial relationship. Within the game's data files, information that is not visible during normal play, but can be accessed through specialized tools, the parasitic wall-hugger has an internal name that provides a crucial piece of evidence. Various enemies in the game have these internal designations, often simplified or abbreviated versions of their full names, used by the developers to organize and reference different creatures during the development process. The parasitic wall-hugger's internal name, according to research conducted by players like Fryson Seeker, who have examined the game's data structure, is listed as Prince Izalith, or variations thereof depending on how the Japanese text is translated. This designation is remarkable in its specificity. The creature is not simply called a wall hugger or a parasite in the data, but is explicitly identified as a prince, and moreover, as a prince associated with Izalith. If we accept the theory that Jeremiah is the king of Izalith, and if the parasitic wall hugger is internally designated as the Prince of Izalith, then a familial connection becomes difficult to ignore. The most straightforward interpretation would be that the wall hugger is or was Jeremiah's son, a prince of Izalith, who suffered an even worse fate than his father. Where Jeremiah retained enough of his humanity and identity to be exiled with his sense of self intact, his son was transformed into something barely recognizable as human, reduced to clinging to walls in Blighttown and functioning more as a mindless guardian than a conscious being. This interpretation casts the parasitic wall hugger's protection of the pyromancy scroll in a new and tragic light. Perhaps this creature, twisted almost beyond recognition, retains some fragment of memory that connects it to the pyromantic traditions of its lost homeland. Perhaps guarding a scroll of fire magic is the last vestige of purpose that remains to it, a final echo of the duties and responsibilities it bore before transformation took everything else away. The creature would then represent not just an enemy to be dispatched, but a tragedy frozen in place, a prince reduced to monster, yet still trying in its broken way to serve the traditions of a kingdom that no longer exists. The connections between Jeremiah, the parasitic wall huggers, and lost Izalith create a network of implications that enriches our understanding of the game's world while simultaneously raising questions that can never be fully answered. Was there truly a king of Izalith who ruled before the witch's catastrophic attempt to recreate the first flame? Did he have a son who fell victim to the chaos and corruption that consumed the city? Were both father and son exiled or transformed, sent to different fates but bound together by their shared tragedy. The evidence supports the theory, while simultaneously remaining ambiguous enough that absolute certainty is impossible. This ambiguity is characteristic of Dark Souls' approach to storytelling, where definitive answers are rare and interpretation remains always open to debate. We are left with pieces that seem to fit together into a coherent picture, yet we can never be entirely sure whether the pattern we perceive was intended by the creators or is something we have constructed from coincidence and wishful thinking. From the possible tragedy of a royal family consumed by chaos, our exploration leads us to examine another figure of legendary status, another warrior whose presence in the game raises questions about identity and authenticity. Deep in the undead Berg, in the watchtower that stands as one of the area's most prominent landmarks, a warrior waits in a locked room at the structure's base, clad in heavy stone armor and wielding a massive club that seems to be carved from solid rock. This figure attacks with tremendous power and surprising speed, presenting one of the game's earliest significant challenges for players who manage to find the key that unlocks his prison. The warrior is universally known as Havel, or more specifically as Havel the Rock, a title that speaks to both his stone-like equipment and his reputation as an immovable force in battle. The lore surrounding Havel paints him as a figure of considerable importance in the history of Lord Gwyn's kingdom. He was a bishop who served the Lord of Sunlight, combining spiritual authority with martial prowess in a way that made him both a religious leader and a military commander. His faith was matched only by his strength, and his loyalty to Gwyn was said to be absolute. Most significantly, for understanding his character, Havel harbored an intense hatred of magic, particularly sorcery. This hatred was not casual prejudice, but rather a deep and abiding loathing that colored all his actions and motivated many of his decisions. The reasons for this hatred are not entirely clear, though they may relate to Seath the Scaleless, the albino dragon who betrayed his own kind and earned a place among the lords through his mastery of magical arts. Havel's animosity toward magic might have been an extension of animosity towards Seath, or it might have had other sources rooted in events not fully explained by the game's lore. The commonly accepted narrative holds that the warrior in the watchtower is Havel himself, that he became hollow at some point and was locked away by a friend who could not bring themselves to kill him, but also could not allow him to roam free and potentially harm others. The description on the basement key, which grants access to the room where this warrior waits, supports this interpretation. The text speaks of a hero who turned hollow and was locked away by a dear friend for his own good, a phrase that certainly could apply to someone of Havel's stature and importance. Yet there exists a theory that challenges this straightforward reading, suggesting that the warrior in the tower is not actually Havel himself, but rather one of his followers, someone who wore the bishop's distinctive armor, but was not the original and most famous bearer of that equipment. The primary evidence for this theory comes from an item dropped by the warrior when defeated: the Havel ring, a piece of equipment that provides a significant boost to the wearer's maximum equip load, allowing them to wear heavier armor and carry more weapons without becoming over-encumbered. The ring's item description contains a crucial detail that undermines the assumption of the warrior's identity. The text explains that the Havel ring was specially crafted for Havel's most faithful warriors, those followers who sought to emulate their leader by wearing the incredibly heavy stone armor that was his signature equipment. The ring was given to these followers precisely because they needed its assistance to bear the weight of the armor effectively. This detail becomes significant when we consider that if the ring was given to Havel's followers, then Havel himself presumably did not need it. The logic of the theory is straightforward. Havel the Rock earned his name and reputation through natural strength, sufficient to wear his stone armor and wield his massive weapons without any magical assistance. He was strong enough that the weight that would crush or immobilize lesser warriors was merely an advantage in his hands, adding mass and momentum to his blows without significantly impeding his movement. His followers, lacking his prodigious natural strength, required the Havel ring to even attempt to fight in his style. If the warrior in the watchtower drops a Havel ring when defeated, this could indicate that he was one of these followers rather than Havel himself. The original Havel would have no need for the ring and thus would not possess one to drop. Instead, we would expect him to drop his actual soul, the accumulated power and essence that defines a significant character in the world of Dark Souls. The absence of such a soul drop and the presence of the ring instead suggests that we have defeated not the legend himself, but merely one who tried to follow in his footsteps. This interpretation opens up new questions about what actually happened to Havel if he is not the figure we fight in the Watchtower. Where did the Great Bishop go? What became of him in the years since Gwyn's linking of the First Flame and the slow decline that followed? One possibility, suggested by environmental details found later in the game, is that Havel met his end in a confrontation with Seath the Scaleless, the dragon whose magical abilities represented everything Havel despised. When the player eventually faces Seath in his proper boss encounter, the battle takes place in the Crystal Caves, a location of ethereal beauty where crystalline structures grow in impossible formations, and the very ground seems to be made of solidified magic. After defeating Seath and exploring the area thoroughly, the player can discover a particular item in the location where the boss fight occurred. The soul of a great hero, a rare and valuable item that represents the crystallized essence of someone who achieved legendary status during their lifetime. The item itself does not specify whose soul it is, leaving its identity open to interpretation. However, its placement in Seath's boss arena is suggestive. If Havel, driven by his hatred of magic and his possible opposition to Seath's experiments with kidnapped maidens, confronted the dragon in his own domain, the battle could have ended with the bishop's death. The soul of a great hero found in that location might be all that remains of Havel the Rock, his essence crystallized by Seath's magic in the moment of his defeat, left behind as an unmarked monument to a failed crusade against sorcery. This interpretation would mean that the warrior in the Watchtower is indeed merely a follower, someone who donned Havel's armor after the original's death, and then went hollow while trying to maintain vigilance in his master's name. The dear friend who locked him away might have been another of Havel's followers or allies, someone who recognized that the warrior was lost to hollowing but respected him enough to imprison rather than kill him, preserving at least the appearance of Havel's presence even if the reality was far diminished. Yet the theory faces significant counter-arguments that prevent it from being accepted as definitive truth. The description of the basement key, as mentioned earlier, speaks specifically of a hero who was locked away, not simply a follower or an ordinary warrior. The use of the term hero suggests someone of genuine significance, someone whose imprisonment would be noteworthy enough to be remembered and recorded. While Havel's followers might have been skilled warriors, it seems unlikely that any of them would individually merit the designation of hero in the way that Havel himself would. Furthermore, the difficulty of the fight against the warrior in the tower suggests that we are facing someone of exceptional ability, not merely a competent follower wearing hand-me-down equipment. The warrior moves with deadly efficiency and hits with tremendous power, presenting a significant challenge even to players who have progressed well beyond the point where they first encounter him. This level of combat prowess seems more consistent with a legendary bishop warrior than with a follower, however devoted. The question of Havel's true location and fate connects to an even stranger theory that takes us far from the undead Berg into one of the game's most hidden and remote locations. At the end of the path through the Great Hollow and across the surreal beauty of Ash Lake, on a distant sandy shore beneath the arch trees that hold up the world, there rests a dragon. This dragon is distinctive in its appearance, seeming to be made entirely of stone or crystal, its form completely motionless as it sits in eternal vigil at the world's edge. The dragon is identified in the game's data and by the community as the Stone Dragon, though some question whether it is actually alive in any meaningful sense. It does not move except to allow the player to interact with it and join its covenant. It does not attack or defend itself. It simply exists, a monument to something ancient and mysterious. Its purpose and origin never fully explained. The dragon's connection to the ancient dragons that existed before the Age of Fire is unclear, as is the question of whether it has always been stone or whether it was once a living creature that underwent some form of transformation. A theory exists, articulated in detail by a Reddit user named Mistrello, that proposes an unexpected identity for this stone dragon. According to this theory, the dragon is not an ancient entity at all, but rather is a relatively recent creation. And more surprisingly, the dragon is Havel himself, or rather what Havel became through deliberate transformation. The theory suggests that Havel escaped from the tower where he was imprisoned, made his way through the Great Hollow and across Ash Lake, and then used some form of magic or ancient ritual to transform his stone armor and his own body into the form of the dragon we find. The motivation for such a drastic transformation would stem from Havel's ongoing conflict with Seath and the dragon's magical abilities. Havel knew that Seath commanded powers that could overcome even the strongest warriors, magic that could turn flesh to crystal and will to madness. To stand any chance against such an enemy, Havel would need protection beyond what any armor, even stone armor, could provide. Dragons in the Dark Souls universe possess natural resistance to magic, their scales providing a defense against sorcery that no human equipment can match. By transforming himself into a dragon, Havel would gain the magical resistance he needed to confront Seath on more equal terms. The stone that had always been his signature, the armor that gave him his title, would become not merely something he wore but what he was, a fusion of warrior and dragon that combined human determination with draconic imperviousness to magic. The theory finds additional support in the description given to the stone dragon in some of the game's text. The dragon is described as being made of stone rather than being a living creature that happens to have stone-like qualities. This phrasing could support the interpretation that the dragon was created or constructed rather than born, that it is artificial rather than natural in its origins. A transformation of Havel into dragon form would indeed produce something made of stone rather than something naturally alive. Further support comes from statements made by Miyazaki in interviews where he discussed the nature of the ancient dragons and their relationship to life and death. He indicated that the stone dragon is not alive in the conventional sense, that the ancient dragons were half living and half element, existing in a state that transcended the binary of life and death that defines most creatures. There is no pain for them, he said, suggesting a form of existence fundamentally different from that of mortal beings. If Havel transformed himself into the stone dragon, this description of half-living and half-element would be appropriate. The transformation would have taken someone who was alive and made them into something else, a fusion of the living bishop and the dead stone, creating an entity that was neither fully one nor the other. The absence of pain might represent the cost of such a transformation, the loss of sensation, and perhaps consciousness that came with abandoning human form for something older and more elemental. Yet the theory, creative and intriguing as it is, struggles to fully account for all the details of the situations it tries to connect. If Havel transformed into the stone dragon, who then is the warrior in the watchtower? The theory would require us to accept that the warrior is indeed merely a follower, which brings back all the questions about why such a follower would be described as a hero worth locking away rather than simply killing. The timeline also becomes murky. When would Havel have had the opportunity to escape, make the journey to Ash Lake, and perform this transformation? Moreover, the stone dragon's complete passivity and apparent lack of consciousness or personality seems inconsistent with Havel's characterization as an active and passionate fighter against magic. If Havel became the dragon, what happened to his will, his hatred of sorcery, his drive to oppose Seath and protect those under threat from magical corruption? The dragon shows no sign of any of these qualities, existing instead in a state of serene detachment that seems antithetical to everything we know about Havel's character. The mystery of Havel's true fate and location remains ultimately unresolved. Another example of Dark Souls presenting us with suggestive evidence that supports multiple interpretations without ever confirming which, if any, is correct. Perhaps the warrior in the tower is Havel himself, locked away after hollowing as the key description suggests. Perhaps that warrior is merely a follower, while the real Havel died fighting Seath, leaving behind only a crystallized soul as evidence of his final battle. Perhaps, in the strangest version of events, Havel achieved a transformation that carried him beyond human limitations into a state of elemental existence at the world's edge. Each possibility has its supporting evidence and its problems, its moments of compelling logic and its gaps that require additional assumptions to bridge. This is the nature of theories in the surface layer of our iceberg, substantial enough to discuss seriously, supported by enough concrete details to seem plausible, yet forever remaining just ambiguous enough that absolute certainty eludes us. We can build cases and marshal evidence, but we can never quite close the circle, never quite prove beyond all doubt that our interpretation is the only valid reading of the signs. Our journey through this layer brings us to one final observation before we prepare to descend deeper, an observation that returns us to the realm of visual details that reward careful attention. We have already discussed Calamite, the great black dragon whose power and ferocity make him one of the most formidable optional bosses in the game. We noted that what appears to be a large single eye in the center of his head is actually not an eye at all, that his true eyes are smaller organs positioned on the sides of his head in a more conventional location. This revelation about Calamite's anatomy connects back to our earlier discussion of the basilisks and their false eyes, suggesting that defensive mimicry and deceptive appearance are common strategies throughout the creatures of Dark Souls. The pattern repeats across different species and different contexts. What seems most obvious and threatening is often misdirection, while the truth remains smaller and more subtle, visible only to those who know to look past the obvious. The discovery of these true eyes changes how we perceive Calamite, transforming him from a Cyclops-like monster into something more grounded in biological reality, even while maintaining his terrifying aspect. The large red marking that dominates his face might serve multiple purposes: intimidation through the suggestion of a massive eye watching one's every move, a target that draws attacks away from his true vulnerable points, perhaps even a weak point in his defenses that clever warriors might exploit while his actual eyes remain protected. In a similar vein, players have discovered that it is theoretically possible to defeat Calamite without the assistance of Hawkeye Goff, the giant archer who can shoot the dragon from the sky and make him vulnerable to ground-based attacks. The normal progression through the boss encounter involves speaking to Goff and requesting his aid. After which the giant shoots Calamite with a massive arrow, injuring the dragon's wing and forcing him to land where players can engage him in melee combat. But dedicated players, always seeking to push against the boundaries of what the game seems to allow, have found methods to damage and eventually defeat Calamite while he still flies, using powerful ranged magic and careful positioning to chip away at his health while avoiding his devastating aerial attacks. A player known as Camel78 managed to achieve this feat, using a combination of strong magic shield to survive Calamite's breath attacks and crystal soul spears to damage the airborne dragon. The successful completion of this seemingly impossible task revealed something interesting about how the encounter was designed. When Calamite dies to this method, he plays a different death animation than the one that triggers when he is defeated after Goff shoots him down. The alternate animation suggests that the developers had considered the possibility of players killing the dragon in flight, or at least had built the encounter with enough flexibility to account for unexpected player actions. However, the victory proved incomplete in one crucial respect. No victory achieved message appeared on screen, and the game did not register the kill in the same way it does for normal boss completions. This absence suggests that while the developers may have anticipated some players attempting this strategy, they did not fully implement it as an intended path to victory. The incomplete implementation serves as evidence of the development team's philosophy, creating systems flexible enough to allow creative solutions while still maintaining a preferred path that they expected most players to follow. These final observations bring our exploration of the surface layer to its natural conclusion, leaving us poised at the edge of deeper waters. We have examined theories about the authenticity of guardians and the true identities of warriors, considered possible connections between parasitic creatures and exiled kings, and observed the ways that careful attention to detail reveals truths hidden in plain sight. The common thread running through all these mysteries is the recognition that Dark Souls rewards careful observation and thoughtful interpretation, while simultaneously resisting any attempt to achieve absolute certainty about what we discover. As we prepare to descend further into the iceberg's depths, we carry with us the lessons learned from these surface theories. We understand now that the game's ambiguity is deliberate, that multiple interpretations can coexist without any single one being definitively proven true. We recognize that visual details often mislead or misdirect, that what seems obvious deserves a second look, and that the most interesting truths are often found in the spaces between what we're explicitly told and what we can observe for ourselves. The mysteries grow deeper from here, the evidence more circumstantial, the speculation more elaborate, but we are prepared now. Our minds are tuned to the rhythms of Dark Souls storytelling, and our expectations properly calibrated to appreciate ambiguity rather than demanding certainty. The surface has taught us how to see, and now we must learn how to look beyond sight into the realms where only interpretation and imagination can guide us. We descend now into the body of our iceberg, leaving behind the illuminated surface where mysteries could still be examined in relatively clear light, moving instead into waters where truth becomes harder to distinguish from speculation, and where the evidence supporting our theories grows more indirect and requires more interpretation to understand. This is the realm of substantial mysteries, theories that demand investigation and careful consideration of details that many players might never notice, even across multiple playthroughs of the game. Here, in the body of the iceberg, we encounter ideas that have been debated extensively within the Dark Souls community, theories that lack the immediate obviousness of surface observations, but possess enough supporting evidence to be taken seriously by those who study the game's lore and construction. These are not wild speculations built on nothing, nor are they simple facts that can be verified through straightforward observation. They occupy instead that fertile middle ground where pattern recognition meets interpretation, where details scattered across the game world seem to point toward conclusions that are never explicitly stated, but feel somehow inevitable once you begin to see the connections. The descent into these deeper waters brings us to one of the most enduring and philosophically significant theories in all of Dark Souls lore, an idea that fundamentally reframes our understanding of the guidance we receive throughout our journey and calls into question the very nature of the goals we pursue. This theory concerns the two primordial serpents who serve as advisors and manipulators throughout the player's experience, ancient beings whose true nature and ultimate purposes remain shrouded in deliberate mystery. Kingseeker Frampt introduces himself to the player relatively early in the journey, emerging from the depths of a great pit near Firelink Shrine to offer guidance and assistance. His appearance is unsettling in the way that serpentine creatures often are, his massive form coiled in darkness while his head rises to speak with surprising courtesy and deference. He addresses the player as the chosen undead, the one prophesied to ring the bells and succeed Lord Gwyn, to link the first flame and continue the Age of Fire for another cycle. Frampt's guidance seems straightforward enough in its presentation. He directs you toward the path that will lead to Gwyn's throne, encouraging you to gather the Lord souls necessary to pass through the golden fog that bars the way to the kiln of the first flame. He offers practical services as well, allowing you to sell items to him in exchange for souls, and even to use his body as a living elevator to reach areas that would otherwise remain inaccessible. His manner is obsequious, almost servile, in his eagerness to assist the chosen undead in fulfilling what he presents as an inevitable destiny. But as the journey progresses and the player delves deeper into areas that Frampt's guidance does not explicitly encourage exploring, another voice emerges to offer a different perspective on the supposed destiny that awaits. In the abyss beneath New Londo ruins, after defeating the four kings who fell to darkness and claimed that void is their domain, the player can encounter Darkstalker Kathy, another primordial serpent, whose appearance is nearly identical to Frampt's, but whose message stands in apparent direct opposition to everything the first serpent advocated. Kaith reveals himself as an enemy of Frampt's guidance, declaring his fellow serpent a liar who has deceived the chosen undead about their true purpose and destiny. Where Frampt encourages the linking of the fire and the continuation of the Age of Light, Carthy instead promotes the coming of the Age of Dark, arguing that the time has come for the reign of the ancient gods to end and for humanity to claim its rightful inheritance. He offers the player membership in the Dark Wraith Covenant, a brotherhood dedicated to draining humanity from others in preparation for the Dark Age that Kaith believes should follow. The existence of these two serpents, each claiming to offer the truth while declaring the other a deceiver, creates an obvious narrative tension that players are meant to recognize and navigate. The game appears to be presenting a choice between two opposing philosophies, two different visions of what the world should become, with the player cast in the role of deciding which serpent to trust and which vision to pursue. The binary seems clear. Frampt represents order and tradition and the continuation of the existing power structure, while Carthy represents change and darkness and the rise of humanity to replace the fading gods. Yet there exists a theory, explored in depth by a content creator known as the Spirit Force, that suggests this apparent opposition is itself a deception, that the two serpents are not actually in conflict but rather are working in concert toward a shared goal, or perhaps that they are not even truly separate entities at all, but rather are two faces of the same primordial being. This theory proposes that Kingseeker Frampt is a false identity, a role being played by Kathy, or by a third entity that controls both serpent manifestations, creating an illusion of choice, while actually manipulating the player toward predetermined outcomes, regardless of which path they believe they are choosing. The first piece of evidence supporting this radical reinterpretation comes from Frampt's reaction when the player chooses to align with Kathy and pursue the dark ending rather than linking the fire as Frampt advised. One would expect that such a betrayal, such a complete rejection of everything Frampt has been working toward, would produce anger or disappointment, or at least some emotional response, commensurate with the magnitude of the player's choice. Instead, Frampt simply retreats back into his pit with a brief statement of resignation, declaring that there can be only one chosen undead, and that he will continue his search for the proper candidate. The calmness of this response seems deeply strange when examined closely. Frampt has been positioning himself as the servant of Gwyn's legacy, as the one who seeks to ensure that the first flame continues burning and the age of fire persists. If the player rejects this mission and chooses instead to let the fire fade and begin an age of dark, this should represent a catastrophic failure of everything Frampt claims to stand for. Yet he accepts this outcome with what seems like mere mild disappointment, as if the player's choice was not actually as significant as the framing suggested. Even more peculiar is what happens at the moment when the player actually completes the dark ending. After defeating Gwyn and choosing to walk away from the first flame rather than linking it, allowing the fire to fade and darkness to spread, Kathy appears to celebrate this outcome and formally recognize the player's achievement. But the words he uses in this moment reveal something unexpected. He says, "Let them grant death," addressing not just himself but multiple entities, and then continues with, "To Gwyn, to the one who gave life to the flame," before concluding with, "Let Kathy serve the High Lord." The phrasing is remarkable in several respects, but perhaps most notably in the final line, where Cather refers to himself in third person. He does not say, "Let me serve," which would be the natural way to phrase such a statement if he were speaking only about his own intentions. Instead, he says, "Let Kathy serve," as if he is speaking on behalf of multiple entities, or as if Kathy is a role or identity rather than an individual. This unusual construction opens the door to the interpretation that the serpent speaking in this moment might not actually be Cather himself, but rather is Frampt using Kathy's name and identity. The theory suggests that when the player sides with Kathy and pursues the dark ending, Frampt does not actually remain separated and disappointed in his pit at Firelink Shrine. Instead, he travels to the abyss or positions himself to be present at the critical moment when the player makes their final choice. The serpent that appears to celebrate the player's refusal to link the fire and formally recognizes them as Dark Lord might be Frampt pretending to be Kathy, maintaining the deception to its very conclusion. This interpretation explains Frampt's strangely calm acceptance of the player's betrayal. He accepts it easily because he knows it is not actually a betrayal at all, merely the player choosing a different path to the same destination. It explains the third-person phrasing in Kathy's speech, because the speaker is not actually Kather but an impersonator. It reframes the entire structure of choice in the game as illusory, revealing that both paths serve the same ultimate purpose, even though they appear to lead to opposite outcomes. But what could that ultimate purpose be, if both linking the fire and letting it fade serve the same agenda? The theory proposes that the true goal of the serpent or serpents is not the continuation of the Age of Fire, as Frampt claims, nor is it the beginning of the Age of Dark, as Carthy advocates. Instead, their goal is the perpetuation of the cycle itself, ensuring that the world continues to oscillate between fire and dark, light and shadow, in an endless repetition that serves purposes beyond mortal comprehension. Under this interpretation, Frampt's encouragement to link the fire is not meant to succeed indefinitely, but rather is meant to buy time, to keep the cycle going long enough for a proper Dark Lord to emerge. The linking of the fire by undead warriors who are not truly ready for the role of Dark Lord extends the Age of Fire through another iteration, but each linking makes the flame weaker, requires greater sacrifice, brings the world closer to the point where the transition to dark becomes inevitable. Frampt is playing a long game, testing candidates and allowing them to link the fire until one appears who is curious enough, determined enough, and powerful enough to seek out Cathy and learn the alternative truth. When such a candidate finally emerges, when an undead proves capable of finding the abyss and surviving the encounter with the Four Kings, when they demonstrate the curiosity to question the path they have been directed toward, then and only then are they offered the chance to pursue the dark ending. This candidate has proven themselves worthy not by their power alone, but by their willingness to look beyond the obvious guidance, to seek truth in forbidden places, to question the narrative they have been fed. Yet even this dark ending, this apparent triumph of humanity and beginning of a new age, is not truly the end of the cycle, but merely its continuation through a different phase. An age of dark must eventually give way to a new age of fire, just as each age of fire must eventually fade into darkness. The serpent or serpents ensure this cycle continues, regardless of which immediate outcome any particular chosen undead achieves. Both endings serve the greater pattern. Both are necessary parts of a grand design that transcends the binary of light and dark. This interpretation finds additional support in evidence from Dark Souls 3, where the player can discover numerous statues depicting what is almost certainly Frampt, positioned throughout various locations. These statues seem to celebrate the serpent, suggesting that he maintained or achieved a position of honor and importance long after the events of the first game. Yet the statues appear in a world that has seen the fire linked countless times, where the Age of Fire has continued through so many iterations that reality itself has begun to break down from the strain. If Frampt's true goal was the perpetuation of the Age of Fire, then these statues make sense as monuments to his success. But they make equal sense, perhaps even more sense, under the interpretation that his true goal was the perpetuation of the cycle itself. The world of Dark Souls 3 is one where the cycle has continued exactly as Frampt desired, where chosen undead have linked the fire again and again, each linking making the flame weaker and the world more desperate, building inexorably toward a crisis point where fundamental change becomes unavoidable. An alternative interpretation of the two serpents, explored by content creators like VatiVidya in their analysis of Dark Souls 3's painted world of Ariandel, suggests that Frampt and Cathy might indeed be separate entities, rather than a single being using two identities, but that they work toward a shared goal, even if they employ different methods. This reading preserves the distinct personalities and approaches of the two serpents, while still understanding their apparent opposition as strategic rather than genuine. Under this interpretation, Frampt and Cathy represent different philosophical approaches to the same fundamental problem: how to manage the cycle of fire and dark, how to ensure that the world continues through its transitions, rather than becoming locked in stagnation or collapsing entirely. Frampt plays the conservative role, encouraging the linking of the fire and the preservation of the status quo, because some chosen undead are only capable of understanding and accepting this traditional path. Kaith plays the revolutionary, offering dark alternatives and promising freedom from the tyranny of the gods, because other chosen undead respond better to narratives of liberation and change. Both serpents are necessary because different individuals require different motivations, different framings of their purpose, different visions of what they are fighting for. Some undead will link the fire because they are told it is their duty and destiny. Others will refuse to link the fire because they are told that refusal represents freedom and the assertion of humanity's rightful inheritance. Both groups serve the cycle's continuation. Both fulfill necessary roles in the great pattern, and both are manipulated by serpents who understand that the appearance of choice is often more effective than compulsion. The theory that the two serpents are not actually in opposition, whether because they are the same entity or because they are separate entities working toward a shared goal, fundamentally changes how we understand the player's journey and the meaning of the choices we make. It suggests that we are not actually choosing between two opposing philosophies or determining the fate of the world, but rather are simply selecting which path to take toward an outcome that has already been determined by forces beyond our comprehension or control. This interpretation resonates with larger themes that run throughout Dark Souls. Themes of cycles and repetition, of choices that matter in the moment, but ultimately lead to the same places, of individual agency constrained by vast patterns that operate on scales beyond mortal understanding. The serpents, whether one or two, become symbols of the forces that guide history without being fully visible within it. The manipulators who work through proxies and deception to ensure that the great wheel continues turning regardless of how any individual spoke might turn. From these philosophical serpents and their manipulation of choice and destiny, our exploration descends into stranger territory toward a mystery that exists at the intersection of game mechanics and lore, where the technical construction of Dark Souls reveals something about how its world functions that few players would ever discover through normal play. This mystery concerns a system that was implemented during the game's development, but hidden so thoroughly that it remains effectively invisible unless you specifically go looking for it with tools and techniques that go far beyond conventional gameplay. Many video games, particularly those in genres related to role-playing or simulation, employ a mechanic known as item burden, where the weight of objects carried by the player character is tracked and limited to simulate the realistic constraints of human endurance and carrying capacity. The Elder Scrolls series uses such a system, as did Demon's Souls, the spiritual predecessor to Dark Souls. In these games, every item has an assigned weight value, and the character can only carry a certain total amount before becoming over-encumbered, at which point movement becomes severely restricted or impossible until enough weight is dropped or stored elsewhere. When FromSoftware developed Dark Souls, they made the decision to move away from this system, at least in its visible form. The game does not display any total weight value for the items in your inventory, does not warn you when you are approaching a carrying capacity limit, and does not prevent you from picking up new items regardless of how many weapons, armor pieces, consumables, and miscellaneous objects you have already collected. For all practical purposes, the player has unlimited carrying capacity, able to accumulate hundreds of items without any penalty or restriction. Yet the truth, discovered through examination of the game's code and internal systems, is that the weight limit was not actually removed, but rather was simply set to a number so absurdly high that reaching it through normal play is effectively impossible. Every item in Dark Souls has a hidden weight value assigned to it in the game's data, and these weights are tracked and tallied just as they would be in a game with a visible encumbrance system. The total weight limit, the point at which the game would consider you over-encumbered and begin applying penalties, is set at 10,000 units. To put this number in perspective, a typical playthrough of Dark Souls might see a player collect a few dozen weapons, several armor sets, various consumables and upgrade materials, and assorted quest items and miscellaneous objects. The combined weight of all these items, even if you made a point of collecting everything you could find, would likely not exceed 1,000 or 2,000 units. You would need to make a deliberate and sustained effort to collect heavy items specifically for the purpose of reaching the weight limit, and even then it would require hours of grinding and purchasing to accumulate enough mass. The discovery of this hidden system came about through the exploration of glitches and exploits, as is so often the case with the deepest mechanical mysteries in games. A glitch known as quantity storage allowed players to manipulate the game into giving them thousands of copies of certain items, far more than any legitimate gameplay could provide. When players used this exploit to accumulate truly massive quantities of items, they discovered something unexpected. At a certain point, trying to pick up additional items would cause those items to be automatically dropped, and the number of items dropped would be calculated based on how far over the weight limit they had gone. This phenomenon revealed not only that the weight limit existed, but also allowed players to reverse engineer how it functioned. The game was dividing the amount of overburden weight by the individual item's weight to determine how many copies should be dropped, creating a duplication method that could be used to generate multiple copies of rare or valuable items. The exploit transformed the hidden weight system from a vestigial mechanical curiosity into a practical tool for breaking the game's intended limitations on item acquisition. The question of whether this hidden weight limit still exists in the remastered version of Dark Souls remains somewhat uncertain, as the quantity storage glitch that allowed easy testing of the system was removed during the remastering process. The developers clearly knew about the exploit and chose to patch it out, but whether they also removed the underlying weight system or simply left it in place as a harmless remnant of the original design is unclear. The limit could theoretically still be reached through legitimate means, but the effort required would be so monumental that few, if any, players would ever accidentally encounter it. To reach a weight of 10,000 through normal item collection, purchasing items from merchants offers the most straightforward, if tedious, approach. Among the heaviest items that can be bought in unlimited quantities, the giant shield sold by the giant blacksmith stands out as a strong candidate. This massive shield has a weight value of 18 units, making it one of the heaviest pieces of equipment in the game. To reach a total weight exceeding 10,000, you would need to purchase 556 giant shields, assuming you had no other items in your inventory at all. Each giant shield costs 10,000 souls, meaning that acquiring the necessary 556 shields would require spending 5,560,000 souls. This is an astronomical sum, requiring either hundreds of hours of enemy farming or extensive use of soul duplication glitches to achieve. The absurdity of the requirement demonstrates exactly why the developers felt comfortable leaving the weight system in place while effectively making it irrelevant. No player would ever accidentally stumble into these numbers, and anyone deliberately pursuing them would be doing so as an experiment rather than as part of any reasonable approach to playing the game. The hidden weight system stands as a reminder of how game development often preserves elements that are no longer strictly necessary, how systems can remain embedded in code long after their visible implementation has been removed or modified. It also demonstrates the thoroughness with which dedicated players will explore every aspect of a game's construction, finding even the most carefully hidden mechanics and turning them from secrets into common knowledge within the community. From hidden systems that track what we carry, our descent brings us to an observation about identity and gender that many players miss entirely, despite it being, once noticed, quite clearly indicated by character dialogue. In the diseased and flooded passages of the depths, among the darkness and the toxic water, and the countless lesser enemies that prowl the corridors, there exist enemies known as butchers who work at crude tables, their massive forms bent over what appear to be preparations of meat in ways that suggest either cooking or some more sinister purpose. These butchers are grotesque figures, their bodies misshapen and their hygiene non-existent, their presence contributing to the overall atmosphere of decay and wrongness that characterizes the depths. Most players encounter them, fight them, and move on without giving much thought to their nature or identity, beyond recognizing them as dangerous enemies that need to be dispatched. Yet, a careful observer might notice details that suggest these creatures are not simply mindless monsters, but rather are individuals with their own society and purposes, however dark those purposes might be. Near the butcher's work area, the player can discover a character named Laurentius trapped inside a barrel, imprisoned by forces he cannot escape on his own, and awaiting a fate that he desperately wishes to avoid. Once freed from his confinement, Laurentius expresses profound gratitude for his rescue and explains exactly what would have happened had the player not intervened. His words are specific and revealing. He states that without rescue, he would have been supper, that she'll have me for lunch. The use of the feminine pronoun in this statement is the crucial detail that many players hear without fully processing. Laurentius is not saying they'll have me or it'll have me, which would be the natural phrasing if he were referring to the butchers as a group or as genderless monsters. Instead, he specifically says, she'll have me, indicating that he perceives his captor or intended consumer as female. This single word choice reveals something about the butchers that is never explicitly stated anywhere else in the game's text or obvious from their appearance. The butchers are female. Some might argue that Laurentius could be referring not to the butchers themselves but to the giant rats that lurk in the depths, suggesting that he believes the butchers are preparing food for the rats rather than for their own consumption. This interpretation has some support in the environmental details. Behind the butcher's primary work area, there is a chute or chute that leads down into the lower areas where the giant rats make their lairs. The butchers could theoretically be using this chute to deliver prepared meat to the rats below, making Laurentius's fear about being someone's lunch a reference to becoming rat food rather than being consumed by the butchers themselves. However, this alternative interpretation requires us to assume that Laurentius knows about the rats, can somehow determine their gender, and is more concerned about being eaten by rats than by the massive butchers who have actually captured him. It seems more straightforward to take his statement at face value. He is referring to the butchers as female because the butchers are female, and he fears being eaten by them directly rather than being fed to their rats. This interpretation finds support from an unexpected source: statements made by Hidetaka Miyazaki in interviews where he discussed various aspects of the game's design and lore. When asked about certain enemies and their characteristics, Miyazaki specifically mentioned that the enemy cooks, a designation that can reasonably be understood to refer to the butchers given their activity and location, are female. He used phrasing that translated roughly to saying the ladies who cook, making their gender as explicit as it could be without being directly stated in the game itself. The revelation that the butchers are female raises interesting questions about why this information is not more obviously presented. Their bodies are so distorted and covered by filthy clothing that determining biological sex from their appearance is essentially impossible. Their voices, if they make any sounds at all, do not clearly indicate gender. Only through careful attention to Laurentius's dialogue and supplementary statements from the director does this detail become apparent. One might speculate about what purpose this hidden detail serves in the larger context of the depths and its inhabitants. Perhaps it speaks to how the corruption and decay that permeates the area affects all who dwell there regardless of gender, transforming both men and women into monstrous forms that obscure their original nature. Perhaps it is simply another example of Dark Souls' tendency to hide significant details in subtle ways, rewarding players who pay attention to every word of dialogue and every piece of environmental storytelling. The butchers and their revealed gender lead us to another mystery of the depths, one that concerns not the identity of enemies but rather the mechanics of the environment itself, and whether certain elements respond to player presence in ways that suggest awareness or intention. Sen's Fortress, that treacherous gauntlet of traps and hazards that must be traversed to reach Anor Londo, features numerous mechanisms designed to kill or hinder the player, but perhaps none are more memorable or more frustrating than the giant boulders that roll through certain corridors with deadly momentum. These boulders follow predictable paths once released, rolling down ramps and through hallways in patterns that the player can learn and eventually navigate safely once they understand the timing. At the top of the fortress, there are levers that control which direction certain boulders will roll when they are released, allowing the player to redirect the hazards away from paths they need to traverse. The system seems mechanical and impersonal, simply a series of traps set up long ago that continue to function according to their design. Yet some players have reported experiencing something that seems to contradict this understanding of the boulders as purely mechanical hazards following predetermined paths. They claim that the boulders sometimes appear to change direction mid-roll, redirecting themselves toward the player's current location as if they possessed some form of awareness or targeting capability. Videos exist that seem to show boulders altering their trajectory in ways that the lever positions should not allow, suggesting that something more complex than simple mechanical rolling might be occurring. The most straightforward explanation for these observations is that there are invisible triggers throughout Sen's Fortress that redirect boulders based on the player's position, creating the illusion of intelligent targeting while actually just implementing a sophisticated system of conditional pathing. The levers at the top would control the initial release direction, but additional hidden mechanisms would then adjust the boulder's course based on where the player is standing when certain checkpoints are passed. This interpretation fits with what we know about how Dark Souls implements other seemingly intelligent behaviors in its enemies and environment. What appears to be adaptation or awareness is usually revealed upon closer inspection to be a clever system of triggers and conditionals, creating emergent behavior from relatively simple rules. The boulders would be simply following their programming, responding to player position in predetermined ways that create the appearance of active pursuit without requiring actual artificial intelligence. The mystery of the self-directing boulders, whether ultimately explained by invisible triggers or by some other technical implementation, contributes to the larger sense that Sen's Fortress is a location possessed of malevolent intelligence, a place that seems to actively hate intruders and work to destroy them. Whether this hatred is literally programmed into the fortress's mechanisms or is simply the result of extraordinarily effective trap design becomes almost beside the point. The experience of traversing Sen's is one of feeling targeted and pursued, of sensing that the environment itself is your enemy. The boulders, whether they actually redirect or simply seem to do so because of clever design, perfectly embody this feeling of being hunted by the architecture itself. From the targeting boulders of Sen's Fortress, our exploration brings us to a piece of environmental storytelling that many players observe but few fully understand the significance of. until they gain access to tools that let them look beyond the normal boundaries of the game. World. When standing in the graveyard near Firelink Shrine and looking out over the cliff edge toward the distance, careful observers will notice that there appears to be a town visible far below, a collection of structures that suggests a settled area of some significant size. The appearance of this distant town naturally raises questions about its identity and whether it connects to any location that the player can actually visit during their journey through Lordran. The architectural style and the general location, when considered in relation to the overall geography of the game world, suggest that this might be an exterior view of Blighttown, that ramshackle settlement built in layers down through a chasm. The placement would be approximately correct for Blighttown's location relative to Firelink Shrine, and the scale seems roughly appropriate for that particular area. The question then becomes whether this distant view is simply a painted backdrop, a two-dimensional texture meant to suggest distant civilization without actually representing any playable space, or whether it is an actual three-dimensional construction of buildings that the player might theoretically reach if they could bypass the normal boundaries and barriers that keep them on the intended paths. Additionally, players have noticed what appear to be dirt patches on some of the walls in Blighttown's lower sections, imperfections in the texture that could be interpreted as covering over passageways that once existed or were planned, but never fully implemented. A content creator known as Crest managed to investigate these questions using developer mode tools that allow free camera movement and the ability to bypass the normal collision detection that keeps players confined to walkable surfaces. By flying the camera beyond the normal playable boundaries and examining the distant town from closer proximity, Crest was able to determine that the visible structures are indeed three-dimensional geometry rather than flat textures, but that they are not fully realized buildings with interiors and details. The distant town visible from Firelink exists in what developers call a low-detail state, with simplified geometry and textures that are designed to look acceptable from a great distance, but which reveal their incomplete nature when viewed up close. This is a common technique in game development, creating simplified versions of distant objects to maintain performance while still giving the world a sense of scale and density. The player was never intended to reach this area, so investing resources in making it fully detailed and explorable would have been wasteful from a development standpoint. The dirt patches in Blighttown's walls, similarly, do not appear to lead to any actual passages or hidden areas when examined through developer tools. They are likely just variations in the texture meant to add visual interest and suggest age and wear, rather than indications of sealed passages that once connected Blighttown to the town visible from Firelink. The two areas, while possibly related in terms of what they represent in the game's geography, are not actually connected by any traversable path, and no amount of searching or glitching will allow the player to walk from one to the other. These discoveries about the distant town and the dirt patches serve as reminders of the difference between what a game world appears to contain and what it actually contains, between the illusion of vast interconnected spaces and the reality of carefully constructed play areas surrounded by simplified geometry and invisible barriers. Dark Souls is masterful at creating the impression of a complete and coherent world where every visible location could theoretically be reached. But like all games, it relies heavily on smoke and mirrors, on strategic placement of detail, where it will be observed, and simplification, where it will be distant or glimpsed only briefly. Our journey through the body of the iceberg brings us to one final mystery before we prepare for descent into even deeper waters. A question about the fate of one of the game's most beloved NPC characters and the circumstances surrounding his death. Iron Tarkus stands as one of the most memorable non-player characters in Dark Souls, despite never speaking a single word, and despite being encountered only as a summon sign that allows his phantom to fight alongside the player during one specific boss encounter. Tarkus can be summoned to assist in the battle against the Iron Golem, the massive guardian that must be defeated to gain access to unraveled. His contribution to this fight is legendary within the community, as his powerful attacks and aggressive tactics often result in him essentially soloing the boss while the player watches in awe. Many players have stories of summoning Tarkus and then barely participating in the fight, simply observing as this armored warrior demolishes one of the game's more intimidating bosses through sheer relentless assault. The character's reputation is built not just on his combat prowess during the Iron Golem fight, but also on the implication that he successfully traversed Sen's fortress to reach that point. Sen's is widely regarded as one of the most frustrating and challenging areas in the game, a gauntlet of traps and hazards that requires both skill and patience to overcome. The fact that Tarkus made it through this nightmare landscape to position himself for the Iron Golem fight speaks to his capabilities as a warrior and his determination to reach unraveled. Yet despite his evident skill and power, Tarkus meets an ignoble end that players discover when exploring the painted world of Ariamis. In the chapel area of that strange pocket dimension, near the massive painting of a woman that serves as the arena for one of the location's bosses, players can find Tarkus's distinctive armor and his body lying in a corner. The placement of the corpse, combined with the presence of narrow beams high above the chapel floor, has led many players to assume that Tarkus died from a fall, that the warrior who conquered Sen's fortress and helped defeat the Iron Golem ultimately lost his balance on a high beam and plummeted to his death. This interpretation has a certain tragic irony to it. The mighty Iron Tarkus, who seemed invincible during the boss fight where he could be summoned, brought down not by a powerful enemy, but by simple gravity and loss of footing. Yet when examined more carefully, this explanation raises significant questions that make it seem less satisfying as an account of what actually happened. First and most obviously, why would a warrior who successfully navigated every trap and hazard in Sen's fortress, a location that features numerous narrow beams and precarious walkways over deadly drops, suddenly become clumsy in the painted world? Sen's fortress essentially serves as extended training in precisely the kind of careful movement required to cross narrow beams safely. The same beam width appears in both locations, and if anything, the beams in the chapel are less threatening because they are shorter and have less severe consequences for falling. Second, we must consider the weight of Tarkus's equipment. His armor is among the heaviest in the game, and combined with his large weapons, he carries a tremendous amount of weight. Some have suggested that this excessive weight might have caused him to lose his balance or made him unable to recover when he began to fall. Yet this explanation seems inconsistent with how the game's mechanics actually work. Heavy equipment makes you slower and reduces your mobility, but it does not make you more likely to simply fall off ledges while standing still or walking carefully. If weight were an issue for Tarkus on the chapel beams, it should have been an even greater issue on the identical beams at the end of Sen's fortress. An alternative theory suggests that Tarkus was killed not by a fall, but by the enemies that inhabit the chapel, the painting guardians, agile fighters who wield daggers and move with deadly grace through the area. According to this interpretation, Tarkus was overwhelmed by multiple painting guardians attacking simultaneously, and his body was dragged or fell to its final resting place after he was defeated. This would explain his presence in the corner rather than directly beneath the beams, as a body falling from a height should land more or less directly below the point where it fell. Yet this explanation also has difficulties. Tarkus's armor provides excellent physical defense, and the painting guardians, while dangerous in groups, rely primarily on rapid physical attacks that heavy armor should be effective at mitigating. For a warrior of Tarkus's evident capabilities to be killed by painting guardians seems almost as unlikely as him dying from a simple fall. If he could defeat or significantly damage the Iron Golem, creatures as relatively weak as painting guardians should not pose a serious threat to him. A third theory, and perhaps the most entertaining one, even if not the most likely, proposes that Tarkus did not fall from the beams at all, but rather was hurled into the chapel by the Iron Golem itself during their battle. According to this interpretation, the Iron Golem managed to pick up Tarkus and throw him with tremendous force through the now broken window of the chapel, the impact of landing killing the warrior instantly. This would explain why his body is found in the painted world, despite the fact that accessing the painting normally requires going through Anor Londo, which Tarkus should have had no reason to leave if he had successfully reached that location. The broken window of the chapel provides some circumstantial support for this theory, suggesting that something large and heavy came through that opening with great force at some point in the past. The violence of such an impact would certainly be sufficient to kill even a heavily armored warrior, and it would explain why Tarkus never made it to Anor Londo proper despite apparently defeating or bypassing the Iron Golem. Yet for all its creative appeal, this theory requires us to accept some very specific assumptions about the geometry and physics of the game world, about the strength of the Iron Golem and the distance it could throw a fully armored warrior, and about the precise alignment of Sen's fortress and the painted world in three-dimensional space. It is the sort of theory that is fun to contemplate but difficult to defend as the most likely actual explanation for what happened. Perhaps the most honest assessment is that Tarkus's death is deliberately ambiguous, another mystery that Dark Souls presents, without providing sufficient evidence to reach a definitive conclusion. We find his body in a location that raises questions no matter how we try to explain his presence there. He might have fallen from the beams despite his proven ability to navigate similar obstacles. He might have been overwhelmed by enemies that should not have posed a serious threat to someone of his capabilities. He might have been thrown through a window by a giant he probably defeated, or something else entirely might have occurred. Some explanation that we have not considered, because the evidence for it simply does not exist within the game's world. What we can say with certainty is that Iron Tarkus, despite his legendary strength and his successful navigation of one of Dark Souls' most notorious challenges, met his end somewhere in the painted world, and the circumstances surrounding that end remain deliberately unclear. His fate becomes another piece of environmental storytelling that invites speculation while resisting definitive interpretation, another way in which the game respects the player's intelligence and imagination enough to leave some mysteries unsolved. As we reach the bottom of the body layer of our iceberg, we find ourselves prepared for deeper descent, ready to leave behind mysteries that can at least be discussed with reference to concrete evidence, moving instead toward the realm where speculation becomes more elaborate and the connections between evidence and conclusion grow more tenuous. We have examined hidden systems and revealed genders, considered the true nature of serpentine manipulators, and puzzled over the deaths of legendary warriors. The body of the iceberg has shown us that substantial mysteries reward investigation while simultaneously teaching us that investigation does not always lead to certainty, that sometimes the most interesting questions are those that remain forever open to interpretation and debate. We descend now to the bottom layer of our iceberg, crossing a threshold where the light from above can no longer reach and where the mysteries we encounter exist in a state of profound obscurity. This is the realm where evidence becomes scarce and interpretation becomes essential, where theories are built upon fragments and suggestions rather than clear statements, where the line between intended design and community speculation becomes increasingly difficult to discern. Here we find ourselves examining connections that require significant leaps of logic to accept, yet which possess an internal coherence that makes them compelling despite their speculative nature. The bottom of our iceberg represents theories that cannot be easily verified through normal gameplay or even through careful examination of item descriptions and dialogue. These are ideas that emerge from combining disparate pieces of information scattered across the game world, from noticing patterns in environmental design, from extrapolating backwards from effects to hypothetical causes. They are the theories that dedicated lore enthusiasts debate endlessly without ever reaching consensus, ideas that feel simultaneously too elaborate to be accidental and too speculative to be confidently asserted as truth. Our exploration of this deep layer begins with a revelation about content that was planned for the game but never fully implemented, information that comes not from playing Dark Souls itself, but from examining what the developers said about their creative process and what remnants of abandoned ideas remain hidden in the game's code and assets. This mystery concerns a character who plays a humble but beloved role in the finished game, yet was originally intended to have significance far beyond anything that role would suggest. Andre of Astora, the blacksmith who operates out of a small workshop in the basement of the church in the undead parish, appears at first glance to be exactly what he presents himself as: a skilled craftsman who has remained at his post despite the undead curse and the collapse of civilization, still practicing his trade and offering his services to any who have the souls to pay for them. He speaks with a straightforward practicality that suggests a person comfortable with his place in the world, neither seeking glory nor bemoaning his circumstances, simply doing the work he knows how to do because that work needs doing. His location is convenient, positioned along the natural path of progression through the early game, in a spot that players will almost certainly discover without needing to search extensively. His services are essential, allowing weapon reinforcement and repair that becomes increasingly critical as the player ventures into more dangerous areas with more powerful enemies. His dialogue is brief and functional, providing exactly the information needed about his services without engaging in extensive philosophical discussion or revealing much about his personal history or the larger context of the world. Yet, according to statements made by the development team in interviews and discussions about the game's creation, Andre was originally meant to be far more than a simple blacksmith offering convenient services. In the early plans for Dark Souls, before content was cut and restructures were made to meet deadlines and resource constraints, Andre was designed to be the son of Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight himself, making the humble blacksmith a divine being, a god working at an anvil in a church basement. His true nature completely hidden behind the facade of mortal craftsmanship. This revelation about Andre's original identity connects to another piece of cut content that has left traces visible even in the finished game: the mechanism by which the player was meant to access the final area of their journey, to reach the kiln of the first flame, where Lord Gwyn waits in his diminished state for the arrival of the one who will either link the fire or let it fade. The player must place the Lord vessel on an altar in Firelink Shrine. In the game as released, this placement happens automatically through a cutscene triggered after obtaining the Lord vessel from Guinevere or Kathy, with no player interaction required beyond being in the correct location. However, the original design apparently involved a more elaborate sequence where Andre himself would play a crucial role in opening the path to the kiln. The plan was for Andre to move a statue that currently sits near the bonfire in Firelink Shrine, a statue that depicts what many theorists believe to be Gwyn's mother, or possibly Gwyn himself in feminine form. This statue would have blocked the entrance to the kiln, and only through Andre's intervention, only through the sun moving aside the representation of his parent or ancestor, would the player gain access to the final confrontation. Evidence for this cut content exists in multiple forms within the game's data and assets. The statue itself, when examined closely, has details that suggest it was designed to be movable rather than a permanent fixture. There are subtle visual cues in its base and positioning that imply mechanisms for rotation or translation, design elements that would be unnecessary if the statue was always meant to be static. These details serve no purpose in the finished game but make sense as remnants of the original plan where the statue would need to physically move aside. Even more compelling is the existence of an unused cutscene hidden within the game's files, animation data, and camera work for a sequence that never plays during normal gameplay. This cutscene depicts the statue being moved, showing exactly the kind of dramatic reveal that would accompany a significant story moment, like gaining access to the game's final area. The cutscene's presence in the data confirms that this sequence was not merely discussed, but was actually implemented to some degree before being removed or replaced during the development process. The removal of Andre's role as Gwyn's son and his function in opening the path to the kiln represents one of the most significant narrative changes made during Dark Souls development. Having a god serve as a humble blacksmith, concealing his divine nature while offering practical assistance to the undead who passed through his workshop, would have added layers of meaning to every interaction with him. It would have raised questions about why he chose this role, what his relationship with his father Gwyn was like, whether his presence in the undead parish was a self-imposed exile or a strategic positioning to observe and potentially assist those who might challenge the Age of Fire. His name, Andre, takes on additional significance when considered in light of his original divine parentage. The name has associations with strength and warrior-like qualities in various cultural contexts, befitting someone of godly lineage. Yet it is also a common name, unremarkable in a way that would allow someone divine to hide in plain sight among mortals. The choice of such a name for a god playing at being a simple craftsman feels deliberate, a perfect balance between the extraordinary reality and the ordinary facade. The removal of this storyline from the final game leaves Andre as a character whose importance is purely mechanical rather than narrative, a source of essential services rather than a figure of cosmic significance. Yet knowing what he was meant to be colors every interaction with him, adding unspoken depth to his simple statements about his craft and his persistence at his post. When he speaks of his work with quiet dedication, we might hear echoes of divine purpose hiding behind mortal concerns. When he remains at his anvil while the world crumbles around him, we might see not simple stubbornness, but rather the determination of one who knows secrets about the nature of reality and his role within it. The statue that he was meant to move remains in Firelink Shrine, eternal and immobile, its potential symbolism locked away along with the narrative that would have given it meaning. If the statue does represent Gwyn's mother, then Andre moving it aside to allow access to his father's location would have carried powerful implications about generational succession, about children eventually surpassing or replacing parents, about the old literally being moved aside to make room for what comes next. If instead the statue represents Gwyn himself in some symbolic form, then a son moving his father's image to open a path would speak to different but equally profound themes about filial duty and the weight of legacy. What we are left with in the finished game is a blacksmith who is simply a blacksmith, a helpful NPC who serves a function without claiming any greater significance. Yet the knowledge of what might have been, what was planned and partially implemented before being removed, transforms him into something more interesting than either version alone could be. He becomes a palimpsest, a surface that has been written on, partially erased, and written on again, with traces of the original text still faintly visible beneath the new layer for those who know to look for them. From this revelation about hidden divinity in humble form, our journey through the bottom layer carries us to another mystery involving sounds that exist in the game world, but whose sources and meanings remain ambiguous. We have already discussed the whispers that can be heard in the Duke's archives, those faint cries that seem to emanate from the imprisoned maidens who serve as subjects for Seath's experiments. But the archives are not the only location in Dark Souls where patient listening reveals audio that seems to come from nowhere obvious, sounds that suggest presence and activity in spaces that appear empty. The city of Anor Londo, that magnificent testament to divine architecture and power, stands as one of the most visually striking locations in the entire game. Its soaring buttresses and grand halls create spaces of almost incomprehensible scale, architecture that seems designed more to inspire awe than to serve any practical purpose. The cathedral where Ornstein and Smaug stand guard rises to heights that make the player feel insignificant, while the exterior walkways offer views across the city that emphasize its vast emptiness, its state as a place built for thousands, but now home to almost no one. This emptiness is one of Anor Londo's most defining characteristics. The Silver Knights that patrol certain areas are hollow and hostile, attacking on sight rather than serving any coherent defensive purpose. The Painting Guardians exist only to protect the entrance to the painted world, showing no interest in the city beyond their narrow duty. Other than these enemies and a few specific NPCs, Anor Londo is deserted, a monument to former glory that now stands as little more than an elaborate tomb for dead ambitions. Yet players who spend time in certain areas of Anor Londo, particularly if they remain still and quiet rather than rushing through toward the next objective, have reported hearing something that seems profoundly out of place in this empty city. Sounds of footsteps echo through the halls, the distinctive click and shuffle of someone walking on stone floors. Doors creak open and closed, the audio suggesting movement between rooms and through passages. These are not the sounds of wind or settling architecture, but rather unmistakable indicators of human presence and activity, of people going about their business in spaces that appear to contain no one. The phenomenon is not universal or constant, making it difficult to study systematically or to demonstrate conclusively. Some players claim to have heard these sounds repeatedly during their time in Anor Londo, while others have never noticed them at all, despite spending hours in the area. This inconsistency has led some to dismiss the reports as imagination or as players misinterpreting other audio elements, attributing normal ambient sounds to sources more specific than what was intended. However, investigation into the game's audio files by dedicated researchers like Demon's Lantern, who have made it their mission to extract and examine every sound effect and music track embedded in Dark Souls data, reveals that the footsteps and door sounds are indeed present as distinct audio elements within the game's ambient soundscape for certain areas. These are not glitches or errors, but rather are deliberately included sounds that play as part of the location's audio design, mixed in with other ambient effects to create the overall acoustic environment of the space. The presence of these sounds as intentional design elements rather than accidents raises the question of what they are meant to represent and why the developers chose to include them in a location that is otherwise characterized by emptiness and silence. One interpretation, popular among those who enjoy the more supernatural or metaphysical aspects of Dark Souls lore, is that these sounds represent echoes from the past, audio impressions left behind by the countless people who once lived and worked in Anor Londo when it was a thriving city rather than a hollow monument. This theory connects to other elements of the game's lore that suggest time in Dark Souls is not strictly linear, that past and present and future can blur together in places where the normal rules of reality have been weakened or broken. Anor Londo, as a place where gods once dwelt and where divine power still lingers, despite the departure of most of the pantheon, might be particularly susceptible to such temporal distortions. The sounds we hear could be literally echoes from centuries ago, the audio imprint of long-dead residents still resonating through halls that remember when they were filled with life. The footsteps and doors would then represent a kind of haunting, not in the sense of malevolent spirits or conscious ghosts, but rather as environmental memory, the city itself preserving and occasionally replaying fragments of its own history. When we stand still and listen carefully, we are hearing not what is currently happening, but what once happened. The accumulated sounds of thousands of days of normal activity now compressed and distilled into brief audio glimpses that leak through whatever barriers normally separate past from present. This interpretation gains additional weight when we consider the similar phenomenon of the Duke's Archives whispers. Those sounds are explicitly connected to suffering and imprisonment, to specific individuals whose torment has left such a profound mark on the location that it continues to be perceptible long after the immediate cause might have ended. If the archives can retain echoes of anguish, perhaps Anor Londo retains echoes of more ordinary existence, the everyday sounds of people walking and opening doors, preserved alongside the extraordinary architecture. An alternative explanation for the phantom footsteps focuses less on temporal distortion and more on the specific nature of what remains in Anor Londo in the present moment. We know that Gwyndolin maintains the illusion of Guinevere, creating a massive projection of his sister to give the appearance that the gods have not entirely abandoned their city. This deception requires tremendous magical effort and speaks to Gwyndolin's dedication to preserving at least the facade of divine presence and authority. But why stop with a single visual illusion? If Gwyndolin is going to the trouble of maintaining the appearance that Anor Londo is still a functioning seat of divine power, it would make sense to support that visual deception with audio elements as well. The footsteps and doors could be part of an elaborate illusion meant to convince visitors that the city is still inhabited, that life continues in the many halls and chambers, even if those specific residents cannot be seen at this particular moment. This interpretation casts the sounds in a more melancholy light, transforming them from simple echoes of the past into active deception in the present. Each footstep would represent Gwyndolin's desperation to maintain appearances, his unwillingness to admit even through the ambient audio design of his domain that everything his family built has crumbled to almost nothing. The emptiness of Anor Londo would become even more profound when we understand that the sounds of life we hear are as false as the giant goddess who greets us in the cathedral, both created by someone who cannot bear to acknowledge the truth of abandonment. Regardless of which interpretation we favor, the presence of these phantom sounds in Anor Londo serves to deepen the location's atmosphere of tragic grandeur. The city is not merely empty but haunted by its own past, filled with reminders of what it once was, whether those reminders take the form of preserved echoes or deliberate illusions. To walk through those magnificent halls, hearing footsteps that have no visible source, is to be constantly aware of absence, of the people who are not there and will never return, of glory faded beyond any hope of restoration. From the phantom sounds of abandoned divinity, our descent brings us to a mystery that connects two locations in ways that require us to think carefully about the three-dimensional geography of Dark Souls' world, and about the connections between areas that seem distant from each other when traversed through normal gameplay. This mystery concerns the origins of one of the game's most memorable boss encounters and suggests a path that enemy took to reach the arena where we face it. The gaping dragon is encountered in the depths below the undead Berg, in a vast chamber that seems to exist primarily to contain this single massive creature. The dragon itself is a grotesque thing, its appearance suggesting that it was once a more standard dragon that has been twisted and corrupted by its own endless hunger into something that barely resembles its original form. Where other dragons might have serpentine grace or reptilian majesty, the gaping dragon is simply a massive mouth with just enough body attached to allow that mouth to move and consume. The creature's item description reinforces this interpretation of its nature, explaining that the dragon was transformed by its own appetites, that its desire to eat eventually became so overwhelming that it warped its physical form to better serve that single purpose. The result is a being that exists primarily as a digestive system, all other organs and structures minimized or eliminated to make room for the expanded maw that defines its existence. It is grotesque in a way that goes beyond simple ugliness, representing the ultimate endpoint of gluttony, of desire divorced from any restraint or higher purpose. When we encounter the gaping dragon in its arena, the creature enters the chamber by climbing up from a pit at one end of the space, its massive form pulling itself over the edge and into the fighting area with surprising agility given its size and distorted anatomy. This entrance raises an obvious question. Where did it come from? What lies at the bottom of that pit? And how does it connect to the rest of the game's geography? The pit itself is deadly to the player, one of many areas in Dark Souls where falling too far results in instant death regardless of how much health you have remaining. The game provides no way to survive the fall, or to explore what lies below the gaping dragon's arena through normal gameplay. Yet the fact that the dragon climbs up from that pit suggests that there must be something down there, some space that the creature inhabits when not fighting intruders, some area that connects to other parts of the game's world. Careful observers exploring Blighttown, that vertical shantytown built in layers down through a massive chasm, might notice something interesting in the poison swamp that forms the location's lowest accessible level. Near the bonfire in Lower Blighttown, in a pit behind the safe ground where players can rest and recover, there lies a dragon scale. This item, valuable for upgrading certain types of weapons and generally associated with dragons and their lairs, sits alone in the muck without any obvious explanation for its presence. The placement of a single dragon scale in a pit in the lowest part of Blighttown becomes significant when we start to think about how the geography of different areas relates to each other in three-dimensional space. The depths exist somewhere above Blighttown, with the connection between them being the long drop through the door that leads from the depths' lower sections down into Blighttown's upper reaches. If we extend our thinking about vertical relationships downward, we might start to wonder whether the pit in Lower Blighttown and the pit beneath the Gaping Dragon's arena could be connected. The theory proposes that these two pits are in fact the same location viewed from different vertical positions, or at least that they connect to the same subterranean space. The Gaping Dragon, according to this interpretation, originated in Blighttown or in the areas immediately below it, dwelling in the poison swamps or in tunnels connecting to them. The dragon scale found in the pit behind the bonfire would be a calling card of sorts, a piece of evidence left behind by the creature during its time in that location. At some point in the past, driven by hunger or by some other impulse we can only guess at, the Gaping Dragon climbed upward through whatever passages connect the depths of Blighttown to the chamber above. The creature scaled vertical distances that would be impossible for most beings, its size and strength allowing it to ascend through spaces that would defeat smaller creatures. Eventually, it reached the chamber in the depths where we encounter it, claiming that space as its new territory and remaining there to consume whatever might venture into its domain. Support for this theory comes from examining the three-dimensional map data of Dark Souls using specialized viewing tools that allow the entire game world to be seen simultaneously rather than being restricted to the areas immediately around the player's current position. A content creator, known for their technical analysis of Dark Souls level design, examined this map data specifically to determine whether the pit in Blighttown and the pit beneath the Gaping Dragon's arena align geographically. The results of this analysis are suggestive, though not absolutely conclusive. The locations do not align perfectly, which would be expected if they were meant to represent two ends of the same vertical shaft. However, they are closer to aligning than simple random placement would predict. Positioned near each other in the vertical stack of areas that make up the game's interconnected world, the lower half of the section containing the Gaping Dragon's arena is positioned at approximately the same vertical level as the upper reaches of Blighttown, while the pit with the dragon scale is somewhat lower, but not so far below as to make a connection impossible. The imperfect alignment can be explained in multiple ways. It might represent intentional ambiguity, with the developers positioning things close enough to suggest a connection without making it explicit. It might be the result of adjustments made during development, where the initial plan was for a more precise alignment, but changes to level layouts for gameplay reasons resulted in the final positions being slightly offset. Or it might indicate that the connection is not meant to be a simple vertical shaft, but rather a more complex path through three-dimensional space, a series of tunnels and chambers that connects the two pits indirectly. Regardless of the precise geometric relationship between these locations, the theory that the Gaping Dragon originated in Blighttown and climbed upward to reach the depths adds a narrative dimension to the creature that enriches our understanding of it. The dragon becomes not just a boss fight waiting in an arena, but an entity with its own history and journey, a creature that has moved through the world in pursuit of its endless hunger. The dragon scale in Blighttown transforms from a random item placement into evidence of the creature's passage, a small clue that rewards players who think carefully about geography and connections. This interpretation also deepens the thematic connections between Blighttown and the depths, two areas that are already linked by their vertical relationship and their shared associations with poison, disease, and decay. If the Gaping Dragon moved between these locations, it serves as a living bridge, connecting them, embodying the corruption that characterizes both areas. The creature's endless hunger becomes a metaphor for the way decay itself spreads and consumes, always seeking lower places, always descending, always driven by an appetite that can never be satisfied. From the depths where dragons climb and descend, our journey carries us to one of the most remote and mysterious locations in all of Dark Souls, a place that exists at the conceptual edge of the game's world, and raises profound questions about how the various lands and realms relate to each other. Ash Lake represents the bottom of reality as Dark Souls presents it, a surreal landscape of grey sand and colossal trees that seems to exist outside the normal flow of time and space. Reaching Ash Lake requires first discovering and navigating the Great Hollow, itself a hidden area, accessible only by attacking a specific illusory wall in Blighttown. The Hollow is a vast tree trunk that has been carved out or naturally eroded over time to create a vertical maze of passages and platforms, descending through multiple levels until finally opening onto the shore of Ash Lake far below the world's surface. The journey through the Great Hollow is treacherous, requiring careful navigation of narrow branches and precise jumping to avoid falling to one's death, but those who persevere are rewarded with one of the most visually striking locations in the entire game. Ash Lake itself is a place of melancholy beauty, a vast expanse of shallow water and grey sand stretching into the distance beneath a sky that seems to exist in permanent twilight. The most striking features of the landscape are the arch trees, massive structures that rise from the lake and disappear into the mists far above. These trees are so enormous that they make the player's character seem microscopic by comparison, and the spacing between them suggests that dozens or hundreds more exist beyond the edges of the playable area. The arch trees are revealed through various pieces of lore and environmental storytelling to be the pillars that support the world, ancient structures that existed before the Age of Fire and which continue to hold up the lands above through some mechanism that is never fully explained. Each tree is theorized to contain or connect to a different region or realm, creating a system where Ash Lake serves as a kind of hub from which all other places in the Dark Souls universe branch upward and outward. One particular arch tree demonstrates this relationship clearly. The Great Hollow itself is one of these colossal structures, and ascending through it carries the player from Ash Lake all the way up to Blighttown, proving that the trees do indeed serve as connections between the deepest foundation of reality and the areas where most of the game's action takes place. If one tree can connect Ash Lake to Blighttown, logic suggests that other trees might connect the lake to other locations, creating a network of vertical passages that could theoretically allow travel between distant areas without traversing the horizontal distances that separate them on the surface. This understanding of the arch trees as portals or passages between different realms becomes relevant when we consider one tree in particular, an arch tree in Ash Lake, that is visibly different from all the others. Where most of the massive structures stand tall and apparently healthy, their bark intact and their forms rising strong and straight toward the sky above, this one tree has fallen. It lies broken across the landscape, its trunk snapped in half, its upper reaches toppled to rest on the grey sand, while its base remains rooted in place. The fallen tree stands out as an anomaly that demands explanation. These structures are described as ancient beyond measure, existing since before recorded time, supporting the weight of entire continents without showing signs of strain. For one to have broken and fallen suggests either an incredible natural disaster or deliberate action of tremendous power. Yet there is no evidence of recent cataclysm in Ash Lake. No signs of battle or upheaval that would explain such destruction. The tree simply lies there, broken, with no clear indication of when or how it met this fate. More curious still is the nature of the break itself. The tree does not appear to have rotted or eroded, which might be expected if it had succumbed to age or disease over countless centuries. Instead, the break appears relatively clean, as if the tree was snapped rather than gradually weakened, until it could no longer support its own weight. The intact base and the fallen upper section both show bark and structure that seems solid and substantial, suggesting that the tree was healthy when whatever broke it occurred. These observations have led to speculation about what the fallen tree might have connected to when it still stood tall and whole. If we accept that each arch tree serves as a passage to a different realm or region, then this broken tree must have once led somewhere, must have been a bridge between Ash Lake and some other location in the broader cosmology of Dark Souls. The fact that it now lies broken suggests that this connection has been severed, that wherever this tree once led is now inaccessible through this route. One theory that has gained significant attention within the community proposes that the broken arch tree once connected to Boletaria, the kingdom that serves as the setting for Demon Souls, the spiritual predecessor to Dark Souls, created by the same development team and sharing many thematic and mechanical similarities. This theory is built on the observation that there are numerous references and connections between the two games, hints that they might exist within the same broader universe, even though they tell separate stories in different locations. The most significant piece of evidence connecting Demon Souls to Dark Souls comes from item descriptions and dialogue in Demon Souls that reference the land of the giants. This phrase appears multiple times, In Demon Souls text, always referring to some distant realm that exists beyond Boletaria, a place where giants are the dominant or at least characteristic inhabitants. Players and lore enthusiasts have long speculated about what this land of giants might be, and one popular interpretation is that it refers to Lordran, the setting of Dark Souls. However, this interpretation runs into immediate problems when we examine how giants are portrayed in Dark Souls. The giants that appear in the game are not the dominant species or the rulers of the land. They are rare and generally serve subordinate roles, like the giant blacksmith in Anor Londo who provides services but holds no political power. The true rulers of Lordran are Gwyn and the other lords who claim souls from the First Flame, figures who are depicted as human-sized rather than gigantic. If Lordran is the land of giants referenced in Demon Souls, it seems strange that giants would be so scarce and politically insignificant there. This inconsistency leads some theorists to question whether the broken arch tree really could have connected to Boletaria, to suggest that if such a connection existed, it must have been severed for reasons other than simple cosmological housekeeping. The theory becomes darker and more intriguing when we consider the possibility that the tree was deliberately broken, that the connection to Boletaria was cut intentionally to isolate that realm from the rest of the Dark Souls universe. The reasons for such a drastic action remain purely speculative. Perhaps whatever calamity befell Boletaria in the events of Demon Souls was so dangerous that it needed to be contained, the realm cut off from all other worlds to prevent contamination from spreading. Perhaps the break happened during the war against the dragons, a casualty of battles so fierce that they could shatter even the fundamental structures that hold reality together. Perhaps the severance was a political decision, an agreement between different realms to limit contact for reasons that are never explained. The most pragmatic explanation for the broken tree and any connection to Demon Souls involves not the lore of either game but rather the business realities of video game publishing. Demon Souls was originally released as a PlayStation exclusive, published by Sony and available only on their hardware. Dark Souls, by contrast, was published by Bandai Namco and released on multiple platforms. The legal and commercial arrangements that governed the two games were completely different, which would have made explicit crossover content problematic, if not impossible. If FromSoftware had originally planned for Dark Souls to more directly connect to or reference Demon Souls, they might have been forced to remove or obscure those connections before release due to publishing restrictions. The broken arch tree could represent this meta-textual severance, a way of acknowledging within the game's world that a connection was planned, but ultimately could not be fully implemented. The tree lies broken because the legal and commercial bridge between the two games was severed, transformed into a visual metaphor embedded in the level design. Yet for all the creativity of the Boletaria theory, it remains highly speculative, built more on what fans would find satisfying than on concrete evidence within either game. The broken tree is undeniably present in Ash Lake, undeniably distinct from its intact neighbors. But what it represents, or where it once led, are questions that may have no intended answer. Sometimes, a broken tree is just a broken tree, a piece of environmental detail meant to add visual interest and suggest age and change without necessarily connecting to any specific narrative element. The mystery of the broken arch tree exemplifies the challenge of theorizing at this depth of the iceberg. We have moved far beyond what can be verified through item descriptions or dialogue, beyond what careful observation of enemy placement or architectural details can confirm. We are now in the realm of pure interpretation, where the patterns we see might be intentional meaning placed by the developers, or might be projections of our own desire to find connections and significance in every detail. From the broken bridges between worlds, our exploration of the bottom layer brings us to a mystery that combines environmental observation with data mining and technical analysis to propose an explanation for elements of the game that many players encounter, but few fully understand. This mystery concerns Gravelord Nito, one of the lords who found power in the first flame, and who has made his domain in the deepest and darkest part of Lordran, and it connects him to another character whose nature and origin have long been subjects of debate. Nito resides in the Tomb of the Giants, a location so dark that navigating it without a light source is nearly impossible, so hostile that simply reaching the area requires overcoming numerous difficult enemies and hazardous terrain. When the player finally reaches the deepest chamber of this tomb, they find Nito resting in a massive coffin, a container scaled to hold his considerable form. The coffin dominates the boss arena, and Nito emerges from it when the player approaches, beginning a battle against one of the original lords who shaped the current age of the world. Adjacent to Nito's coffin, positioned close enough to suggest some relationship or connection, there sits another large coffin. This second container is empty as far as the player can determine through normal gameplay. Its occupant either departed long ago or never present in the first place. The existence of this second coffin raises questions about who or what it was meant to hold, what relationship that entity might have had to Nito himself. But the mystery goes deeper than one empty coffin, because careful exploration and specific camera angles reveal something that most players never notice during their encounter with Nito. There is a third coffin in this chamber, positioned in such a way that it is barely visible under normal circumstances. This third container is even more mysterious than the second, its presence so subtle that discovering it requires either systematic exploration with careful attention to every corner of the space, or prior knowledge that it exists at all. The revelation of this third coffin has sparked extensive speculation about what it might signify, how it might relate to Nito's own nature and history. To understand the theories that have emerged, we must first consider what we know about Nito himself and about another character whose relationship to the Gravelord has been the subject of much debate. Pinwheel, the necromancer boss fought in the catacombs on the way to the Tomb of the Giants. Pinwheel is unique among Dark Souls bosses for being widely regarded as the easiest fight in the game, a pushover encounter that most players defeat on their first attempt without significant difficulty. Yet this mechanical simplicity contrasts strangely with Pinwheel's apparent importance in the lore. He has stolen the Rite of Kindling from Nito, a sacred power that the Gravelord presumably valued, and that Pinwheel presumably desired enough to risk the theft. The act of stealing from a lord suggests either tremendous courage or tremendous foolishness, yet Pinwheel seems to have successfully escaped with his prize and established himself in the catacombs where he continues his work. That work appears to involve necromancy and possibly some form of fusion or combination magic. The skeleton that Pinwheel is actively working on when the player first encounters him shows clear signs of being a project in progress, a creation being assembled or modified through magical means. The skeleton has unusual features, including what appears to be a curved blade attached where its right hand should be, a modification that seems designed to create a warrior rather than simply to reanimate a corpse. This blade-handed skeleton has drawn attention because of its resemblance to Nito himself, who possesses a large curved blade integrated into his right arm as one of his most distinctive features. The similarity has led many theorists to propose that Pinwheel is attempting to recreate or copy Nito to create an artificial version of the Gravelord for purposes that remain unclear. Perhaps Pinwheel seeks to understand the source of Nito's power by dissecting and reproducing his form. Perhaps he hopes to create a servant or vessel that could contain or channel that power for his own uses. But the connections between Pinwheel and Nito extend beyond this single skeleton project. Pinwheel's appearance itself suggests multiplicity, with his name referring to the spinning toy that has multiple blades radiating from a central point. When examined closely, Pinwheel appears to be not one being, but several beings fused or layered together, multiple entities occupying the same space and combining their powers into a single, if unstable, whole. This impression of multiplicity is reinforced by Pinwheel's theme music, which careful listeners have noted seems to be composed for 3 distinct voices or parts, suggesting a trio rather than a solo. The composition weaves these 3 elements together while keeping them distinguishable, creating an audio representation of beings that are separate yet combined, individual yet united. Concept art for Pinwheel, some of which has been shared by the development team in art books and promotional materials, explicitly depicts the character as an amalgamation of 3 figures, showing distinct forms overlapping and merging into the composite being we encounter in the game. Additional evidence comes from Pinwheel's Japanese name, which translates roughly to 3-person coat or 3-person weave, making the multiplicity explicit in a way that the English name does not fully capture. This designation strongly suggests that Pinwheel is meant to be understood as 3 entities rather than 1, 3 consciousnesses or souls sharing a single body through some magical process. The specific nature of these 3 components is suggested by the masks that Pinwheel drops when defeated, items that come in 3 varieties: the mask of the father, the mask of the mother, and the mask of the child. These names imply a family unit, a nuclear family of parent-child that has somehow been compressed or combined into the being we fight. The masks themselves provide different gameplay benefits, but their thematic significance lies in what they tell us about Pinwheel's composition and possibly his tragic origin. With this understanding of Pinwheel as a 3-part being, we can return to the mystery of Nito's coffins and propose connections between these seemingly separate elements. If there are 3 coffins in Nito's chamber, and if Pinwheel is composed of 3 beings, could there be a relationship between these numbers? The theory explored by numerous content creators and theorists proposes that Nito himself might once have been 3 entities that combined into a single powerful being, and that the 3 coffins represent the original forms that merged to create the Gravelord we encounter. This interpretation would make Pinwheel's apparent obsession with Nito more understandable. Perhaps Pinwheel is not simply copying the Gravelord, but rather is attempting to recreate the process by which Nito came into being. If Nito achieved his power and his position as a lord through the fusion of 3 separate beings, then Pinwheel might believe he can achieve similar power by creating his own 3-part fusion. The fact that Pinwheel appears to be composed of a family unit, while Nito's nature remains more ambiguous, could reflect different approaches to the same underlying magical principle. However, the theory faces challenges when we try to account for all the details. If Nito was originally 3 beings that fused, what were those beings? Were they humans who combined to create something greater? Were they already powerful entities who merged to increase their strength further? The game provides no clear answers, leaving us to speculate based on fragmentary evidence and pattern recognition. An alternative theory, presented in detail by a user on the Game FAQ's forums under the handle Unbound King, takes the evidence in a different and more tragic direction. This interpretation focuses on the masks Pinwheel drops and the family unit they represent, proposing a narrative that makes Pinwheel a sympathetic figure rather than simply another enemy to be defeated. According to this theory, Pinwheel was once a member of the Gravelord Covenant, one of Nito's servants who worshipped death and served the Lord who commanded it. As part of his initiation or service, Pinwheel was required to sacrifice what he held most dear, to give up his connections to life in order to properly serve death. In his devotion to Nito, and perhaps in his desire for power or knowledge, Pinwheel sacrificed his wife and child, offering them to the Gravelord as proof of his commitment. But after the sacrifice was made, after his family was dead and gone, Pinwheel experienced a change of heart so profound that it drove him to the most desperate actions. The grief and regret that consumed him led him to rebel against Nito, to steal the rite of kindling not for his own aggrandizement, but as a tool he hoped might help him undo what he had done. He fled from Nito's domain to the catacombs above, establishing a workshop where he could attempt the impossible, resurrecting his wife and child, and restoring the family he had destroyed. His attempts at resurrection, however, went catastrophically wrong. Instead of bringing his wife and child back as separate individuals, instead of restoring them to independent life, his magic fused them together with himself, creating the abomination that is Pinwheel. The three-person weave is not an intentional creation, but a horrible accident. Three souls that should be separate, trapped in a single body, unable to return to individual existence. Now trapped in this form, Pinwheel continues his experiments and research, not out of ambition, but out of desperate hope that he might find a way to separate what has been fused, to free his wife and child from their prison, and perhaps allow them to live again properly. His work on the skeleton with the blade hand is not an attempt to copy Nito for power, but rather represents his ongoing search for understanding, his effort to comprehend the magic of life and death well enough to correct his terrible mistake. The tragedy of this interpretation is that Pinwheel can only create clones of himself, duplicates of the three-part abomination he has become. His magic is powerful enough to generate copies, but not to achieve the separation he desperately seeks. He is trapped in a cycle of failure, endlessly repeating experiments that produce the same unsuccessful results, searching for a solution that may not exist while remaining fused with the family he destroyed and then tried to save. This reading transforms Pinwheel from a simple mini-boss into one of the most tragic figures in Dark Souls, a character whose love led him to terrible choices, whose devotion drove him to worse mistakes, and whose desperate attempts at redemption only compounded his sins. The ease with which players defeat him becomes part of the tragedy. We cut down this broken, desperate being without understanding what drives him, treating him as just another obstacle when he might deserve our pity more than our blade. Whether we interpret Nito's three coffins as evidence of the Gravelord's own composite nature, or as symbolic markers of Pinwheel's tragedy, or whether we reject both theories as over-reading of environmental details that have no deep significance, the mystery demonstrates how Dark Souls rewards and encourages elaborate interpretation. The game presents us with coffins and masks and theme music and Japanese naming conventions, and from these fragments we construct narratives that give meaning and emotional weight to elements that might have been intended as nothing more than atmospheric details. This is the nature of the bottom layer of our iceberg. We have descended so far from the surface that we can no longer clearly distinguish between what the game wants us to understand and what we are imposing upon it through our desire to find meaning everywhere we look. The theories here are compelling not because they are provable, but because they create coherent narratives from scattered details, because they transform what might be random or coincidental into purposeful storytelling. Whether these stories reflect developer intent or represent collaborative fiction created by the community becomes increasingly difficult to determine, and perhaps ultimately doesn't matter as much as the richness they add to our experience of the game. We descend now into the dark water, the layer of our iceberg, where light penetrates only in the most attenuated fashion, where the pressure of accumulated mystery begins to make even breathing feel difficult, where every theory requires such elaborate construction that we must constantly question whether we are discovering truth or simply creating elaborate patterns from coincidence and wishful thinking. This is the realm where only the most determined explorers venture, where casual players would never think to look, where the line between intended design and community mythology becomes so blurred that distinguishing between them may be impossible. The dark water represents mysteries that exist at the absolute edge of what can be discussed with any pretense of evidentiary support. These are theories built upon theories, interpretations stacked upon interpretations, ideas that require accepting numerous assumptions before the final conclusion even begins to make sense. Yet, they are not random speculation or pure invention, because they emerge from details that genuinely exist within the game, from patterns that seem too consistent to be entirely accidental, from connections that feel meaningful even when we cannot prove they were intended. Our journey through this deepest accessible layer begins with an exploration of one of the most mechanically peculiar discoveries in all of Dark Souls, a phenomenon that defies the apparent rules of one of the game's most memorable boss encounters, and reveals hidden complexity in systems that seem straightforward on the surface. This mystery concerns the Four Kings, the rulers of New Londo who fell to the dark and claimed the Abyss as their domain. And it centers on a question that seems simple but opens into remarkable depth. Exactly how many kings can actually appear during their boss fight? The Four Kings encounter is unusual in several respects compared to other boss battles in Dark Souls. Rather than fighting a single enemy with a large health pool, the player faces multiple opponents that spawn sequentially, each king appearing after a certain amount of time has passed, regardless of whether previous kings have been defeated. The pressure this creates is significant, as taking too long to defeat each individual king results in fighting multiple kings simultaneously, being overwhelmed by attacks from several directions at once. The encounter is named the Four Kings, and the straightforward interpretation of this name would be that exactly 4 kings appear during the fight, that once the player has defeated the 4th king, the battle ends, and victory is achieved. This interpretation seems to be supported by normal gameplay experience, as most players who successfully complete the encounter will have faced approximately 4 separate entities, perhaps with some overlap where multiple kings were alive simultaneously, but with a total count that aligns roughly with the name. Yet dedicated players who have tested the limits of the encounter through unusual strategies and equipment choices have discovered something unexpected. The number of kings that can spawn is not actually capped at 4. Under the right circumstances, more kings can appear, continuing to spawn until the total health pool for the encounter is depleted, regardless of how many individual entities that requires. The discovery of this phenomenon has led to extensive experimentation to determine exactly how many kings can appear and what factors control their spawning. The key to understanding this peculiarity lies in how the 4 kings encounter actually tracks damage and health. Most boss fights in Dark Souls assign health to the visible boss entity, so that when that entity's health reaches 0, the boss dies and the fight ends. The 4 kings encounter, however, works differently. There is a shared health pool for the entire encounter, a total amount of damage that must be dealt to achieve victory, but this health is not distributed evenly across the individual kings or tracked separately for each one. Instead, the game tracks damage dealt to each individual king separately from the total encounter health, creating a system where the 2 numbers can diverge significantly depending on what weapons and strategies are employed. Certain weapons and damage types are coded to deal bonus damage specifically to the individual king being struck, increasing the damage that registers against that particular entity, without correspondingly increasing the damage dealt to the shared health pool at the same rate. This discrepancy means that it is possible to kill individual kings very quickly, depleting their personal health pools and making them disappear from the arena, while the shared encounter health pool remains relatively full. When this happens, the game continues to spawn new kings to replace the defeated ones, because from the encounter's perspective, not enough total damage has been dealt to end the fight, even though multiple individual entities have been eliminated. A content creator known as Limit Breakers conducted extensive testing of this phenomenon, deliberately using weapons and tactics that maximize the discrepancy between individual king damage and encounter health pool damage. The video documentation of these experiments shows a progression from the expected 4 kings through 5, 6, and continuing upward, with new kings continuing to spawn as each previous one is defeated. The theoretical maximum, according to the analysis of how the health pools are structured, reaches 12 separate kings, triple the number that the boss encounter's name would suggest. The existence of this 12 king possibility raises fascinating questions about how the encounter was designed and what the developers intended. Did they know that weapons with bonus damage types could spawn additional kings? Was the shared health pool system implemented deliberately to create this possibility, or was it a consequence of other design decisions that happened to produce this unexpected result? The fact that the game can handle 12 separate kings spawning and being defeated suggests that the system was built with significant flexibility, but whether that flexibility was intentional planning or simply defensive programming to prevent crashes is unclear. The 12 kings phenomenon also creates a strange relationship between the encounter's mechanics and its lore. The bosses are called the 4 kings, a name that seems to indicate a specific number of entities. Yet we can encounter 12 of them, 3 times the nominal count. This discrepancy could be dismissed as simply a mechanical quirk with no narrative significance, a case where gameplay systems diverge from lore for technical reasons. But it could also suggest something more interesting about the nature of these beings and what we are actually fighting in the abyss. Perhaps the 4 kings are not literally 4 distinct individuals, but rather are 4 positions or roles that can be filled by multiple beings, a rotating court where the title of king is held by whoever currently occupies one of 4 thrones or positions of power. The entities we fight might be different beings, all claiming or having claimed the title of king at various points, their forms preserved or replicated by the abyss, in ways that allow multiple versions to exist simultaneously. We would then be fighting not the 4 kings themselves, but rather the concept of the 4 kings, manifestations or echoes of kingship spawned by the dark to defend its territory. Alternatively, the multiplication of kings beyond 4 could represent the corruption of the abyss itself, the way that darkness distorts and replicates, turning what should be finite into something that threatens to become infinite. The 4 kings were once 4 specific individuals, but their fall into the abyss has transformed them into something that can spawn indefinitely, copies or fragments generated by the dark, until the source of their power is finally exhausted through sufficient damage to the shared pool that sustains them all. These interpretations remain entirely speculative, ways of narrativizing a mechanical quirk that may have no intended story significance. Yet the fact that such interpretations are possible, that the mechanical details of the encounter can support these kinds of lore theories, demonstrates how Dark Souls creates space for meaning, even in its most technical systems. The 12 Kings are a discovery that belongs as much to speedrunners and mechanical analysts as to lore enthusiasts, but both groups can find something of interest in the phenomenon. From the multiplying kings of the abyss, Our descent carries us to a mystery that centers on relationships between characters, on hidden connections that require reading between the lines of dialogue and item descriptions to even begin to perceive. This mystery proposes a dark explanation for the fate of a character who many players try to help, suggesting that the failure that befalls him might not be simple bad luck or inevitable hollowing, but rather the result of deliberate magical intervention by someone who believed she was acting for good reasons. Griggs of Vinheim is a sorcerer who can be found locked in a room in the undead Berg, trapped behind a door that requires a specific key to open. Once freed, he expresses gratitude for his rescue and explains that he is searching for his master, the legendary sorcerer known as Big Hat Logan. Griggs can be encountered again later in Firelink Shrine, where he offers to teach sorceries to the player if they have sufficient intelligence, and still later in Sen's Fortress and the Duke's Archives, as he continues to follow Logan's trail through increasingly dangerous areas. The relationship between Griggs and Logan is never fully explained through explicit dialogue, but the devotion that drives Griggs to pursue his master through some of the most hostile locations in the game speaks to a connection deeper than simple student-teacher obligation. Griggs speaks of Logan with a reverence that borders on worship, describing the master's knowledge and power in terms that suggest he sees Logan as not merely skilled but as approaching something transcendent in his understanding of sorcery. Yet this devotion is tinged with something that might be suspicion or fear, something that Griggs himself seems uncertain how to express. When asked about his reasons for seeking Logan, Griggs responds with a phrase that is deliberately cryptic, saying that his reasons are really my own conceit. This unusual phrasing has puzzled players since the game's release, as conceit in this context seems to mean pride or vanity, suggesting that Griggs's pursuit of Logan is driven by his own egotistical desire rather than by any more noble purpose. The word conceit carries connotations of excessive self-regard, of thinking too highly of one's own importance or capabilities. For Griggs to describe his search for Logan as his own conceit suggests either that he is admitting to improper motivations, or that he is using the word in a way that modern English speakers might not immediately recognize. The phrase could mean that his reasons are his own prideful opinion, something he believes but which he has no desire to share with others or to defend against questioning. This interpretation would make Griggs's statement a polite but firm refusal to explain his true motivations, a way of saying that he has his reasons and does not wish to discuss them further. The fact that he characterizes these reasons as conceited or prideful suggests they might be something he is not entirely proud of, something that serves his own interests more than any higher purpose. This casts his entire quest to find Logan in a somewhat more sinister light, raising questions about what he actually intends to do when he finally catches up to his master. Additional details about Griggs support the interpretation that he is not simply an innocent student seeking his mentor. His equipment provides clues about his true nature and affiliations. He wears the Black Sorcerer set, armor that is described as being worn by secret sorcerers at the Vinheim Dragon School. The word secret in this description is significant, suggesting that these are not ordinary instructors or students, but rather are individuals who operate in shadows, who work on projects or with techniques that are not meant for public knowledge. Further evidence comes from the slumbering Dragon Crest ring, an item that Griggs can sell to the player and which he presumably possesses himself. The ring's description identifies it as being secretly worn by a certain surreptitious sorcerer at Vinheim Dragon School. Surreptitious means secretive or stealthy, operating in ways meant to avoid detection or attention. The fact that this ring is associated with Griggs, that he has access to it and presumably knows its purpose and value, connects him directly to the secret sorcerers mentioned in his armor's description. Taken together, these details paint a picture of Griggs as someone who is not what he first appears to be, a secret agent or spy rather than a simple student. His claim to be searching for his master might be true in the technical sense while being deeply misleading about his actual intentions. He is indeed following Logan, indeed tracking the legendary sorcerer through dangerous areas, but perhaps not because he desires to learn from Logan or to assist him. Perhaps Griggs's true mission is surveillance, keeping tabs on his master to ensure that Logan does not share knowledge that is meant to be kept secret, that the sorcerer does not cross lines, that the Vinheim Dragon School believes should not be crossed. This interpretation transforms Griggs's entire questline from a story of devotion into a story of betrayal waiting to happen. Every time Griggs appears in a new location, having followed Logan's trail, we are witnessing not a dedicated student catching up to his beloved teacher, but rather a spy closing in on his target. The task that Griggs mentions having at hand when first rescued, the important business that he claims he must attend to, is not simply finding Logan, but rather carrying out whatever mission the secret sorcerers of Vinheim have assigned him regarding their wayward colleague. The mission's nature remains ambiguous, but the most likely interpretation is that Griggs has been sent to silence Logan before the legendary sorcerer can share knowledge that Vinheim considers too dangerous or too valuable to be widely disseminated. Logan's pursuit of magical knowledge is portrayed throughout the game as obsessive and ultimately self-destructive, with the sorcerer willing to sacrifice everything, including his own sanity, in pursuit of deeper understanding. The secret sorcerers of Vinheim might reasonably fear that Logan will share their most closely guarded secrets with anyone who shows interest, that his obsession has made him indiscriminate about who he teaches and what he reveals. If this interpretation is correct, then Griggs's presence in Sen's fortress and later in the Duke's archives represents a countdown toward assassination. Each location brings him closer to Logan, closer to the moment when he will have to choose between his loyalty to Vinheim's secrets and his personal connection to the master he has followed for so long. The tragedy would be that Griggs seems to genuinely admire Logan, seems to be torn between his mission and his feelings, creating a conflict that he expresses through cryptic statements about his own conceited reasons for pursuing this course. Yet the assassination never happens through Griggs's hand, because Logan's fate is determined by his own obsession and by the corruption that comes from studying Seath's crystal sorceries too deeply. By the time a player could witness any confrontation between Griggs and Logan, the legendary sorcerer has already succumbed to madness, his mind destroyed by the very knowledge he sought so desperately. Griggs's mission, if he truly was sent to silence Logan, becomes moot because Logan silences himself through his own self-destructive pursuit of understanding. The question of Griggs being a spy sent to eliminate Logan forms only part of a larger mystery involving the relationships between various characters and the fates they suffer. This brings us to another NPC whose story intersects with Griggs's in ways that might be significant, whose own fate raises questions about whether natural processes of hollowing and despair are sufficient to explain what happens, or whether more active intervention might be involved. Laurentius of the Great Swamp is rescued from a barrel in the depths, saved from becoming a meal for the butchers or their rats. Once freed, he travels to Firelink Shrine where he offers to teach pyromancy to the player, grateful for his rescue and eager to share what he knows. Laurentius is characterized by his earnest enthusiasm for the flame arts, his genuine desire to help others, and his fascination with pyromancy that borders on obsessive but remains good-natured and innocent. This innocent enthusiasm leads to his downfall when the player's pyromancy flame becomes significantly more powerful than what Laurentius himself can achieve. If you upgrade your flame with Quelana, the daughter of the Witch of Izalith, who appears in Blighttown to teach advanced pyromancies, Laurentius will notice the increased power and become fascinated by how you achieved such enhancement. He asks directly where you learned these techniques, who taught you to bring your flame to such heights. If the player tells Laurentius about Quelana and her location in Blighttown, the pyromancer becomes consumed with desire to find her and learn from her himself. He departs Firelink Shrine, heading back down into the depths and then lower still into Blighttown, searching for the teacher who can help him reach new levels of mastery. This journey ends tragically, as players who follow Laurentius to Blighttown will find him there in a hollowed state, his mind gone, attacking on sight like any other hostile hollow. The standard interpretation of this sequence is straightforward. Laurentius went to Blighttown seeking Quelana, but was unable to find her, perhaps because Quelana only appears to those with sufficiently upgraded flames, or perhaps because Laurentius simply searched in the wrong areas. His failure to achieve his goal, combined with the hostile environment of Blighttown and the despair that comes from unfulfilled obsession, caused him to lose his sense of purpose and thus to hollow. It is a tragic outcome, but one that fits the established rules of how the undead curse works, how loss of purpose leads inevitably to loss of self. Yet a theory exists that proposes a much darker explanation for Laurentius's fate, one that involves Quelana actively causing his hollowing, rather than simply being absent or inaccessible when he needed her. This theory centers on a particular spell in the game's pyromancy roster, a spell called Undead Rapport, which allows the caster to temporarily turn undead enemies into allies, who will fight alongside the player against other enemies. The spell's description contains several details that become significant when considering Laurentius's fate. It states that Undead Rapport was developed in the catacombs, that it manipulates the pyromancy flame to attract and control undead. Most tellingly, it includes the line, "The living are lured by the flame," a phrase that seems to contain symbolic weight beyond its immediate mechanical description. The final detail in the description is peculiar in a way that draws attention. It explicitly states that the spell can be used by either gender. This last detail stands out because Dark Souls contains numerous spells and pyromancies, yet none of them include gender-specific restrictions or note that they can be used regardless of gender. The fact that Undead Rapport's description makes a point of mentioning this seems significant, suggesting that perhaps the spell's history involves both male and female practitioners in ways that are worth noting. If we are meant to consider who has used this spell, the description seems to be hinting that both genders have employed it for purposes important enough to be worth recording. The theory proposes that Quelana used Undead Rapport on Laurentius when he came seeking her in Blighttown, that she deliberately caused or hastened his hollowing through magical means, rather than simply allowing natural processes to run their course. The motivation for such an action would stem from Quelana's own tragic history and her understanding of what happens when pyromancers become too obsessed with increasing their flame's power. Quelana is one of the daughters of the Witch of Izalith, one of the survivors of the catastrophe that occurred when her mother attempted to recreate the first flame through pyromancy. That attempt went horribly wrong, creating the chaos flame and transforming most of Quelana's family into demons, leaving lost Izalith as a monument to ambition that exceeded wisdom. Quelana herself survived but was scarred, her lower body transformed into a grotesque mass that she keeps hidden, her family destroyed by the very magic they had sought to master. Given this history, Quelana has every reason to be cautious about who she teaches and what they might do with the knowledge she provides. When she looks at Laurentius, a pyromancer, consumed with desire to make his flame stronger, to push his abilities to new heights regardless of the cost, She might see echoes of the obsession that destroyed her mother and her family. She might recognize in his innocent enthusiasm the seeds of the same dangerous ambition that led to the Chaos Flame's creation. If Kaelana believed that Laurentius would follow the same path, that his obsession with strengthening his flame would eventually lead him to attempt something catastrophic, in imitation of the Witch of Izalith's failed ritual, she might choose to intervene preemptively. Using undead rapport to lure Laurentius and then cause his hollowing would be an act of mercy from a certain perspective, preventing a potential catastrophe by ending one pyromancer's quest before it could spiral into disaster. It would be a maternal or protective impulse taken to its darkest conclusion, saving the world from another chaos flame by ensuring that the potential creator of such disaster loses himself before he can do harm. The phrase, "the living are lured by the flame," takes on additional meaning under this interpretation. It describes not just the spell's mechanical function, but also Laurentius's fate specifically. He was living, not yet hollow, and he was lured by the flame, by his obsession with pyromancy, and his desire to make his own flame stronger. Kaelana used his obsession against him, using rapport to draw him in, and then leaving him to hollow once she had judged him too dangerous to teach. The gender-neutral note in the spell's description would then refer to both Kaelana using the spell on Laurentius and the player potentially using it on various undead enemies throughout the game. The description acknowledges that both the female Kaelana and the player character of either gender can employ this technique, making it a spell that crosses gender boundaries in its use, just as it crosses the boundary between living and hollow in its effects. However, this dark interpretation faces significant challenges from alternative explanations that are simpler and require fewer assumptions. The most straightforward reading is that Laurentius simply could not find Kaelana because he did not meet the requirements for her to appear, and his failure drove him to hollowing through entirely natural processes. His obsession with strengthening his flame made the inability to find a teacher who could help him do so into a failure so profound that it cost him his purpose and thus his humanity. The mention of rapport and flames luring the living could be purely mechanical descriptions, with no specific reference to Laurentius's fate. The gender-neutral note might simply be clarifying that unlike some games where certain spells or abilities are restricted by character gender, Dark Souls places no such restrictions on this particular pyromancy. These simpler interpretations require accepting that Laurentius's fate is simply another tragedy in a game filled with them, that Kaelana plays no active role in his downfall beyond being the object of an obsession he could not fulfill. Yet the possibility of the darker reading, the chance that Kaelana actively caused Laurentius to hollow through magical intervention, motivated by her tragic past and her fear of history repeating itself, adds a layer of complexity to both characters that enriches our understanding even if we cannot prove it was intended. Kaelana becomes not merely a teacher but a guardian, someone willing to make terrible choices to prevent worse outcomes. Laurentius becomes not merely a victim of his own obsession but a casualty of someone else's trauma, destroyed by Kaelana's fear of what he might become, rather than by what he actually was. From these questions of magical intervention and hidden motivations, our journey through the dark water brings us to one of the most mechanically bizarre discoveries in Dark Souls, a phenomenon that exists purely in the realm of game systems and numbers yet, which raises questions about what the developers expected players to do and what limits they imagined would be reached. This mystery concerns the Four Kings encounter again, but from a completely different angle than the question of how many kings can spawn. The specific phenomenon involves a glitch or exploit known as quantity storage, a method by which players could manipulate the game into giving them thousands or even tens of thousands of copies of certain items. This exploit was not something most players would discover accidentally, requiring specific sequences of actions and precise timing to execute successfully. Yet once mastered, it allowed for the accumulation of items in quantities that far exceeded what any normal playthrough could achieve, breaking the game's economy and balance in ways that revealed underlying systems most players never knew existed. One of the things that quantity storage exposed was the existence of a hidden weight limit in Dark Souls, a vestigial system from Demon's Souls that was supposed to have been removed, or at least made irrelevant in the transition between games. Players using quantity storage to accumulate massive numbers of heavy items discovered that there was indeed a weight cap built into the game's code, set at a value of 10,000 units. Once a player exceeded this limit, attempting to pick up additional items would cause those items to be dropped automatically, with the quantity dropped, calculated based on how far over the limit the player had gone. But the peculiarity we are examining here goes beyond the simple existence of this hidden weight system. It concerns specifically what happens when players use quantity storage and similar exploits in conjunction with the Four Kings encounter, combining mechanical exploits in ways that produce results the developers almost certainly never anticipated. The interaction between these different systems creates possibilities that seem to break the fundamental rules of how boss encounters are supposed to function. Some players discovered that by using exploits to create specific conditions before entering the Four Kings fight, they could manipulate the encounter in ways that went far beyond simply spawning additional kings. The shared health pool system that governs the encounter, combined with glitches that affect damage calculation and entity spawning, could be leveraged to create scenarios where the normal progression of the fight became completely disrupted. Kings could spawn in excessive numbers, far beyond even the 12 that careful play with bonus damage weapons could achieve. The specific details of how these exploits work require understanding game mechanics at a level that goes beyond normal play, diving into frame-perfect inputs and memory manipulation that only the most dedicated technical players explore. Yet the results are remarkable to witness. With the Four Kings arena becoming filled with more entities than the game was ever designed to handle smoothly, the frame rate dropping as the system struggles to render and track all the separate models and hitboxes simultaneously. What makes this phenomenon interesting from a lore or design perspective is the question of whether any of this was intentional, or whether it represents purely emergent complexity arising from systems interacting in ways the developers never predicted. The fact that the game can handle such excessive numbers of kings without crashing entirely suggests some level of defensive programming, systems built with enough flexibility to accommodate edge cases, even if those cases were never expected to occur during normal play. Yet the existence of the 12 king maximum under normal circumstances suggests the developers had at least considered the possibility of additional kings spawning beyond 4, had built the encounter with enough capacity to handle triple the nominal count. Whether this was because they knew certain weapons could produce this result, or simply because they wanted to ensure the system would not break if something unexpected happened, remains unclear. The discovery of these extreme cases, where exploits and glitches push the Four Kings encounter far beyond any intended limits, serves as a reminder that games are systems of almost incomprehensible complexity, where countless variables interact in ways that create emergent behaviors no single designer could fully predict. Dark Souls becomes not just a game to be played, but a system to be explored, a set of rules and interactions that can be tested and pushed to reveal properties that exist within the code but which normal play would never expose. From the extreme technical edge cases of multiplied kings, our exploration brings us to a final mystery of the Dark Water, one that centers on identity and memory, on the question of what happened to characters we never meet but whose influence shapes the world we explore. This mystery proposes an explanation for the presence of a specific enemy type in a specific location, suggesting that these seemingly generic foes might actually be characters whose names we know, whose stories we think we understand, but whose ultimate fates have been hidden from us through transformation and loss. Throughout Dark Souls, players encounter various enemy types that seem to be generic representatives of their category, rather than named individuals with specific identities. The hollow soldiers that populate the undead burg are not given individual names or backstories. They are simply hollows, former soldiers who have lost their minds and now attack anything that moves. The Boulder Knights that appear in certain locations are presented as members of a military order rather than as specific named characters. Yet in some cases, these apparently generic enemies occupy positions or appear in contexts that seem too specific to be entirely random, that suggest they might once have been individuals whose identities have been lost to the hollowing process. The theory we are examining proposes that certain enemies are actually characters we know by name from item descriptions or NPC dialogue, individuals whose ultimate fate was to become hollow and be placed as enemies in locations connected to their former lives. The evidence for such identifications is necessarily circumstantial, built on placement and equipment and the suggestive details of environment rather than on explicit confirmation. Yet some cases build strong enough circumstantial cases that they have gained wide acceptance within the community as likely truths, even without developer confirmation. The challenge lies in distinguishing between enemies that genuinely are meant to represent specific characters and enemies that simply happen to occupy suggestive positions without any intended connection to named individuals. One of the more compelling cases involves an enemy found in the painted world of Ariamis, a hollow that occupies a position of apparent significance, but which is never explicitly identified by name or given any dialogue or cutscene that would distinguish it from any other enemy. The theory, built on multiple pieces of environmental storytelling and equipment connections, proposes that this enemy is actually a character referenced elsewhere in the game's lore, someone whose presence in the painted world makes tragic sense, given what we know about their history. The details that support this identification form a constellation of clues rather than a single definitive piece of evidence. The enemy's equipment matches items associated with the proposed character. Their placement in the painted world aligns with what we know about why people are sent to that location. Their behavior and the specific area they occupy connect to narrative elements surrounding the character they supposedly represent. Yet for all the ways these clues seem to point toward a specific identity, we cannot be entirely certain. The developers have not confirmed this interpretation, and the enemy itself provides no explicit indication that it is anyone other than a generic hollow. We are left to decide whether the accumulated circumstantial evidence reaches the level of compelling proof, or whether we are seeing patterns that exist more in our desire for narrative coherence than in the game's actual design. This uncertainty characterizes all the mysteries we encounter at this depth of the iceberg. We are so far from the surface now that the light of clear evidence no longer reaches us, and we must navigate by feel and intuition, by pattern recognition and educated guessing, by the sense that certain interpretations feel right, even when we cannot prove they are true. The dark water surrounds us with mysteries that resist definitive resolution, theories that remain forever suspended between possibility and proof. As we reach the bottom of this layer, preparing for descent into even deeper and more uncertain territories, we carry with us the understanding that some questions cannot be answered, that some mysteries are meant to remain mysterious. that sometimes the most interesting aspect of a theory is not whether it is true, but whether it creates meaning and adds depth to our experience regardless of its truth value. The dark water has taught us humility, has shown us the limits of what can be known, has demonstrated that certainty becomes increasingly elusive the further we venture from the obvious and the explicit. The theories we have explored here, from the 12 kings that can spawn in the abyss to the dark interventions that might explain hollowing, from the weight limits that exist but cannot be reached to the identities hidden within generic enemies, all share a common quality. They are substantial enough to discuss seriously, but ambiguous enough to remain forever debatable. This is the sweet spot for Dark Souls speculation, the place where evidence and interpretation meet without either completely dominating the other, where we can build elaborate structures of meaning while acknowledging that those structures might ultimately rest on foundations of sand. We have descended through the dark water and emerged not with certainty but with questions, not with answers but with frameworks for thinking about answers, not with truth but with the tools to recognize truth. If we ever encounter it, the depth has changed us, has trained us to see patterns and make connections, has prepared us for the final descent into the abyss layer, where even these modest certainties will dissolve, and we will find ourselves confronting the fundamental nature of what Dark Souls is and what it means to seek understanding in a deliberately obscure text. We enter now the abyss layer of our iceberg, a place where conventional methods of analysis break down entirely, where evidence becomes so scarce and interpretation so dominant that we can no longer pretend we are discovering truths that exist independently of our examination. This is the realm where theories become philosophy, where questions about what happens in the game transform into questions about what the game itself is trying to communicate, where the mysteries we encounter are less about specific characters or events, and more about the fundamental nature of the world Dark Souls presents and our relationship to it. The Abyss layer represents a paradigm shift in how we approach the game's mysteries. Up until this point, we have been asking questions that at least theoretically have answers. Questions about whether Ornstein is real or an illusion, about whether the serpents are one being or two, about what caused specific characters to meet specific fates. These are questions where evidence might exist, where developer intent could theoretically be determined if we had access to the right interviews or design documents, where right and wrong answers are at least conceptually possible. But the mysteries of the Abyss layer are different. They are questions about meaning rather than facts, about interpretation rather than discovery, about what Dark Souls is trying to say about larger themes and ideas, rather than about what specifically happened to specific characters in specific locations. These are philosophical questions disguised as lore questions, existential inquiries hidden within the framework of video game storytelling. They require us to think not just about what we observe in the game, but about what our observations mean, what they tell us about the worldview being expressed through this dark fantasy setting. Our descent into this deepest layer begins with a revelation that has sent shockwaves through the Dark Souls community since its discovery, a revelation that fundamentally changes how we understand one of the game's most frequently quoted lines and, by extension, how we interpret a significant portion of the lore that has been built upon that line. This revelation concerns the nature of time in Lordran, a subject that has been debated endlessly based on what we thought we understood about how time functions in the world of Dark Souls. The character Solaire of Astora, that eternally optimistic warrior whose quest to find his own son has made him beloved despite his relatively small role in the overall narrative, provides the player with a piece of information that has become foundational to how the community understands Dark Souls' world. When explaining the mechanics of summoning and online play, Solaire makes a statement about the nature of time itself, a statement that has been quoted countless times in lore, discussions, and used to explain everything from how we can summon players and NPCs from other worlds, to why we encounter certain characters in seemingly impossible circumstances. The line, as it appears in the English version of Dark Souls, states that the flow of time itself is convoluted in the lands of Lordran. This word, convoluted, carries specific implications about how time functions. It suggests twisting, folding, complexity of structure, the idea that past and present and future are not simply flowing in a linear sequence, but are instead tangled together in ways that allow for strange interactions and paradoxes. The phrase, "time is convoluted," has become shorthand within the community for explaining any temporal oddity, any apparent contradiction in timeline or sequence, any situation where characters from different eras seem to interact. This understanding of convoluted time has been used to justify elaborate theories about how the various kingdoms and ages relate to each other, about how the chosen undead can summon phantoms of warriors who died long ago or have not yet been born, about why the same enemies respawn endlessly at bonfires, and why deaths and resurrections seem to follow rules that make sense only if time itself is unstable. The concept has become so embedded in Dark Souls lore discussion that challenging it seems almost heretical, like questioning a fundamental axiom upon which countless other theories have been built. Yet that is exactly what some researchers have done, and their findings suggest that the entire concept of convoluted time might be based on a mistranslation, an error in converting the original Japanese text into English that has led the community down a path of interpretation that diverges significantly from what the developers intended to convey. The revelation comes from careful examination of Solaire's words in the original Japanese version of the game, analyzing what he actually says in that language before any translation occurred. The Japanese text, when examined by speakers fluent in both languages and familiar with the nuances of translation, does not support the idea that time is convoluted or twisted or folding back upon itself. Instead, the original phrasing suggests something quite different: that time is stagnant, that it has stopped flowing properly, that the world exists in a state of temporal arrest rather than temporal chaos. This represents a fundamental shift in understanding, transforming time from something that moves in complicated patterns to something that has largely ceased to move at all. The implications of this mistranslation are profound and far-reaching, affecting how we interpret not just the mechanics of summoning and online play, but the entire thematic foundation of what Dark Souls is communicating about cycles, change, and the costs of attempting to preserve what should naturally end. Stagnant time and convoluted time are not simply different ways of describing the same phenomenon. They are fundamentally opposed concepts that lead to entirely different frameworks for understanding the world of the game. If time is convoluted, then the world of Dark Souls is characterized by complexity and interconnection, by loops and tangles that create a rich temporal tapestry where past and present and future all exist simultaneously in various states of interaction. This interpretation supports theories about multiple timelines, about ages overlapping and influencing each other, about the possibility of changing the past or visiting the future. It creates a world where time is active and dynamic, even if its activity takes strange forms, where temporal mechanics are elaborate and require careful mapping to understand. But if time is stagnant, the picture changes dramatically. Stagnation suggests not complexity, but simplicity taken to its ultimate and most terrible conclusion. Time has not become tangled, but has simply stopped, frozen in place, by forces that refuse to allow natural progression. The world exists in a kind of eternal present, not because past and future are folding into now, but because there is no future toward which the present can move, no past from which it can truly be said to have emerged. Everything is stuck, trapped in a moment that extends indefinitely without resolution or change. This understanding of stagnant time aligns much more closely with other aspects of Dark Souls lore and themes that we know to be intentional. The concept of the undead curse, for instance, makes more sense in a world of stagnant time than in a world of convoluted time. The curse prevents natural death, keeps individuals existing in a state between life and death where they cannot truly move forward into whatever comes after life, but also cannot return to the state of being fully alive. This is stagnation made personal, time frozen at the level of the individual body and consciousness. The process of hollowing, too, reflects stagnation rather than convolution. Hollows are being stuck in an eternal present, unable to form new memories or develop new purposes, trapped in loops of repetitive action that go nowhere. They are the perfect embodiment of what happens when forward motion ceases, when existence becomes simply the endless repetition of the same patterns with no growth or change or development. A hollow is not complicated or tangled, but rather is tragically simple, reduced to basic drives and behaviors that repeat without meaning. The linking of the first flame, the central ritual around which much of Dark Souls' plot revolves, becomes clearer when understood as an attempt to maintain stagnation rather than as something that creates temporal convolution. Lord Gwyn feared change, feared the natural transition from the Age of Fire to the Age of Dark, and so he sacrificed himself to keep the fire burning, to prevent the progression from one age to the next. Each subsequent linking of the fire is another act of stagnation, another refusal to allow time to move forward naturally, another choice to preserve what exists rather than accept what would naturally come next. The world of Lordran itself shows the signs of stagnation rather than convolution. The architecture is crumbling but not changing, slowly decaying without being replaced by anything new. The inhabitants are dying out without new generations emerging to replace them. The various kingdoms and civilizations we encounter are all in decline, all fading, all holding on to remnants of former glory, rather than building toward new achievements. Nothing grows, nothing develops, nothing truly changes. The world is frozen in a state of slow death, prevented from moving forward into whatever would come next, but also unable to return to what it was. This reframing from convoluted time to stagnant time affects how we understand the game's multiplayer mechanics as well, though in ways that are perhaps more symbolic than literal. The ability to summon phantoms from other worlds might be explained not as reaching across complicated temporal tangles, but rather as drawing on the fact that in stagnant time, everyone exists in essentially the same frozen moment. There is no distance between different players' experiences because there is no real temporal progression, no true before or after. We are all stuck in the same endless present, which makes reaching across to help or hinder each other a matter of spatial rather than temporal connection. The revelation about stagnant versus convoluted time also forces us to reconsider many of the theories we examined in earlier layers of the Iceberg. The Ornstein illusion theory, for instance, does not require convoluted time to work. In fact, it makes more sense in a world of stagnant time where Ornstein could have left Anor Londo long ago, in linear terms, but where his departure happened, in the same frozen temporal moment that we experience when we arrive. The theory about the arch trees connecting different worlds works whether time is convoluted or stagnant, but the implications change. With stagnant time, The trees might be the only remaining paths of change or progression in a world where normal temporal flow has ceased. The impact of this mistranslation on community understanding cannot be overstated. For years, theorists have built elaborate frameworks based on the assumption that time in Lordran is convoluted, that temporal complexity is a fundamental feature of the world. Learning that the original text suggests something quite different requires either abandoning countless hours of theoretical work or finding ways to reconcile the two concepts. To argue that perhaps both convolution and stagnation are somehow occurring simultaneously, or that the translation, despite being technically inaccurate, captured something true about the game that the literal original text did not fully express. Some theorists have attempted this reconciliation, arguing that stagnant time could create the appearance of convolution, even though the underlying mechanics are different. If time is stuck, if the same moments keep repeating or extending indefinitely, then from within that experience it might feel as though time is looping back on itself, as though past and present are tangled together. The subjective experience of stagnation might be indistinguishable from the subjective experience of convolution, even though the underlying reality is fundamentally different. Others have embraced the revelation as a correction that brings the community's understanding more in line with what FromSoftware actually intended, arguing that stagnant time better explains the game's themes and mechanics, and that the convoluted time interpretation, while creative and intricate, was always a beautiful mistake, a case where mistranslation led to elaborate theories that were impressive but ultimately off target. These theorists see the discovery as an opportunity to rebuild understanding on a more accurate foundation, to develop new theories that work with stagnation rather than convolution as their starting point. The debate continues, and likely will continue indefinitely, because the nature of translation means that perfect correspondence between languages is impossible. Words carry connotations and implications that do not translate cleanly, and sometimes the spirit of what is being communicated differs from the literal meaning of the words chosen. Whether convoluted or stagnant better captures what Dark Souls is trying to express about time might be a question with no definitive answer, a case where both interpretations capture different aspects of a truth, too complex to be fully expressed in either language. From this revelation about the fundamental nature of time in Lordran, our exploration of the Abyss layer carries us to examine what the stagnation of time means for the world's inhabitants, and particularly for the curse that defines the player's existence. If time has stopped flowing properly, if the world is frozen in an eternal present that refuses to progress into future or fully acknowledge past, then the undead curse takes on new dimensions of meaning beyond its obvious function as a gameplay mechanic that explains respawning. The undead curse, as described in Dark Souls lore and demonstrated through its mechanics, is a condition where death loses its finality, where individuals who should be allowed to die and pass beyond life instead find themselves returning again and again, unable to achieve the rest that death normally provides. This curse is presented as a terrible fate, something to be feared and avoided if possible, something that marks its bearer as fundamentally separate from the natural order of existence. But when we understand that time itself is stagnant in Lordran, the undead curse reveals itself as not merely a supernatural affliction but rather as a symptom of a much larger problem, a personal manifestation of a cosmic condition that affects the entire world. The curse prevents individual progression just as the stagnation of time prevents universal progression. Just as the world cannot move forward from the Age of Fire into whatever would naturally follow, undead cannot move forward from life into whatever would naturally follow death. The parallel becomes even more striking when we consider what causes individuals to become undead in the first place. The lore suggests that the curse is spreading. that more and more people are becoming undead as time progresses. Though in a world of stagnant time, the word progress itself becomes problematic. The curse is not random, but rather seems to be connected to the state of the world, becoming more prevalent as the Age of Fire weakens, as Lord Gwyn's original linking of the flame proves insufficient to maintain the artificial extension of the age beyond its natural span. This connection between the curse and the weakening of the fire suggests that the undead condition is not a separate problem from the stagnation of time, but rather is the same problem manifesting at different scales. The first flame represents change and transformation, the force that originally brought disparity and distinction into a world that had previously been uniform grey. As the flame weakens, as its power to enable change and progression diminishes, the world slides into stagnation, and that stagnation expresses itself in both cosmic and personal ways. The process of hollowing, where undead gradually lose their minds and sense of self, becomes under this interpretation a natural consequence of existing in stagnant time. Hollows are not simply insane or degraded, but rather are what humans become when they can no longer move forward through time in any meaningful way. Without the ability to progress, without new experiences that build on and transform previous experiences, consciousness itself begins to break down. The hollow state is what remains when the forward momentum of growth and change is removed from human existence. Purpose is repeatedly identified in the game as the key to avoiding hollowing, with characters warning that undead who lose their sense of purpose will inevitably succumb to the curse's ultimate effect. This emphasis on purpose makes perfect sense in a world of stagnant time. Purpose provides internal forward motion, even when external circumstances are frozen. An undead with a goal, with something they are working toward, creates their own sense of progression and change, even if the world around them refuses to progress or change. Purpose is the antidote to stagnation because it generates meaning and direction from within, rather than requiring the external world to provide them. The player character's resistance to hollowing, their special status that allows them to die countless times and resurrect at bonfires without losing their mind or sense of self, can be understood as an expression of their having unshakable purpose. You are the chosen undead, told repeatedly that you have a destiny to fulfill, that you are meant to ring the bells and link the fire, or refuse to link it and begin the Age of Dark. This constant reminder of purpose, this framework of meaning imposed by the narrative itself, protects you from the hollowing that claims others who cannot find or maintain such clear direction. Yet there is something darker lurking in this understanding of purpose as protection from hollowing. The game never questions whether the purposes that keep undead sane are actually good purposes, never suggests that some goals are more worthy than others, from the perspective of avoiding the curse's ultimate effects. Any purpose will do, no matter how destructive or selfish or contrary to the greater good, as long as it provides that sense of forward motion, that feeling of working towards something, rather than simply existing in an eternal frozen present. This realization opens disturbing questions about the ethics of purpose in a world of stagnant time. If maintaining purpose is essential to maintaining sanity, but any purpose will work regardless of its moral quality, then the world incentivizes individuals to cling to whatever goals they can define without necessarily considering whether pursuing those goals causes harm. The most important thing becomes not dying well or living morally, but simply having a reason to continue, and the content of that reason matters less than its mere existence. Dark Souls demonstrates this principle through its various NPCs, many of whom pursue purposes that seem at best questionable and at worst actively harmful. Big Hat Logan's purpose is the acquisition of knowledge, and he pursues it with such single-minded determination that he maintains his sanity far longer than most undead could manage. Yet his purpose ultimately destroys him anyway when he delves too deeply into sorceries that corrupt his mind. His purpose kept him from hollowing, but led him to something arguably worse: madness with awareness rather than the mindless repetition of the hollow state. Laurentius of the Great Swamp finds purpose in strengthening his pyromancy flame, and that purpose sustains him until he cannot fulfill it, at which point he apparently hollow immediately. His purpose was simple and seemingly benign, focused on self-improvement rather than on causing harm to others. Yet it proved too fragile to sustain him when faced with an obstacle he could not overcome. The specificity of his purpose, its dependence on a particular outcome that he could not achieve, made it a poor defense against the curse despite the genuine passion with which he pursued it. Siegmeyer of Katarina pursues purpose in the form of adventure and challenge, seeking out dangerous situations where his skills and courage can be tested. This purpose sustains him through multiple encounters with hazards that would kill most warriors. And he maintains his characteristic good humor and optimism as long as he continues to find new challenges to overcome. Yet when he runs out of obstacles, when he has overcome every challenge and has no new adventures left to pursue, he loses his purpose and succumbs to hollowing. His fate suggests that purpose must be perpetually renewable, that static achievements are insufficient and only ongoing quests can provide the forward motion necessary to avoid the curse's ultimate effect. These examples illustrate a fundamental problem with purpose as a solution to stagnation. Purpose seems to require either infinite extensibility, goals that can never be fully achieved, and thus can always provide motivation, or else the ability to continually generate new purposes as old ones are fulfilled. In a world of stagnant time, where true change and progression are impossible at the cosmic level, maintaining personal purpose becomes a Sisyphean task, a constant effort to create meaning in a context that fundamentally resists meaning. The linking of the fire, viewed through this lens, becomes a purpose that is particularly well suited to a world of stagnant time because it is a purpose that reinforces the stagnation rather than fighting against it. The goal is not to change the world or move it forward, but rather to keep it exactly as it is, to preserve the status quo against the natural forces that would transform it. This is a purpose that aligns with the world's frozen nature rather than challenging it, a goal that makes sense in a context where change itself has become the enemy. Yet there is deep irony in this alignment between purpose and stagnation. The very act of linking the fire, of sacrificing oneself to maintain the age of fire for another cycle, is an act of self-destruction that seems to contradict the drive to maintain existence that motivates the search for purpose in the first place. You preserve your sanity and sense of self by maintaining purpose, and then you fulfill that purpose by destroying yourself to maintain a world order that creates the very conditions requiring everyone to desperately seek purpose as defense against hollowing. The alternative ending, where the player chooses not to link the fire and instead walks away to begin the Age of Dark, represents a rejection of this cycle, but not necessarily an escape from it. Stagnant time is a result of linked fires, of the refusal to allow natural progression from one age to the next. Allowing the Age of Dark to begin should theoretically break the stagnation, should allow time to start flowing again as it did before Lord Gwyn's desperate act of preservation. Yet Dark Souls 3, set far in the future, after countless cycles of linking and fading, suggests that even this choice does not truly break the pattern, that ages of dark simply lead to new ages of fire in an endless cycle that continues the fundamental problem under different aesthetics. This brings us to the heart of what the Abyss Layer theories explore: The question of whether Dark Souls' world is trapped in a genuinely inescapable cycle, whether the choice between linking the fire and letting it fade is actually meaningful, if both options ultimately lead to the same eternal recurrence, whether purpose and personal growth can have any real significance in a world where cosmic-level change is impossible. These are questions that go beyond asking what happens in the game to asking what the game itself is trying to communicate about cycles, entropy, preservation, and change. The first flame itself becomes a subject worthy of this deep philosophical examination when we understand stagnation as the fundamental condition of Lordran. The flame is presented throughout the game as something precious that must be preserved, as the source of light and warmth and distinction in a world that would otherwise collapse back into the grey uniformity of the Age of Ancients. Yet the more we examine what the flame actually does, and what its preservation requires, the more ambiguous its value becomes. Before the flame's appearance, according to the game's opening narration, the world was characterized by grey crags and arch trees and everlasting dragons, a place where nothing changed because there was no distinction between things, no heat and cold or life and death or light and dark, only a uniform eternal existence without variation or event. This Age of Ancients is described in ways that make it sound peaceful but also static, a world where nothing happened because there was no capacity for anything to happen, where existence was pure being without becoming. The first flame disrupted this equilibrium by introducing disparity, creating distinctions where previously there had been only uniformity. From the flame arose heat and cold, life and death, light and dark. All the dualities and spectrums that make change and narrative and growth possible. The great lords found power in the flame, claimed souls from it, and used that power to overthrow the dragons and establish a new order based on change rather than eternal sameness. This new order is the Age of Fire, and by all accounts it represents an improvement over what came before. The world becomes dynamic rather than static, full of possibility and transformation. Civilizations rise, cultures develop, individuals live and die, and their lives have meaning because they are distinct from other lives, because choices matter, and events unfold in sequences that build on each other rather than simply existing in unchanging perpetuity. Yet the Age of Fire contains within itself the seeds of its own ending. Fire is not eternal, but consumptive, burning through fuel, and inevitably diminishing as that fuel is exhausted. The flame that brought disparity and change into the world is itself subject to change, growing weaker over time until it must eventually fade entirely. When this happens, when the fire dies completely, the natural result would be the beginning of the Age of Dark, a new era characterized by different principles and aesthetics than the Age of Fire, but still representing change and progression rather than a return to the uniform stasis of the Age of Ancients. Lord Gwyn's choice to link the fire and fuel it with his own soul represents a rejection of this natural progression. He feared the dark, feared what would happen when the fire faded, and chose to sacrifice himself to maintain the Age of Fire beyond its natural span. This act of preservation is presented in some lights as heroic, as a great lord giving everything to protect his people and the world he had helped create. Yet, it can also be seen as an act of profound selfishness and short-sightedness, an unwillingness to accept that all ages must end. That change includes the transformation of what we love into something we do not yet know. The critical insight from understanding stagnant time is recognizing that Gwyn's linking of the fire is what created the stagnation in the first place. The Age of Fire was not naturally eternal, but was meant to fade and transform into something else. By forcing it to continue through artificial means, by fueling the flame with soul, rather than allowing it to burn out naturally, Gwyn disrupted the progression that the flame itself had introduced into the world. He used the power that enabled change to prevent change, turned the force of transformation against transformation itself. Each subsequent linking of the fire compounds this original error, adding more fuel to a fire that should have been allowed to burn out, extending the Age of Fire further and further beyond its natural end. The result is not that the Age of Fire continues in healthy vitality, but rather that it persists in declining weakness, growing progressively more degraded with each cycle, requiring greater and greater sacrifices to maintain while providing diminishing returns. The world we explore in Dark Souls is the result of countless cycles of linking and fading, of the fire being artificially maintained through sacrifice after sacrifice, while never being allowed to truly die and clear the way for whatever should follow. The stagnation is not a mysterious affliction that has befallen the world, but rather is the direct and inevitable result of refusing to allow natural endings, of choosing preservation over transformation, of fearing the dark so much that any sacrifice seems justified to keep the light burning just a little longer. This understanding transforms how we think about the player's role and the choice presented at the game's conclusion. You are not choosing between saving the world and dooming it, between light and darkness, in any simple moral sense. Instead, you are choosing between continuing a cycle that has already failed, that has created the very stagnation and suffering you have witnessed throughout your journey, and finally allowing that cycle to break, accepting the ending that has been denied and deferred for so long that no one can even remember what natural progression looked like. Yet the choice is not as simple as it might appear, because allowing the fire to fade does not necessarily solve the fundamental problem. Dark Souls 3 demonstrates that even after ages of dark, new fires emerge and the cycle begins again, suggesting that the pattern has become so deeply embedded in the world's structure that escaping it might be impossible. The stagnation might not be simply a result of linked fires, but rather might be a condition from which the world cannot recover, a damage so fundamental that even correct choices can no longer repair it. This possibility that the stagnation is irreversible regardless of player choice raises the darkest questions in all of Dark Souls philosophy. If the world is broken beyond repair, if stagnation is now permanent, regardless of whether fires are linked or allowed to fade, then what is the point of any action? What meaning can purpose have if nothing we do actually changes the underlying condition of existence? How do we maintain sanity and avoid hollowing when we understand that our purposes, however sincerely pursued, cannot actually achieve anything beyond temporary distraction from an inescapable futility? The game does not provide clear answers to these questions, and perhaps the point is that there are no clear answers, that Dark Souls is presenting a genuinely tragic worldview, where meaning must be created and maintained, in the face of ultimate meaninglessness, where we must act despite knowing our actions cannot fundamentally change anything. This is existentialism at its bleakest, the confrontation with absurdity unmediated by hope or faith in eventual transcendence. Yet there are glimmers of something else, suggestions that perhaps the choice matters, even if we cannot fully understand how or why, that perhaps acting with intention and awareness is itself meaningful regardless of outcomes. The game's structure forces you to make choices, to decide how to approach challenges and which NPCs to help and whether to link the fire or let it fade. And those choices shape your experience even if they do not change the world's fundamental nature. In a game about stagnation, The act of choosing becomes itself a form of resistance against the frozen meaninglessness that threatens to consume everything. The revelation that time is stagnant rather than convoluted recontextualizes everything we have explored in previous layers of the iceberg. Theories about character fates and hidden connections take on new significance when we understand them as occurring within a world where time itself has stopped flowing properly. The multiplying kings and the hidden weight limits and all the technical peculiarities we have examined become not just mechanical curiosities, but expressions of a world where normal rules have broken down because the fundamental framework supporting those rules has been compromised. Most importantly, understanding stagnation as the core condition of Lordran transforms Dark Souls from a game about exploration and combat into a meditation on endings and their necessity, on the costs of preservation and the courage required to accept transformation, on the relationship between individual purpose and cosmic meaning. The mysteries of the Abyss Layer are ultimately mysteries about what it means to exist in a world that has stopped moving forward, about how consciousness and identity persist when the context that normally gives them meaning has been frozen in place. As we prepare to ascend from this deepest layer, we carry with us not solutions but rather frameworks for thinking about problems, not answers but better ways of formulating questions. The Abyss Layer has shown us that some mysteries are not meant to be solved but rather to be contemplated, that sometimes the value of a theory lies not in whether it is provably true, but in whether it opens new ways of seeing and understanding. We have descended as far as evidence can take us, and ventured beyond into the realm where philosophy and law become indistinguishable, where every interpretation is simultaneously valid and uncertain. The stagnation of time explains so much while simultaneously raising new questions about what lies beyond the stagnation, about whether recovery is possible and what form it might take. Dark Souls presents a world in crisis, a reality that has been fundamentally damaged by the refusal to accept natural endings, and it asks us to explore that damaged world and bear witness to what has been lost, whether we can do anything more than witness, whether our choices have meaning beyond the personal satisfaction of having chosen, remains ambiguous by design. The game trusts us to sit with that ambiguity, to find whatever meaning we need to find without requiring it to provide definitive validation of our interpretations. We emerge now from the philosophical depths of the Abyss Layer to consider mysteries of a different nature, questions that shift our attention from the temporal and metaphysical to the spatial and architectural. This layer of investigation examines how Dark Souls constructs its world not just as a collection of gameplay spaces, but as a carefully designed environment where every stone and structure carries potential meaning, where the relationship between areas speaks to larger themes, and where the very architecture becomes a form of storytelling, as eloquent as any dialogue or item description. The architectural mysteries of Dark Souls reward players who pay attention not just to what happens in each location, but to how locations relate to each other, how spaces are designed to create specific emotional responses, how the geometry of the world reinforces or subverts expectations. These are mysteries that exist in 3 dimensions, that require us to think about verticality and sightlines, and the ways that level design shapes experience and understanding. They ask us to become students of space itself, to read environments the way we might read texts, extracting meaning from placement and juxtaposition, and the careful orchestration of revelation. Our exploration of architectural mysteries begins in what many consider the most visually stunning location in all of Dark Souls, a place where divine ambition reached its apex in structures that seem to defy both physics and good sense in their scale and grandeur. Anor Londo stands as a monument to the power and pride of the gods who once ruled this world. Its soaring towers and impossible bridges, creating spaces that make human visitors feel appropriately insignificant in comparison to the beings who designed and inhabited these halls. The city of the gods is built on a scale that speaks to either tremendous hubris or tremendous power, though perhaps those two qualities are ultimately inseparable when we speak of beings who claim divinity for themselves. The cathedral where Ornstein and Smarr stand guard rises to heights that seem to serve no practical purpose, as if the builders wanted to create space simply for the sake of creating space, to demonstrate that they could make ceilings so high that perspective makes them difficult to perceive from ground level. The exterior walkways are wide enough to serve as plazas despite being positioned in locations where one false step means a deadly fall, as if safety and practicality were concerns beneath the notice of those who designed them. Yet for all its visual magnificence, for all the awe it inspires in players who first emerge from the dark interior of Sen's fortress into the golden light that bathes these impossible structures, Anor Londo harbors a secret that transforms everything about how we understand the location. The revelation comes through progression, through defeating Ornstein and Smaug, and receiving from Guinevere the Lord Vessel that grants access to the game's final areas. After this encounter, attentive players may notice something that seems out of place, an opportunity that was not previously available. Near the location where we fought the two Guardians, where the light seems brightest and the divine presence most palpable, there exists a wall that does not behave as walls should. This illusory barrier appears solid and continuous with the surrounding architecture, but weapons and projectiles pass through it as if nothing were there, revealing it to be merely a projection hiding whatever lies beyond. Passing through this false wall leads to a passage that descends into darkness, moving from the brilliantly lit halls of the cathedral down into chambers that seem to exist in permanent twilight, until finally we encounter a figure who has been hidden from view, despite orchestrating everything we have experienced in this city. Gwyndolin, the Dark Sun, reveals himself as the architect of deceptions we did not even know we had been experiencing. This deity, youngest child of Lord Gwyn, has remained in Anor Londo long after his father departed to link the fire and after his siblings left to pursue their own purposes. Here, in these dark chambers beneath the cathedral, Gwyndolin has used his mastery of illusion magic to maintain the appearance that Anor Londo remains a functioning seat of divine power, that the gods have not abandoned their city, that the Age of Fire continues in glory rather than in declining desperation. The massive figure of Guinevere that we encountered in the cathedral, the goddess who gave us the Lord Vessel and blessed our journey, is revealed through Gwyndolin's existence to be merely an illusion, a projection created to deceive visitors into believing that the divine family remains in residence. When struck or when Gwyndolin is killed, this illusion dissipates like morning mist, and the lighting throughout Anor Londo changes dramatically, revealing the truth that has been hidden beneath layers of carefully maintained deception. With the illusion dispelled, Anor Londo transforms from a city bathed in golden sunlight to a place of permanent twilight, its true nature finally visible to eyes no longer deceived by Gwyndolin's magic. The change in lighting alone suggests how much effort has been invested in maintaining appearances, how carefully the scene has been staged to present an image of divine presence and power that masks the reality of absence and decline. The golden light was itself illusion, a false sun created by the Dark Sun to hide the darkness that would otherwise pervade these abandoned halls. This revelation about the illusory nature of Anor Londo's apparent glory casts everything about the city in a new and melancholy light. The magnificent architecture, that seemed to speak of divine power and confidence now appears more as a monument to what once was, empty halls that echo with absence rather than presence. The scale that made us feel small was not designed to humble visitors before currently residing gods, but was simply maintained as a memorial to gods who have long since departed, making the cathedral feel less like a palace and more like a tomb that someone refuses to acknowledge as such. The question arises of what parts of Anor Londo are real and what parts are illusion. We can strike the image of Guinevere and watch it disappear, proving that at least that specific element is not genuinely present. But what about the Silver Knights who patrol certain areas, or the painting guardians who defend the entrance to Ariamis's hidden world? Are these genuine residents of the city, or are they two illusions created by Gwyndolin to reinforce the appearance of continued habitation? When we strike them down, do we kill real beings, or merely dispel projections? The architectural implications become particularly interesting when we consider that most of what we see in Anor Londo appears to be facade, structures that create the impression of a vast and densely built city, when in reality, there may be very little solid architecture behind the visible surfaces. The towers and buildings that we can see from the exterior walkways might be nothing more than hollow shells, three-dimensional paintings meant to be viewed from specific angles but containing no actual interior spaces or functional elements. This possibility aligns with what we can observe about Anor Londo's actual explorable area, which is remarkably limited considering the apparent size of the city when viewed from certain vantage points. We traverse a cathedral, some connecting hallways, and a few exterior walkways, but the majority of the visible structures remain forever inaccessible, their interiors either non-existent or sealed off behind barriers we cannot penetrate. For a city that appears to contain dozens of major buildings and countless smaller structures, the areas we can actually explore represent only the tiniest fraction of what seems to be present. The true Anor Londo, stripped of illusions and examined with clear eyes, might consist of little more than a single cathedral, occupied by a single remaining deity, surrounded by elaborate facades designed to create the impression of a thriving divine city. Everything else, all the apparent grandeur and scale and architectural magnificence, might be nothing more than Gwyndolin's increasingly desperate attempt to maintain the appearance of divine presence and authority in a world where the gods have largely abandoned their responsibilities and their realm. This understanding of Anor Londo as primarily illusion built around a tiny core of reality transforms how we think about Gwyndolин's role and psychology. He is not simply maintaining a useful deception to manipulate the chosen undead, but is engaged in something that looks remarkably like denial, refusing to acknowledge that the age of divine rule has ended, that his family has departed and is not returning, that he alone remains in a city built for thousands and now inhabited by one. The illusions serve practical purposes in terms of guiding undead toward the linking of the fire, but they also serve the psychological purpose of allowing Gwyndolin to pretend that things are other than they are, that the gods still rule and the Age of Fire still flourishes. The loneliness implicit in this situation adds tragic dimensions to a character who might otherwise seem merely antagonistic or manipulative. Gwyndolin has been left behind, whether by choice or by circumstance, to maintain a vigil in an empty city, projecting images of his absent family to visitors while himself remaining hidden in darkness. The contrast between the brilliant golden light of his illusions and the permanent twilight of his actual chambers suggests the divide between what he wishes to present to the world and what he must actually live with, between the public face of divine authority and the private reality of abandonment. From the illusory grandeur of Anor Londo, Our architectural investigation carries us to a different kind of spatial mystery, one that involves recognizing patterns and connections between areas that seem distant from each other in the experience of traversing them, but which occupy strangely related positions when we consider the three-dimensional structure of Dark Souls' world. This mystery asks us to pay attention to what we can see from specific locations, to compare architectural details across different areas, and to consider what these observations might tell us about the relationship between places and times. The journey to the kiln of the first flame represents the culmination of the player's quest, the final area that must be traversed to reach Lord Gwyn and make the choice that will determine the fate of the Age of Fire. Access to the kiln is granted through the placement of the Lord Vessel on an altar in Firelink Shrine, an action that opens a path downward through what appears to be an ancient temple or structure buried beneath the shrine. The descent through this temple leads to a misty white void, and emerging from that void brings us to the kiln itself. The kiln of the first flame is a place of ash and ruin, a landscape that has been burned and scorched until nothing remains but blackened stone and the memory of fire. The sky above is dark and filled with smoke. The ground beneath is covered in white ash that shifts and swirls with every step, and the few structures that remain standing are damaged and deteriorating, their original purposes and designs obscured by the destruction they have endured. It is a place that feels like the end of the world, the final destination of a journey that has carried us through every kind of environment and challenge. Yet, as we traverse the kiln, moving through its ash-covered landscape toward the structure where Gwyn waits, something about the architecture begins to feel familiar. The layout of the paths, the placement of certain structures, the general configuration of the space all echo something we have seen before, something that should be completely unrelated to this burned-out wasteland, but which seems to share its fundamental spatial DNA. The recognition dawns slowly or suddenly depending on the player's observational skills and memory. The kiln of the first flame is laid out as a dark reflection of Firelink Shrine. The correspondence is not exact, as the kiln's structures are ruined and damaged while Firelink Shrine remains largely intact, but the basic layout matches in ways that seem too consistent to be coincidental. The position of paths relative to each other, the general configuration of the area, the placement of key structures, all mirror the arrangement we know from having spent so much time in Firelink Shrine. It is as if someone took Firelink Shrine, destroyed it completely, covered everything in ash, and then called the result the kiln of the first flame. This architectural echo raises profound questions about the relationship between these two locations. Are they the same place separated by time, with the kiln representing either Firelink Shrine's distant past or its inevitable future? Are they different places that happen to share the same layout for symbolic or metaphysical reasons? Is the similarity meant to be noticed and interpreted, or is it simply a result of practical development decisions about reusing level geometry with different textures and lighting? The theory that the kiln and Firelink Shrine are the same location at different points in time carries significant thematic weight, suggesting that the cycle of fire and dark is not just conceptual, but literal and spatial, that the place where undead rest and recover is the same place where the world began or will end. If the kiln represents Firelink Shrine's past, then we are visiting the location where Lord Gwyn first linked the fire, seeing it as it appeared in that moment of supreme sacrifice, witnessing the birth of the very cycle we are now meant to perpetuate or break. The ash that covers everything would be the residue of that first linking, the physical manifestation of a god burning himself as fuel to maintain the age he had helped create. Alternatively, if the kiln represents Firelink Shrine's future, then we are seeing what becomes of this place of sanctuary after countless cycles of linking and fading, After the world has been burned and reburned so many times that nothing remains but ash and the fading memory of fire. This interpretation makes the kiln a warning, a vision of where the path of preservation inevitably leads, showing us that even places of rest and recovery will eventually be consumed by the flames they exist to serve. The fact that we must travel through Firelink Shrine to reach the kiln would then represent moving through present to reach future, traversing what is to confront what will be. A third possibility, more metaphysically complex, suggests that the kiln and Firelink Shrine occupy the same space but exist in different temporal or dimensional states, that they are layered on top of each other like images printed on transparencies and viewed from different angles. The placement of the Lord Vessel creates access not by opening a physical path, but by shifting our perception or our relationship to reality, allowing us to perceive and interact with a version of familiar space that normally remains hidden. We are always standing in the kiln when we stand in Firelink Shrine. We simply cannot see or access it until the proper conditions are met. This interpretation aligns with the game's themes about stagnant time and cycles, suggesting that past and present and future all occupy the same space because time has stopped flowing properly, because the moment of Gwyn's first linking and our own linking or refusal to link are all happening simultaneously in the eternal present that stagnation creates. Every fire that has ever been linked or allowed to fade does so in the same location, with the kiln and Firelink Shrine being different names for the same fundamental space that serves as the axis around which reality revolves. The emotional impact of recognizing the connection between these locations adds weight to the final confrontation with Gwyn, regardless of which interpretation we favor. We are not traveling to some distant and alien place to face the game's ultimate challenge, but are instead returning to a familiar space transformed by fire and time, fighting on ground that we know intimately, but which has been rendered strange through its new context. The sanctuary where we have rested and recovered throughout our journey is revealed to be intimately connected to the place where choices of cosmic significance are made, suggesting that rest and conflict, safety and danger, beginning and ending are all more closely related than their apparent opposition might suggest. From this revelation about the kiln's connection to Firelink Shrine, our architectural exploration brings us to examine a location that stands in stark contrast to Anor Londo's maintained illusions and pristine surfaces. Lost Izalith represents the opposite end of the spectrum from carefully curated divine architecture, presenting instead a vision of catastrophic failure frozen in place, a city that was destroyed, but which remained standing as a monument to ambition that exceeded wisdom and power, that escaped control. Lost Izalith occupies a unique position in Dark Souls' development history, acknowledged by the creators themselves as an area that did not receive the time and attention necessary to fully realize its potential. Director Hidetaka Miyazaki has stated in interviews that Lost Izalith was rushed during development, that the team ran out of time to implement their complete vision for the area, and that what players encounter represents a compromise between what they wanted to create and what they could actually complete within their available resources and schedule. This acknowledgement of incompleteness makes Lost Izalith simultaneously one of the most criticized areas in the game from a pure gameplay perspective, and one of the most interesting from a thematic perspective, because the unfinished nature of the area creates an accidental resonance with its lore significance. Lost Izalith is a place of failure in the game's narrative, the site where the Witch of Izalith attempted to recreate the first flame through pyromancy and instead created the Chaos Flame, a twisted and corrupt version of the original that transformed her family into demons and her city into a hellscape. That this location of narrative failure should also be the site of developmental failure creates an unintentional but powerful correspondence between story and execution. The most visible sign of Lost Izalith's rushed development is the presence of dragon legs used as enemies throughout the area. These are not complete dragons or even recognizable dragon-like creatures, but simply legs, massive lower limbs that walk around on their own and attack the player with kicks and stomps. The same model is repeated numerous times across different sections of Lost Izalith, creating a sense of lazy copy-paste design that breaks the carefully crafted uniqueness that characterizes most of Dark Souls' enemy placement. These dragon legs are clearly meant to be the lower portions of the dragon-like creatures that were created when the Chaos Flame corrupted the city's inhabitants, but the full creatures were apparently never modeled or implemented. What remains are just the legs, standing in as placeholders for what should have been more complete enemy designs, but which time constraints prevented from being finished. From a pure gameplay criticism standpoint, the dragon legs represent poor design, repetitive and uninspiring enemies that fail to create the kind of memorable encounters Dark Souls is known for. Yet from a thematic standpoint, these incomplete creatures serve as perfect representations of what the Chaos Flame does. They are corrupted, broken, fragmentary things, creatures that should be whole but which exist in partial and degraded states. Their incompleteness reflecting the fundamental wrongness of their origin. The Chaos Flame did not simply transform the residents of Izalith into new forms, but rather corrupted them into something that feels unfinished and incorrect. And the dragon legs, despite being incomplete from a development standpoint, capture this quality of wrongness more effectively than more polished enemy designs might have. The Bed of Chaos boss fight represents the culmination of Lost Izalith's developmental difficulties, widely regarded as one of the weakest and most frustrating boss encounters in Dark Souls. The fight is less about combat skill and more about navigating a hazardous environment while avoiding one-hit kill attacks, with the actual boss being less an enemy to fight and more a puzzle to solve through trial and error. Many players find the encounter tedious and unsatisfying, a dramatic drop in quality compared to the carefully designed boss fights that characterize most of the game. Yet again, the weakness of the Bed of Chaos as a gameplay encounter creates an accidental thematic resonance with what the boss represents in the lore. This is the Witch of Izalith transformed by her own failed attempt at creating flame, reduced from a powerful lord who claimed a soul from the first flame to something that can barely be called alive, a being that exists more as a spreading corruption than as a conscious entity. The fact that fighting this boss feels unsatisfying, that it does not provide the kind of climactic confrontation we expect from Dark Souls bosses, reinforces the tragedy of what the witch has become. There is no glory or honor in this fight, because there is nothing glorious or honorable about what happened to Izalith, only waste and loss and failure. From a purely critical perspective, Lost Izalith is a missed opportunity, an area that could have been among the game's most memorable if given adequate development time, but which instead stands as the weakest major location in Dark Souls. Yet from a thematic perspective, the area's incompleteness and imperfection make it a more effective representation of catastrophic failure than a more polished implementation might have been. Sometimes brokenness serves narrative purposes better than perfection, and Lost Izalith's developmental flaws become, almost accidentally, the perfect expression of what happens when ambition exceeds wisdom, and when power escapes the control of those who wielded it. The developers' awareness of these shortcomings and their willingness to acknowledge them in interviews suggests that the compromise was necessary rather than desired, that they would have preferred to give Lost Izalith the attention it deserved, but that the realities of game development made that impossible. This honest admission of imperfection stands in interesting contrast to Gwendolyn's elaborate illusions in Anor Londo, creating a divide between locations where flaws are hidden behind carefully maintained deceptions and locations where flaws are left visible, acknowledged openly, or simply accepted as the price of completing a project under real-world constraints. Our exploration of architectural mysteries brings us to a final location that exists apart from the normal geography of Dark Souls. A space that is accessed through means that emphasize its separateness from the ordinary world and whose nature raises questions about reality, art, and the relationship between creator and creation. The painted world of Ariamis is discovered by examining a painting in Anor Londo, but entering it requires first obtaining a specific item from the Duke's archives and returning to stand before the painting while that item is in your possession. The painted world itself is introduced through item descriptions and NPC dialogue, as a place where things that do not belong in the normal world are sent, a repository for the unwanted and the dangerous, a prison disguised as sanctuary, or a sanctuary that functions as prison depending on one's perspective. The location is described in ways that emphasize both its separateness from the world outside the painting and its function as a solution to a particular problem. What do you do with things or people that are too dangerous to be allowed freedom, but too valuable, or too connected to power to simply be destroyed? Priscilla, the crossbreed who serves as the location's most prominent resident and its optional boss, embodies this ambiguity perfectly. She is gentle in speech and manner, asking those who enter the painted world to leave peacefully rather than attacking on sight. Yet she possesses a weapon called Life Hunt Scythe, whose power is described in terms that suggest tremendous danger. She is portrayed sympathetically, as someone who deserves our pity rather than our aggression. Yet she has been imprisoned in this painted world for reasons that must have seemed compelling to whoever made that decision. The painted world functions in Dark Souls development as a location where content that did not fit elsewhere could be placed, serving a metatextual purpose that mirrors its in-universe purpose. Miyazaki has confirmed in interviews that the painted world was used to house ideas and enemies and mechanics that the team wanted to preserve even after the areas or storylines they were originally designed for were cut from the game. Just as the in-universe painted world is a place for things that do not belong in the normal world, the painted world of Ariamis, in terms of development, became a place for content that did not belong in other areas, but which the creators felt was worth preserving. This meta-textual function explains some of the painted world's peculiarities, such as the presence of enemies that appear nowhere else in the game and mechanics that are not used in other locations. The Phalanx enemies, for instance, are creatures that appeared in Demon's Souls but which have no obvious place in Dark Souls' world. Yet they appear in the painted world as if the development team wanted to include them somewhere, and this was the only location where their presence would not seem completely out of place. The painting becomes a museum of abandoned ideas, a gallery of content that survived the cutting room floor by being given this separate space to exist. The emotional atmosphere of the painted world, characterized by gentle snowfall and melancholy beauty, despite the dangers lurking within it, creates a space that feels different from anywhere else in Dark Souls. It is peaceful in ways that few locations manage to be, yet that peace is undercut by the knowledge that this is a prison, that the snow-covered landscape is a gilded cage for those deemed too dangerous or too different to be allowed to exist in the normal world. The beauty of the environment becomes tragic when we understand that it exists to make exile more bearable, to create an attractive prison for those who can never be allowed to leave. Priscilla's plea that we leave the painted world in peace takes on additional layers of meaning when we understand the location's dual purpose as in-universe prison and developmental repository. She is asking us not to disturb a place of exile, yes, but she is also perhaps asking us not to examine too closely the seams and rough edges that come from using a location as a catch-all for content that did not fit elsewhere. Her gentleness might be partially motivated by the fact that this world is more fragile than it appears, held together by the conceit that everything in it belongs together, when in fact, the painted world is a collection of elements that have no natural relationship beyond having been placed here by designers looking for somewhere to put them. The nature of the painting itself, of art as a medium that can contain entire worlds and trap those worlds behind its surface, speaks to larger themes about creation and control that run through Dark Souls. Someone named Ariamis created this painted world, making them effectively a god within that space, able to define its rules and determine who enters and who leaves. Yet the painting exists within the larger world of Lordran, making Ariamis's godhood conditional and limited, powerful within a defined sphere, but subordinate to the larger reality that contains that sphere. This hierarchy of creation, where worlds contain paintings that contain worlds that might themselves contain smaller paintings in infinite recursion, becomes explicitly explored in Dark Souls 3 when we encounter new painted worlds and learn more about their nature and purpose. Yet even in the first Dark Souls, the painted world raises questions about the relationship between creator and creation, about whether those imprisoned in paintings are truly trapped, or whether they might possess freedoms that those in the supposedly real world lack, about whether being painted means being false or simply means existing in a different medium. The architectural mysteries we have explored in this layer all share a common quality of using space itself as a form of storytelling, allowing the design of environments to communicate themes and ideas that dialogue and item descriptions can only gesture toward. Anor Londo's hollow grandeur speaks to the emptiness behind maintained appearances. The kiln's echo of Firelink Shrine suggests cycles that return again and again to the same places. Lost Izalith's imperfection embodies catastrophic failure. The painted world's separation from normal geography creates space for things that do not fit anywhere else. These are all stories told through architecture, narratives communicated through the experience of moving through carefully designed spaces. As we prepare to ascend from these architectural mysteries toward other concerns, we carry with us an enhanced appreciation for how Dark Souls uses every available tool to communicate its themes and ideas. The game is not simply a combat system with lore attached, but rather is a complete work where mechanics and aesthetics and level design all contribute to creating meaning. Every stone has been placed with intention, every sightline has been considered, every spatial relationship has been weighed for its potential to create the experiences and realizations that the designers wanted players to have. The architectural layer has taught us to read environments as texts, to extract meaning from the silent language of space and structure, to recognize that sometimes the most profound storytelling happens not through words, but through the careful orchestration of movement and revelation and spatial relationship. We emerge with eyes trained to see patterns and connections that we might previously have missed, ready to apply these skills of observation and interpretation to the final mysteries that await us in the layers yet to be explored. We turn our attention now toward the human stories woven through Dark Souls' tapestry of cosmic themes and architectural grandeur, focusing on the individual fates and personal tragedies that give emotional weight to the game's larger philosophical concerns. These are mysteries that center on characters we meet and journey alongside, individuals whose stories intersect with our own in ways that create moments of genuine connection amid the overwhelming darkness and despair that characterizes most of our experience in Lordran. Their fates matter not because they change the world in significant ways, but because they remind us that even in a world of stagnant time and fading divinity, individual lives and choices retain meaning and significance. The character mysteries we explore in this layer ask us to consider what makes a life worth living when death has lost its finality, what constitutes success or failure when the goals we pursue may be fundamentally unachievable, and how we maintain dignity and purpose in circumstances that seem designed to strip both away. These are questions that the game's non-player characters embody through their various quests and ultimate fates, with each individual story serving as a case study in how consciousness responds to the particular challenges of existence in a cursed and dying world. Our examination of character fates begins with one of the most memorable personalities in all of Dark Souls, a warrior whose distinctive appearance and unfailing optimism make him immediately recognizable, and whose journey through the game creates one of its most affecting narrative arcs. Siegmeyer of Katarina stands out visually before we even hear him speak. His onion-shaped armor, creating a silhouette that is simultaneously ridiculous and oddly dignified, suggesting someone who takes himself seriously, even if his equipment invites gentle mockery from observers. Siegmeyer's character is defined by a combination of martial competence and endearing obliviousness, a warrior clearly skilled enough to have survived journeys through extremely dangerous areas, yet somehow always finding himself in predicaments that require outside assistance to resolve. When we first encounter him, he stands before a gate guarded by boulder traps, contemplating how to proceed and apparently content to simply stand and think rather than taking action. His posture and his dialogue suggest not frustration, but rather a kind of peaceful acceptance of the obstacle, as if being stuck is itself a form of adventure worth savoring. This pattern repeats throughout our various encounters with Siegmeyer across different locations in Lordran. We find him in Sen's fortress, trapped on a platform with no clear way forward, cheerfully acknowledging his situation without apparent distress. We discover him in Blighttown, poisoned and weakened, but still maintaining his characteristic good humor about his circumstances. Each time we meet him, he is facing some challenge that he seems unable or unwilling to overcome through his own initiative, yet he never appears to hollow or lose his sense of self, despite these repeated failures to progress. The key to understanding Siegmeyer's resistance to hollowing lies in recognizing that he does not view his predicaments as failures at all, but rather as the very purpose of his journey. He is not traveling through Lordran to reach a specific destination or accomplish a particular goal beyond the journey itself. Adventure is his purpose, and adventure by definition means encountering obstacles and challenges. Being stuck is not an interruption of his quest, but rather is the fulfillment of it. Each new predicament representing exactly what he came looking for, even if he cannot always resolve it without help. This interpretation explains why Siegmeyer remains so cheerful despite circumstances that would frustrate most warriors. He is genuinely enjoying himself, finding satisfaction in the experience of being challenged, even when those challenges defeat him temporarily. His gratitude when we help him overcome his various obstacles is sincere but also somewhat perfunctory, as if the resolution is less important than the experience of having faced the challenge in the first place. He is not embarrassed by needing assistance, because accepting help is simply another form of adventure, another way of engaging with the world and experiencing novelty. The tragedy of Siegmeyer's story emerges not from his predicaments, but from their inevitable conclusion. A man whose purpose is defined by facing challenges will eventually run out of challenges to face, and in a world of stagnant time where nothing truly changes, the supply of novel obstacles is necessarily finite. Siegmeyer works his way through the available adventures in Lordran, overcoming or being helped to overcome each barrier he encounters, until finally, he reaches a point where there is nothing left to challenge him, nowhere left to go that he has not already been. This moment arrives in Lost Izalith, where Siegmeyer makes what seems like a final desperate attempt to find meaning in one last adventure. He announces his intention to clear out a room full of Chaos Eaters, toxic, slug-like creatures that pose little real threat to a well-equipped warrior, but which Siegmeyer treats as worthy opponents, deserving his full attention and effort. He asks the player not to interfere, to allow him this final challenge to overcome through his own efforts, suggesting that he understands on some level that this might be his last opportunity to fulfill the purpose that has sustained him throughout his journey. The player is given a choice in this moment that will determine Siegmeyer's ultimate fate. We can honor his request and stand aside, allowing him to fight the Chaos Eaters alone and inevitably take damage in the process. Alternatively, we can ignore his wishes and eliminate most or all of the enemies ourselves before he can engage them properly, denying him the challenge but ensuring he takes no damage. The game does not explicitly explain which choice is better for Siegmeyer's well-being, leaving players to decide based on their own understanding of his character and needs. If Siegmeyer is allowed to fight and take sufficient damage in the process, his story continues through his daughter Sieglinde, who has been searching for her father throughout her own journey across Lordran. The questline involving both characters leads eventually to Ash Lake, that surreal shore beneath the arch trees where reality seems to thin and the normal rules of the world apply only loosely. Here we find Siegmeyer one final time, but in this meeting he has finally succumbed to hollowing, his mind gone, and his distinctive personality erased, leaving only a hostile hollow, wearing his characteristic armor. Sieglinde must kill her father herself, must strike him down to prevent him from potentially harming others, and to grant him the mercy of a clean death rather than allowing him to continue existing in a hollow state. The act breaks her heart, but she performs it nonetheless, and afterward, she provides the player with Siegmeyer's ring, a memento of the warrior who once wore it. Her dialogue in this moment conveys profound sadness, but also a kind of resigned acceptance, as if she knew that this ending was always inevitable, that her father's particular approach to life made hollowing not just possible, but ultimately certain once he exhausted the adventures available to pursue. The alternative path, where the player kills most or all of the Chaos Eaters and prevents Siegmeyer from taking significant damage in his final battle, leads to a different but equally tragic outcome. Siegmeyer does not appear in Ash Lake in this version of events, and when Sieglinde catches up to him, she finds him not hollow but simply at a loss, having completed his final challenge without the struggle and damage that would have made it meaningful. Shortly after this encounter, we can find Siegmeyer's equipment available for purchase, suggesting that he has died somehow in the time between events, with Sieglinde having inherited his possessions. The implication is that being denied his final meaningful challenge, being protected from the struggle that gave his life purpose, caused Siegmeyer to hollow anyway, or perhaps to simply give up, to lose the will to continue, when he recognized that there was nothing left for him to achieve or experience that would fulfill his need for adventure. In this version, the player's attempt to help and protect actually hastens his end by removing the very thing that was keeping him from hollowing, demonstrating the cruel irony that sometimes the kindest action is to allow someone to face challenges and take damage if that struggle is what gives their existence meaning. Both versions of Siegmeyer's ending share the common element of demonstrating that his purpose, while effective at protecting him from hollowing for a considerable time, was ultimately too dependent on external circumstances to sustain him indefinitely. Purpose that requires the world to continually provide new challenges will fail when those challenges are exhausted, and in a world of stagnant time where nothing truly new can emerge, every finite purpose is doomed to eventually run out of fuel. Siegmeyer needed adventure, but adventure requires novelty, and novelty requires change, and change is exactly what the stagnant world of Lordran cannot provide. From the tragedy of Siegmeyer's exhausted purpose, our exploration of character fates carries us to consider the alternative outcome for a different character whose story we have already examined from other angles. Solaire of Astora's quest to find his own son creates one of Dark Souls' most memorable character arcs. But the version of events that most players experience, where Solaire succumbs to the sunlight maggot and goes insane in Lost Izalith, represents only one possible outcome. There exists an alternative path that requires specific player action, but which leads to a very different conclusion to Solaire's story. The key to saving Solaire from the maggot lies in gaining access to a shortcut that allows the player to reach the area where the maggot waits before Solaire arrives there himself. This shortcut is locked behind a door that requires 30 humanity to open when approached from the demon ruins side, a substantial cost that many players will not have accumulated by the time they first encounter the sealed passage. The high cost ensures that saving Solaire requires deliberate effort and sacrifice rather than happening accidentally through normal exploration. If the player opens this shortcut and kills the sunlight maggot before Solaire reaches it, the maggot is simply gone when Solaire arrives at that location, removing the source of his eventual madness before the infection can occur. Solaire continues his journey unimpeded by the parasite, and his questline proceeds along a completely different path than the tragedy that unfolds if the maggot is allowed to attach to him. This intervention allows Solaire to maintain his sanity and continue his quest in ways that lead to an ending that, while still ambiguous in some respects, is far more hopeful than the alternative. Director Hidetaka Miyazaki confirmed in the Japanese podcast game No Shukutaku that if Solaire is successfully saved from the sunlight maggot, he returns to his own world and eventually succeeds in linking the first flame there. This represents not just survival, but genuine achievement of his goals. The realization of the quest that has driven him throughout his entire journey. Solaire finds his son not in a parasitic creature that drives him mad, but in the actual first flame itself, discovering that what he sought was something real and achievable, rather than an impossible dream or a cruel trick of fate. The phrasing Miyazaki used suggests that this positive outcome was the intended conclusion to Solaire's story, that the developers designed his character arc with the expectation that observant and dedicated players would take the steps necessary to save him. The sunlight maggot represents a failure state, something that happens when the player either does not know about the shortcut, cannot afford the humanity cost to open it, or simply chooses not to intervene. Saving Solaire is positioned as the reward for paying attention and caring enough to take action, while his death or madness is the consequence of inaction or ignorance. This revelation reframes how we understand Solaire's character and his relationship to the larger themes of Dark Souls. He is not doomed by his quest as Siegmeyer is doomed by his, not pursuing something inherently impossible that will inevitably lead to tragedy. Instead, Solaire's quest is genuinely achievable. His goal of finding his own son is something he can actually accomplish if given the opportunity. The key difference between his story and Siegmeyer's is that Solaire's purpose is not dependent on external circumstances continuing to provide novelty, but is instead focused on a specific, achievable goal that can be reached and fulfilled. The fact that Solaire succeeds in his own world rather than in the player's world is significant, emphasizing the separation between different versions of events and different timelines or dimensions that exist simultaneously in Dark Souls cosmology. We cannot witness his triumph directly because it happens in a place and time we cannot access, in a version of Lordran that is his rather than ours. Yet the knowledge that he succeeds somewhere, that his unfailing optimism and his determination to find his son are ultimately rewarded, provides a note of hope in a game where hope is rare and often false. Solaire's successful ending makes him perhaps the only major character in Dark Souls whose story can conclude with unambiguous positive achievement, whose purpose is fulfilled, and whose quest reaches a satisfying resolution. This singularity is itself significant, suggesting that genuine success is possible but rare, that the world allows for happy endings but does not make them easy or automatic. Solaire had to maintain his purpose across a long and dangerous journey, had to avoid the countless dangers that could have killed or hollowed him, and he needed the player to intervene at a critical moment, to prevent the one specific threat that would have destroyed him despite his own efforts. The cooperative element of Solaire's salvation reinforces one of Dark Souls' subtle themes about the importance of connection and mutual aid. Even in a world that seems designed to isolate and destroy, we cannot save Solaire by simply telling him to avoid Lost Izalith or warning him about the maggot. We must take direct action ourselves, must spend resources and effort to remove the threat before he encounters it. His survival depends on our willingness to help, even when that help requires sacrifice, even when we receive no immediate reward for our efforts beyond the knowledge that we have made a difference in someone else's story. From Solaire's achievable quest and potential triumph, our examination of character fates brings us to consider a figure whose presence spans not just Dark Souls, but multiple games across the series, and even extends into the related Demon Souls. Patches, known variously as Patches the Hyena in Demon Souls, Trusty Patches in Dark Souls, and Patches the Spider in later entries, represents a consistent archetype that appears again and again across different worlds and different ages, always playing essentially the same role, and always surviving circumstances that destroy countless other characters. Patches is characterized by treachery presented as friendship, by betrayals so consistent that they become almost endearing through their predictability, and by a persistent habit of kicking people off ledges or into dangerous situations while claiming to be helpful. His modus operandi remains consistent across his various appearances. He befriends travelers, asks seemingly innocuous questions designed to determine whether they are carrying valuable items or have particular character traits he finds objectionable, and then betrays them in ways that range from merely inconvenient to potentially fatal. Yet despite his obviously untrustworthy nature, despite the fact that anyone with knowledge of his reputation should avoid him entirely, Patches continues to survive and even thrive across vast spans of time and through the transition between completely different game worlds. In Demon Souls, he is a merchant and trickster in Boletaria. In Dark Souls, he appears in the Tomb of the Giants and the Firelink Shrine, and in Dark Souls 3 he shows up again, having survived whatever cataclysms occurred between games, still betraying travelers and still managing to talk his way out of consequences when his victims catch up to him. This persistent survival across games and ages raises questions about what Patches actually is, whether he is simply a lucky human who has managed to avoid the various fates that claim most people in these dangerous worlds, or whether he is something more than human, some kind of primordial force or entity that exists beyond normal constraints of mortality and time. The fact that he appears in Demon Souls, which is arguably a separate universe from Dark Souls despite sharing many thematic and mechanical similarities, suggests that Patches transcends the boundaries of individual game worlds, that he is a constant presence across multiple realities rather than a character confined to a single narrative. One interpretation of Patches' nature suggests that he represents an eternal archetype, the trickster figure who appears in countless mythologies and storytelling traditions across human cultures. The trickster serves important functions in narrative and philosophy, testing the virtue of heroes through deception, teaching valuable lessons through betrayal, and demonstrating that survival sometimes requires cunning and flexibility rather than honor and straightforwardness. Patches embodies this archetype in ways that make him immediately recognizable to anyone familiar with trickster figures from other traditions. The consistency of his behavior across different contexts and timeframes suggests that he is playing a role rather than simply being himself, that the betrayals and the apologies and the eventual offers of merchant services are all part of a script he has refined across countless iterations. He knows what works, knows how to manipulate travelers into positions where they can be betrayed, knows how to apologize in ways that diffuse anger without requiring genuine contrition, knows how to maintain his existence by making himself simultaneously annoying and useful. This interpretation makes Patches a kind of immortal observer, a being who persists through ages and cataclysms, not because he is powerful but because he is adaptable, because he has mastered the art of survival through cunning rather than through strength. He does not fight the great battles or pursue grand purposes, but simply continues existing, finding ways to benefit from each new situation, regardless of who holds power or what age the world happens to be experiencing. In a game concerned with cycles and eternal recurrence, Patches represents the kind of intelligence that thrives in cyclical systems, that recognizes patterns and exploits them rather than trying to break or change them. The game mechanically rewards players who forgive Patches rather than killing him in revenge for his betrayals. If you spare his life after he kicks you into danger, he eventually becomes a merchant offering useful items and services, making forgiveness literally profitable. If you kill him in revenge, you lose access to those services and gain relatively little of value from his death. The game is teaching through Patches' questline that forgiveness can be practically beneficial even when dealing with unrepentant betrayers, that some people are more valuable, alive and treacherous than dead and punished. This lesson aligns with the trickster's traditional role as teacher, though the lessons tricksters teach are often uncomfortable or counterintuitive. Patches demonstrates that honor and trust are not always the most adaptive strategies, that sometimes survival requires accepting that some people will always betray you and working with them anyway because what they offer outweighs the cost of their treachery. He embodies a kind of amoral pragmatism that Dark Souls neither explicitly endorses nor condemns, simply presenting it as one valid approach to existence in a difficult world. From the eternal trickster who survives through cunning, our exploration of character fates carries us to examine a mystery involving parentage and exile, a theory about connections between characters that explains aspects of both their natures and their presence in specific locations. This mystery centers on Priscilla, the crossbreed who dwells in the painted world of Ariamis, and proposes an explanation for her existence that connects her to some of the most significant figures in Dark Souls lore. Priscilla is immediately recognizable as something unique, a being who combines traits from different species in ways that mark her as fundamentally different from other characters we encounter. Her appearance suggests dragon heritage combined with something else, creating a form that is neither fully draconic nor fully humanoid, but rather exists in an uncomfortable middle ground between categories. The term crossbreed in her title emphasizes this mixed nature, indicating that she is the offspring of parents from different species, the result of a union that should perhaps not have occurred. The theory about Priscilla's parentage proposes that her father is Seath the Scaleless, the albino dragon who betrayed his own kind to side with Lord Gwyn in the war against the dragons. Seath's character is defined by his obsession with the very thing he was born without, the stone scales that granted other dragons immortality, but which his albinism prevented him from developing. This obsession drove him to study the nature of scales and immortality, to conduct experiments attempting to create or understand what he could not naturally possess, and to commit atrocities in service of this singular goal. Seath's experiments in the Duke's archives involved capturing and studying various subjects, with particular focus on maidens who were brought to him by his channeler servants. The purpose of these experiments is never explicitly stated, but item descriptions and environmental details suggest they involved attempts to transform human subjects in various ways, possibly trying to grant them dragon-like properties, or to extract from them some essence that Seath could use in his own pursuit of the immortality that eluded him. If Seath was conducting experiments involving transformation and the mixing of species, it is not unreasonable to suppose that at some point these experiments might have resulted in offspring, either intentionally or as an unplanned consequence of his various attempts at creating new forms of life. Priscilla, as a crossbreed with draconic features, could be the result of such experimentation, a being created through Seath's attempts to understand dragons by combining dragon essence with other forms of life. The question of Priscilla's mother, assuming Seath is her father, leads to speculation about which female character in Dark Souls lore would make the most sense as the other parent. One possibility that has gained considerable support is Guinevere, the daughter of Lord Gwyn whose image dominates the cathedral in Anor Londo. Guinevere is described as a goddess of fertility and bounty, suggesting she has some association with generation and creation that would make her an appropriate choice for a mother figure in this theory. The political implications of such a union would be significant, representing a connection between Lord Gwyn's family and Seath, binding the betrayer dragon to the divine lineage through offspring. Yet this same connection would create profound difficulties. If the result of the union was a being like Priscilla, something that appeared monstrous or dangerous, despite her divine and draconic parentage, a child who represented both dragon and god but appeared to be neither, who embodied a union that perhaps should not have occurred, would be a source of shame or concern that might explain why she was hidden away. The theory proposes that Priscilla was exiled to the painted world, not out of cruelty, but out of a complicated mixture of protection and concealment, a solution to the problem of what to do with a being who is too dangerous or too different to exist openly in society, but who has connections to power that prevent her from simply being killed. The painted world offers a place where she can exist in relative comfort, surrounded by beauty and peace, but from which she can never leave or threaten the order of the world outside. This interpretation makes Priscilla's gentle nature and her request that visitors leave peacefully take on additional poignancy. She has been given a comfortable prison and has accepted her exile with grace, making the best of circumstances that she did not choose and cannot change. Her power with the Life Hunt Scythe, an ability so dangerous it is described as capable of threatening even gods, suggests why those who exiled her might have felt the need to keep her contained. Yet her gentle demeanor suggests she has no desire to use that power against anyone who does not force her to defend herself. The evidence supporting this parentage theory is necessarily circumstantial, built on reasonable inferences from scattered details, rather than explicit confirmation. Seath's experiments and Guinevere's position and Priscilla's mixed nature all align in ways that make the theory plausible, but we are never told directly who her parents were. or how she came to exist. The game preserves this ambiguity deliberately, allowing us to construct theories but never providing definitive answers that would close off other interpretations. What we can say with certainty is that Priscilla is a being of mixed heritage who has been placed in the painted world for reasons connected to her nature, that she possesses tremendous power but chooses gentleness when given the option, and that her story represents a tragedy of exile and otherness, of being too different to belong anywhere in the normal world. Whether that difference comes from having Seath and Guinevere as parents or from some other origin, the fundamental situation remains the same. She is alone in a painted world because the real world has no place for beings like her. The examination of Priscilla's possible parentage and exile brings our exploration of character fates to its natural conclusion. Having traced the various ways that individuals respond to the challenges of existence in Dark Souls' stagnant and dying world, we have seen how purpose sustains some while its exhaustion destroys them, how achievable quests lead to rare success while adaptability without purpose enables immortal survival, how exile can be both punishment and protection depending on perspective and intention. These character mysteries demonstrate that even in a world defined by cycles and stagnation, by failed preservation and refused change, individual stories retain their power to move us and their capacity to reveal truths about the human condition that transcend the specific circumstances of any single game or narrative. The fates we have examined are not simply plot points to be catalogued, but rather represent different philosophical positions on how to live in impossible circumstances, different strategies for maintaining meaning and identity when the world itself seems designed to strip both away. Siegmeyer shows us that purpose dependent on external novelty cannot sustain us indefinitely in a world that has stopped producing new experiences. Soler demonstrates that specific, achievable goals can be fulfilled with determination and help from others, offering hope that success is possible, even if it is rare. Patches embodies the principle that survival sometimes requires moral flexibility and the willingness to be hated as long as you remain useful. Priscilla represents the tragedy of those who do not fit categories, who are exiled not for evil but for difference, who must make peace with separation from the world they might have wanted to inhabit. These human stories provide the emotional grounding that makes Dark Souls more than an intellectual exercise in difficult philosophy or a technical challenge in demanding gameplay. They give us characters to care about, fates to mourn or celebrate, moments of genuine connection that remind us why we persist through the countless deaths and setbacks that the game inflicts. The mysteries of individual fates matter because they are the scale at which philosophy becomes personal, where abstract questions about meaning and purpose transform into concrete experiences of struggle and loss and occasional triumph that resonate with our own experiences of trying to maintain purpose and identity in a world that often seems indifferent or hostile to both. We arrive now at the deepest truths accessible through our exploration, the philosophical bedrock upon which Dark Souls constructs its entire worldview and from which all other mysteries ultimately derive their significance. This final substantive layer before our conclusion examines not what happens in the game or who does what to whom, but rather what Dark Souls is fundamentally trying to communicate about existence itself, about the nature of change and preservation, about the relationship between individual agency and cosmic inevitability, about what it means to act meaningfully in a world where meaning itself has become uncertain. The deepest truths layer represents the point where speculation transforms into philosophy, where we stop asking questions that could theoretically be answered through developer interviews or hidden lore, and instead confront questions that have no definitive answers because they concern interpretation of themes rather than discovery of facts. These are the questions that different players will answer differently based on their own philosophical orientations and life experiences, questions where the game deliberately refuses to provide clear guidance, trusting players to engage seriously with difficult ideas and reach their own conclusions. Our exploration of these deepest truths begins by examining the nature of the first flame itself, that primordial force whose appearance disrupted the eternal uniformity of the Age of Ancients, and whose fading creates the crisis that drives Dark Souls' entire narrative. To understand what the game is trying to communicate about cycles and change and the costs of preservation, we must first understand what the flame represents and what its presence or absence means for the world. The opening cinematic of Dark Souls provides our foundational information about the flame and the age that preceded its appearance. In the Age of Ancients, we are told, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog, a land of grey crags and arch trees, and everlasting dragons. This description emphasizes uniformity and stasis, a world where nothing changed because there was no distinction between things, no categories or dualities or spectrums that would allow for transformation or event. The everlasting dragons are specifically identified as such, beings that did not die because death did not exist as a concept, creatures that simply were and continued being, without variation or development. Into this grey, unchanging world came heat and cold, life and death, and light and dark. These dualities emerged from, or were created by the first flame, introducing disparity into a reality that had previously known only uniformity. The flame became the source of distinction, the force that made difference possible, and from difference came the capacity for change and narrative and meaning. Where before there was only eternal being without becoming, now there existed the possibility of transformation, of things being one way and then becoming another way, of events occurring in sequences that built on each other rather than simply existing in timeless simultaneity. The great lords found souls in the flame, claimed power from it, and used that power to challenge and overthrow the dragons that had dominated the Age of Ancients. Gwyn and his fellows did not simply defeat the dragons, but fundamentally transformed the nature of reality, replacing the age of eternal, unchanging existence with an age defined by fire and heat and light, by life that could die and darkness that could be illuminated. This was the Age of Fire, and by most accounts it represented a dramatic improvement over what came before. Yet the game invites us to question this seemingly straightforward narrative of progress, to consider what was lost when the Age of Ancients ended, and whether the Age of Fire's eventual end might itself represent not catastrophe, but natural progression. The dragons in the opening cinematic are not portrayed as evil overlords oppressing suffering subjects, but rather as simply existing, neither good nor evil, because those categories had no meaning in a world without disparity. They are described as everlasting, which could be interpreted as peaceful immortality rather than as stagnant imprisonment, depending on one's perspective. The critical insight is recognizing that the first flame, while bringing disparity and change and possibility into the world, is itself unnatural in the context of the primordial reality it disrupted. The Age of Ancients was not dying or failing or in need of rescue when the flame appeared. It was simply existing in its eternal equilibrium, neither growing nor declining, because those concepts had no meaning in a world without time or change. The flame introduced transformation, but transformation is not inherently superior to eternal stability, except from the perspective of beings who value narrative and growth and the capacity for things to be different than they are. More significantly, Fire by its nature is not eternal but consumptive. Fire burns through fuel and inevitably diminishes as that fuel is exhausted. A flame that burns brightly will eventually burn out, and the hotter and more intense the burning, the faster the fuel is consumed and the sooner the ending arrives. The first flame brought life and light and warmth into a cold, grey world, but it brought them temporarily, as gifts that would inevitably be withdrawn when the fire that sustained them faded. The natural progression, then, would be for the Age of Fire to burn through its fuel and fade into something else, presumably the Age of Dark, that is referenced throughout the game as the era that should follow when the flame dies. This transition is not presented as a return to the Age of Ancients, but rather as a progression into something new, an age that would have its own character and its own forms of life and meaning distinct from what came before. The Age of Dark is mysterious and unknown because it has never been allowed to fully manifest, but the game provides hints that it would not be simply absence and void, but rather a different mode of existence with different rules and different possibilities. Lord Gwyn's choice to link the fire and fuel it with his own soul represents a rejection of this natural progression, an act of preservation that disrupts the cycle of change that the flame itself introduced. He used the power that enabled transformation to prevent transformation, turned the force of change against change itself in a desperate attempt to maintain the Age of Fire beyond its natural span. This act, often portrayed as heroic sacrifice, can equally be understood as the original sin that creates all of Dark Souls' subsequent suffering and stagnation. The crucial question is why Gwyn made this choice. What motivated him to sacrifice himself to maintain an age that was naturally ending? The game suggests through various sources that he feared the dark, feared what would happen when the light faded and the Age of Fire gave way to the Age of Dark. This fear might have been pure self-interest, as a lord whose power derived from the light might reasonably expect to lose that power when darkness came. But it might also have been genuine concern for what would happen to his people and his kingdom in an age defined by principles he did not understand. Yet regardless of Gwyn's motivations, the consequences of his choice are clear and terrible. Each linking of the fire extends the Age of Fire but also weakens it, requiring greater sacrifice each time while producing diminishing returns. The world we explore in Dark Souls is the result of countless cycles of linking and fading, of the Age of Fire being artificially maintained through sacrifice after sacrifice, while never being allowed to truly end. The result is not that the age continues in healthy vitality, but rather that it persists in declining weakness, growing progressively more degraded with each cycle. The stagnation we identified in an earlier layer as the fundamental condition of Lordran is directly caused by this refusal to allow natural endings. Time stops flowing properly not because of some mysterious affliction, but because the world is being held in place, prevented from progressing to whatever should naturally follow. The Age of Fire was not meant to last forever, but was meant to burn brightly for its appointed span and then fade to make room for the next age. By forcing it to continue beyond its natural end, by fueling it artificially, rather than allowing natural succession, Gwyn created the conditions that lead to everything we see as wrong with the world. The undead curse, from this perspective, is not a separate problem, but rather is a symptom of the same underlying condition. In a world where time flows naturally, death serves as a transition from life to whatever comes after, a transformation that is part of the natural cycle. But in a world where natural progression has been stopped, where the age that should have ended is being artificially maintained, death itself becomes corrupted. The undead cannot die properly because the world itself cannot die properly, cannot transition to its next phase. Both are stuck in an eternal present, unable to move forward because forward motion has been systematically prevented. This understanding transforms how we think about the choice presented at the game's conclusion. When we stand before the first flame with the power to link it or let it fade, we are not choosing between saving the world and dooming it in any simple moral sense. Instead, we are choosing between perpetuating a failed system that has created immense suffering, or finally allowing that system to end, accepting the transformation that has been denied and deferred for so long that no living being can remember what natural change feels like. Linking the fire continues Gwyn's mistake, adds more fuel to a fire that should have been allowed to burn out ages ago, extends the age of fire through another cycle, while making the inevitable reckoning slightly worse when it finally comes. It is the choice of preservation over change, of maintaining the familiar even when the familiar is broken, of fearing the unknown so much that any sacrifice seems justified to delay confronting it for just a little longer. The choice to link the fire is fundamentally conservative in the deepest sense, an attempt to keep things as they are or were rather than accepting that they must become something else. Letting the fire fade, conversely, represents acceptance of ending and transformation, a willingness to allow the age of fire to finally complete its natural span and give way to whatever should follow. This is the choice of change over preservation, of accepting that all ages must end no matter how much we might wish they could continue, of having the courage to step into the unknown, rather than clinging to a familiar past that has become increasingly toxic as it is forced to persist beyond its natural life. Yet the choice is not as simple as it might appear, because Dark Souls 3 and the broader lore of the series reveal that even letting the fire fade does not permanently solve the underlying problem. Ages of dark give way to new ages of fire in endless succession, the cycle continuing regardless of what any individual chosen undead decides in any particular iteration. This suggests that the damage caused by Gwyn's original choice to link the fire might be so fundamental that it cannot be undone through a single act of refusal, that the pattern has become embedded so deeply in the world's structure that escaping it might be impossible. This brings us to the heart of what Dark Souls is communicating about cycles and the possibility of breaking them. The game presents a world trapped in repetition, where the same basic pattern plays out again and again, with minor variations but no fundamental change. The age of fire fades, someone links it or doesn't, the cycle continues, and eventually circumstances align for the pattern to repeat. This is not simply a narrative device, but rather is a philosophical statement about the nature of existence and the difficulty of achieving genuine transformation. The cycle in Dark Souls represents a kind of eternal return, the idea that time is not linear progression towards some ultimate goal, but rather is circular repetition where the same events recur eternally. This concept has deep roots in various philosophical and religious traditions, from Nietzsche's eternal recurrence to Hindu and Buddhist conceptions of samsara, the cycle of death and rebirth from which enlightenment offers escape. Dark Souls adapts these ancient ideas into a dark fantasy context, creating a world where the cycle is not metaphorical but literal and physical. The question that haunts this cycle is whether escape is possible, whether the pattern can be broken, or whether we are doomed to repeat the same choices and same mistakes forever. The game refuses to provide a clear answer, and different entries in the series suggest different possibilities. Dark Souls 1 presents the choice between linking and not linking as meaningful, even if its effects are temporary. Dark Souls 3 shows a world where the cycle has continued so long that reality itself is breaking down, suggesting that perhaps the pattern cannot persist forever, even if it cannot be cleanly broken. This ambiguity about whether the cycle can be escaped, creates space for players to reach their own conclusions based on their philosophical orientations and life experiences. Those who believe that patterns can be broken through sufficient will and awareness might see the choice to let the fire fade as a genuinely meaningful act of resistance against Gwyn's imposed order. Those who hold more tragic worldviews might see the cycle as genuinely inescapable, with both linking and refusing to link simply different expressions of the same fundamental pattern. What we can say is that Dark Souls presents a world where the choice matters, even if we cannot fully control or predict its consequences, where acting with intention and awareness is itself meaningful, regardless of whether those actions ultimately change the world's fundamental nature. The game asks us to choose, knowing that our choice might not break the cycle, but choosing anyway. Finding meaning in the act of choosing, even when we understand that meaning might be all we can achieve. This brings us to examine what Dark Souls suggests about the Dark Soul and the Age of Dark that should follow when the fire fades, concepts that are deliberately kept mysterious and ambiguous, but which carry significant weight in understanding the game's philosophical framework. The Dark Soul is introduced in the opening cinematic as one of the great souls found in the First Flame, claimed by a figure described only as the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. This soul becomes the source of humanity, distributed among countless humans so that each carries a fragment of darkness within them. Gwyn's fear of the dark is central to understanding his decision to link the fire, but the game invites us to question whether this fear was justified, or whether it represents prejudice and self-interest, masquerading as legitimate concern. Throughout Dark Souls, darkness is associated with humanity and with the abyss, with loss of control and corruption, with forces that threaten the order that Gwyn and his fellows established. Yet darkness is also associated with potential and transformation, with the capacity for change that light seeks to illuminate and thus fix in place. The abyss, encountered in New Londo ruins and represented by Manus and the corrupted Four Kings, shows us darkness out of control, humanity in its most chaotic and destructive form. This uncontrolled darkness consumes and corrupts, transforming beings into twisted versions of themselves and spreading like a plague through any area it touches. The horror of the abyss seems to justify Gwyn's fear, to suggest that allowing an Age of Dark would mean allowing this corruption to spread unchecked across the entire world. Yet the game provides hints that the abyss is not what darkness naturally looks like, but rather is what happens when darkness is suppressed and distorted, when humanity is denied its natural expression and forced into corrupted forms. Manus is described as the primeval human whose grave was disturbed, whose humanity went wild, and created the abyss. This suggests that the abyss is not darkness in its natural state, but rather is darkness that has been damaged or perverted, humanity that has become monstrous because it was not allowed to be what it naturally should be. The theory emerges that the Age of Dark, if allowed to manifest properly rather than being prevented and suppressed at every opportunity, would not be the nightmare that Gwyn feared, but rather would be simply different from the Age of Fire, with its own forms of life and meaning that are not inherently worse than what came before. Darkness in this interpretation is not evil or corrupting in itself, but becomes so only when it is treated as something to be feared and contained, rather than as a natural part of the world's cycles. This reading makes Gwyn's fear of the dark appear less like legitimate concern and more like a failure of imagination and acceptance, an inability to conceive that something different from what he knows and controls could be equally valid and valuable. His decision to link the fire becomes not heroic sacrifice, but rather a profoundly selfish act disguised as altruism, an attempt to preserve his own age and his own power at the cost of preventing natural progression and creating the conditions for endless suffering. The furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten, takes on new significance when understood as the true architect of an alternative to Gwyn's imposed order. While Gwyn and the other great lords used their souls from the flame to establish the Age of Fire and wage war on the dragons, the pygmy took a different approach, dividing the dark soul among countless humans and creating a species that would become the inheritors of the world when the Age of Fire naturally ended. This was patient planning on a timescale that dwarfs even the extended spans of the various ages, a strategy that accepts that the current age will run its course and prepares for what comes next rather than trying to prevent that transition. The humans in Dark Souls, carrying fragments of the Dark Soul within them, are positioned as the natural successors to the gods, the beings who should inherit the world when the Age of Fire gives way to the Age of Dark. Yet this succession has been prevented by Gwyn's linking of the fire and by every subsequent linking that has extended the Age of Fire beyond its natural end. Humanity is stuck in a position of eternal subordination, never allowed to claim the inheritance that should naturally be theirs, forever serving as fuel for a fire that maintains an age where gods rule and humans serve. The undead curse, from this perspective, might be understood not just as a symptom of stagnation, but as the dark soul attempting to assert itself, humanity trying to break free from the imposed order that keeps it subordinated. The curse prevents death, but also prevents gods from having complete control over human fate, creating a space where the natural succession might eventually occur, even if it has been delayed for countless ages. The undead represent a kind of resistance through persistence, beings who cannot be fully controlled or eliminated because they keep coming back no matter how many times they are killed. This interpretation makes the player character's role in the narrative considerably more significant than simply being another chosen undead who might or might not link the fire. As an undead who resists hollowing, who maintains purpose and awareness, despite the curse, who eventually gains the power to make the choice about the fire's fate. The player represents humanity's potential to finally claim the inheritance that has been denied. Whether you link the fire or let it fade, you are acting as a representative of humanity, asserting agency in a cosmic drama that has treated humans as resources rather than as participants with legitimate interests. Yet this empowering reading must be balanced against the evidence from later games that even refusing to link the fire does not immediately usher in a stable Age of Dark where humanity thrives. The cycle continues, new fires emerge, and the pattern reasserts itself despite individual acts of resistance. This suggests that breaking free from Gwyn's imposed order might require more than simply choosing differently at the moment of linking, that the damage runs so deep that healing it would require fundamental transformation of the world's structure rather than just different choices within the existing framework. The philosophical questions that Dark Souls raises through its treatment of cycles and endings, and the relationship between light and dark, ultimately center on whether change is possible, and whether we can act meaningfully in contexts where our agency is severely constrained. The game presents a world where individual choices matter for individual stories, but where changing the fundamental nature of reality seems beyond the power of any single being. This creates a tension between the personal and the cosmic, between the meaning we can create through our choices and actions and the larger patterns that continue regardless of what we choose. The player's journey through Dark Souls forces engagement with this tension, requires us to act and choose despite not fully understanding the consequences of our actions or controlling the outcomes they produce. We cannot know whether linking the fire or letting it fade will actually improve anything in the long term, cannot predict whether our choice will be the one that finally breaks the cycle, or simply another iteration of the same pattern. Yet we must choose anyway, must act despite this uncertainty, must find meaning in the choosing itself, rather than in guaranteed positive outcomes. This existential dimension of Dark Souls philosophy aligns the game with certain strands of 20th century existentialist thought, particularly the emphasis on creating meaning through action in a universe that provides no inherent meaning or clear guidance. The game places us in a world that is broken and dying, gives us enough information to understand roughly what has gone wrong, but not enough to be certain how to fix it, and then asks us to choose how to respond, knowing that our choice might not matter in the ways we hope it will. The responses different players have to this situation reveal something about their own philosophical orientations and coping strategies. Some players embrace the darkness, seeing the Age of Dark as humanity's rightful inheritance, and viewing the refusal to link the fire as an act of species liberation. Others commit to linking the fire, seeing the preservation of the current age as preferable to the unknown risks of allowing it to end. Still others recognize the cycle's futility and choose based on aesthetic preference or role-playing considerations, rather than because they believe either choice is objectively correct. The game validates all of these responses by refusing to present either ending as definitively better than the other, by showing through the broader series that both choices lead to similar places eventually, by making clear that the meaning of the choice lies in the choosing rather than in achieving some ultimate victory over the forces of entropy and decline. Dark Souls asks us to act knowing that action might be futile, to choose knowing that choice might be illusory, to create meaning, knowing that meaning might be nothing more than a story we tell ourselves, to make existence bearable. This brings us to consider the player character's unique position in this cosmic drama, the question of why we specifically can resist hollowing and maintain purpose when so many others fail and fall. The game never provides a clear explanation for why the protagonist is special, why we can die countless times and resurrect at bonfires without losing our mind or sense of self, when other undead succumb to hollowing after far fewer deaths and disappointments. The standard interpretation is that we are the prophesied chosen undead, marked by destiny or divine selection to succeed where others fail, possessed of some innate quality that makes us more resilient or more capable than our fellow cursed humans. This interpretation aligns with traditional hero narratives, where the protagonist succeeds because they are fundamentally special, because they possess qualities or advantages that others lack. Yet Dark Souls invites a more unsettling interpretation, that we are not actually more resilient or capable than other undead, but simply more stubborn, more unwilling to accept defeat, more persistent in continuing to attempt challenges even after countless failures. The difference between us and the countless hollow soldiers scattered across Lordran might not be quality, but simply refusal to quit, the determination to keep trying even when trying seems pointless. This interpretation makes the game's difficulty and its insistence on player persistence part of its philosophical statement. The experience of dying repeatedly to the same boss or enemy, of attempting the same challenge dozens of times before finally succeeding, of refusing to give up, despite overwhelming evidence that we might not be capable of success, mirrors the existential choice to continue creating meaning, even when meaning seems impossible to sustain. We maintain our sense of purpose and identity not because we are special, but because we choose to maintain them, because we keep playing even when the game has beaten us down. The phrase that has become associated with Dark Souls through community adoption, the simple imperative to get good, takes on philosophical weight when understood in this context. Getting good is not just about improving mechanical skills at the game, but about developing the mental and emotional resilience to persist through failure, to learn from mistakes, to maintain hope and determination even when circumstances seem hopeless. The difficulty is not arbitrary punishment, but rather is the mechanism through which the game teaches its deepest lesson about the nature of persistence and the relationship between struggle and meaning. Every other undead we encounter has given up in some way, either through succumbing to hollowing or through finding some small corner of safety where they wait for an end that never comes. We are different only because we refuse to give up, because we keep moving forward even when forward progress seems impossible, because we continue to act as if our actions matter even when we have no guarantee that they do. This refusal, this stubborn insistence on continuing despite everything, is what makes us capable of eventually reaching the first flame and making the choice about its fate. The game's structure, with its bonfire checkpoints and its insistence that death is not failure but simply an opportunity to try again, reinforces this lesson about persistence. Every death teaches us something about the challenge we face. Every attempt brings us slightly closer to understanding what we need to do to succeed. Every failure is reframed as part of the learning process rather than as evidence that we should give up. The game trains us to see setbacks as temporary rather than permanent, to view difficulty as something to be overcome through effort, rather than as a sign that we are attempting something beyond our capabilities. This training in persistence and this emphasis on the value of continuing despite failure connects back to the game's larger themes about cycles and stagnation and the refusal to accept endings. Just as the world of Dark Souls is trapped in a cycle because beings like Gwyn refuse to accept natural endings, we as players are trained to refuse to accept the endings that death represents, to keep coming back and trying again regardless of how many times we fail. We embody the same quality that has trapped the world in stagnation, the refusal to let things end naturally, but we direct it toward overcoming challenges rather than toward preventing change. This parallel creates a complex relationship between player behavior and thematic content, where the very persistence that makes us capable of succeeding at the game also makes us complicit in the cycle we are supposedly trying to break or transcend. We cannot reach the choice about linking the fire without first demonstrating the exact quality that Gwyn demonstrated when he chose to link it in the first place. The unwillingness to accept defeat or ending, the determination to continue regardless of cost. Whether we ultimately choose to link the fire or let it fade, we have already revealed ourselves to be the sort of being who refuses to accept when something is over, who will persist beyond all reasonable limits to achieve our goals. This creates an uncomfortable recognition that perhaps there is no meaningful difference between linking the fire and refusing to link it, when both choices are made by beings whose very nature is defined by refusal to accept endings. The chosen undead who lets the fire fade is still a being who fought through countless challenges and overcame impossible odds through sheer persistence, who refused to accept the various endings that the world tried to impose on them, who demonstrated that they value continuation and achievement over acceptance and rest. Such a being choosing to let the fire fade might simply be setting up the conditions for another cycle rather than truly breaking the pattern, because they themselves embody the quality that makes cycles persist. Yet this uncomfortable recognition does not render the choice meaningless or make action pointless. Instead, it deepens our understanding of the dilemma, reveals that the problem is more complex than simply choosing the right option, acknowledges that we are implicated in the systems we are trying to change or escape. Dark Souls asks us to choose knowing that we are not innocent, knowing that our own nature limits what our choices can achieve, knowing that perfect solutions are not available, and we must act anyway within the constraints of our own limitations and the world's damaged structure. This is perhaps the deepest truth that Dark Souls offers, that acting meaningfully does not require certainty about outcomes or purity of position. that we must engage with broken systems using tools that are themselves broken, that persistence and meaning must be created and sustained, even when we understand that they might be nothing more than elaborate defense mechanisms against the void. The game does not offer hope in the conventional sense of promising that everything will turn out well if we just try hard enough. Instead, it offers the more modest and perhaps more realistic suggestion that meaning can exist in the trying itself, that the act of persistence and choice has value, even if those choices do not lead to ultimate triumph or escape. As we emerge from this exploration of the deepest truths, we carry with us not solutions but frameworks for living with ambiguity, not answers, but better formulations of questions worth asking. Dark Souls has revealed itself as a meditation on cycles and endings, on the costs of preservation and the courage required to accept transformation, on the relationship between individual agency and cosmic patterns, on what it means to act meaningfully in a world where meaning itself has become uncertain and contested. The game trusts us to sit with these questions without requiring definitive resolution, to find whatever meaning we need in the experience of playing and thinking about what we have played. It offers not a message to be decoded, but an experience to be lived through, not a puzzle with a single correct solution, but a space for contemplation and interpretation, where different players will reach different conclusions based on their own philosophical orientations and life experiences. In this openness to interpretation, in this refusal to provide simple answers to complex questions, Dark Souls achieves a kind of philosophical maturity, rare in any artistic medium and almost unprecedented in video games. We rise now from the deepest philosophical depths, having explored mysteries that range from simple surface observations to profound questions about the nature of existence and meaning. Our journey through this iceberg of Dark Souls lore has carried us from the flaming dog that powers a water wheel to the fundamental question of whether cycles can be broken, from the basilisk's false eyes to the philosophical implications of stagnant time, from the placement of items to the costs of refusing natural endings. Each layer has revealed new dimensions of understanding, new ways of seeing what Dark Souls offers to those willing to look beyond the immediate experience of combat and exploration. The journey through an iceberg is meant to move from the visible and obvious to the hidden and obscure, from facts that anyone can observe to interpretations that require extensive contemplation and synthesis. We began in daylight, examining details that reward careful attention but which exist clearly within the game for anyone to discover. We descended through layers of increasing speculation and decreasing certainty, moving from theories supported by substantial evidence to philosophies that rest more on interpretation than on discoverable facts. Now, having reached the bottom and examined what lies there, we find ourselves ready to return to the surface, carrying with us everything we have learned and understood. The ascent from depth to surface is not simply a reversal of our descent, but rather represents a transformation in how we understand everything we encountered on the way down. Details that seem simple or insignificant when first observed reveal new layers of meaning when examined after having explored the deeper contexts that give them significance. The flaming dog in the water wheel is no longer just an amusing detail, but becomes part of a larger pattern of how Dark Souls hides meaning in unexpected places. The basilisk's false eyes connect to themes of deception and misdirection that run throughout the game. The whispers in the Duke's archives echo the larger tragedy of a world where suffering has become so pervasive that it leaves permanent impressions on the spaces where it occurs. Every mystery we have examined, from the most technical mechanical quirks to the most abstract philosophical questions, contributes to a complete picture of what Dark Souls is and what it means. The game reveals itself not as a single, coherent narrative with a clear message, but rather as a collection of interconnected ideas and themes, a space for contemplation where different elements resonate with different players in different ways. Some will be most moved by the personal tragedies of characters like Siegmeyer and Solaire, finding in their stories reflections of universal human struggles with purpose and meaning. Others will engage primarily with the architectural mysteries and environmental storytelling, reading the spaces of Lordran as texts that communicate through design rather than through words. Still others will focus on the philosophical framework, on questions about cycles and change, and what it means to act in a world where agency is constrained and outcomes uncertain. The beauty of Dark Souls lies in its capacity to offer all of these entry points simultaneously, to reward engagement at every level from the mechanical to the metaphysical. A player can enjoy the game simply as a challenging action experience without ever thinking about the lore or themes. Or they can dive as deeply as we have into interpretation and speculation, finding layers of meaning that enrich the experience without being strictly necessary to it. The game respects both approaches, creating space for casual enjoyment and for obsessive analysis, for straightforward play and for elaborate theorizing. This flexibility in how the game can be approached and understood reflects a fundamental respect for player intelligence and autonomy that characterizes FromSoftware's design philosophy. Dark Souls does not tell you how to interpret what you experience, does not provide clear moral guidance about which choices are correct, does not explain its lore through long exposition or cutscenes that spell everything out. Instead, it presents a world full of details and connections and suggestive fragments, trusting that players will engage as deeply as they wish and will construct their own understanding from the pieces provided. The community that has grown around Dark Souls demonstrates the success of this approach, with thousands of players sharing theories and interpretations, debating the meaning of obscure item descriptions, creating elaborate videos and essays that explore every aspect of the game's construction and themes. This community engagement transforms Dark Souls from a product consumed passively into a living discourse where meaning is created collaboratively through shared exploration and discussion. The theories we have examined in this journey through the Iceberg are not simply the product of individual insight, but represent collective efforts to understand, synthesize, and interpret, with each new discovery building on previous work, and each interpretation responding to and refining earlier attempts. The iceberg metaphor itself, which has structured our exploration, represents this community approach to understanding. The iceberg was created by a member of the Dark Souls community, organizing mysteries and theories into layers of increasing obscurity and speculation. Our journey through it has been guided by the work of countless players who have examined the game's code, extracted its audio files, interviewed its creators, tested its mechanical limits, and contemplated its philosophical implications. No single person could have discovered or understood everything we have discussed. The depth of insight available comes from collaborative effort and shared passion for understanding. As we emerge from the depths and prepare to conclude our journey, we might reflect on what this extended contemplation of Dark Souls mysteries reveals about the game's lasting appeal and cultural significance. Games are often dismissed as trivial entertainment, as products designed for temporary distraction rather than for serious artistic or philosophical engagement. Yet Dark Souls demonstrates that games can serve as spaces for profound exploration of ideas and themes, that interactive media can create opportunities for contemplation and interpretation that rival those offered by more traditionally respected art forms. The interactivity is crucial to this achievement. We do not simply observe the world of Dark Souls as we might watch a film or read a book. We inhabit it, we struggle within it, We make choices that shape our experience, even if they do not fundamentally alter the world's nature. The persistence required to overcome the game's challenges becomes a form of participation in its themes, making us complicit in the cycles we observe and forcing us to confront questions about our own relationship to difficulty and failure and the meaning we derive from overcoming obstacles. The mystery and ambiguity that characterize Dark Souls' approach to storytelling also serve important functions that would be difficult to achieve through more straightforward narrative methods. By refusing to provide clear answers, by leaving space for interpretation and speculation, the game invites ongoing engagement long after the immediate experience of playing has ended. We continue thinking about Dark Souls, continue discussing and debating its meanings, continue discovering new details and connections, because the game never fully closes itself off to new understanding. There is always another layer to examine, another connection to draw, another interpretation to consider. This openness to interpretation does not mean that Dark Souls has no meaning, or that all interpretations are equally valid. The game provides constraints and guidance through its details and its structure, through the patterns that emerge when different elements are examined together, through the consistent themes that recur across different aspects of its construction. Our journey through the Iceberg has revealed many of these patterns and themes, showing how apparently disparate elements connect to reinforce larger ideas about cycles and sacrifice and the costs of refusing natural change. The progression from surface details to philosophical depths that has structured our exploration mirrors the experience of playing Dark Souls itself, where initial confusion and difficulty gradually give way to understanding and competence as patterns become clear and connections emerge. Just as we learn to navigate the game's challenges through repeated attempts and accumulated knowledge, we learn to navigate its lore and themes through careful observation and thoughtful synthesis of scattered information. The pleasure of finally understanding how to defeat a difficult boss parallels the pleasure of finally grasping how different pieces of lore fit together to suggest larger meanings. Yet, even as we achieve understanding, Dark Souls reminds us that understanding is always partial and provisional, that certainty remains elusive even after extensive investigation. The mysteries we have explored range from those that can be definitively solved through examination of game data or developer statements to those that remain fundamentally open to interpretation. This mixing of the solvable and the unsolvable, the clear and the ambiguous, creates a texture of knowledge where some things can be known, while others must be felt or intuited or simply accepted as unknowable. The acceptance of ambiguity that Dark Souls teaches through its lore structure extends to its gameplay and its philosophical themes. We must act despite uncertainty about outcomes, must choose despite not fully understanding the consequences of our choices, must persist despite not knowing whether persistence will ultimately lead to success or simply to more elaborate forms of failure. The game trains us to be comfortable with not knowing everything, to make peace with ambiguity, to find meaning in action and choice, even when we cannot be certain that our actions and choices matter in the ways we hope they will. This comfort with ambiguity represents a kind of wisdom that extends beyond the game itself, offering lessons applicable to existence in a complex world where certainty is rare and absolute answers are almost never available. Dark Souls becomes not just a game, but a teacher, using its dark fantasy setting and its demanding challenges as vehicles for communicating ideas about persistence and meaning, and the human capacity to create purpose, even in circumstances that seem designed to render purpose impossible. As we prepare to conclude our journey, we might consider what we carry away from this extended exploration, what insights or perspectives we have gained through our descent into and return from the depths. We have learned to read environments as texts, to extract meaning from placement and juxtaposition and the careful orchestration of space. We have learned to think about characters not just as quest givers or merchants, but as individuals whose stories reflect larger themes about purpose and identity, and the struggle to maintain both in hostile circumstances. We have learned to see the game's difficulty not as arbitrary punishment, but as integral to its communication of ideas about persistence and the creation of meaning through struggle. Most fundamentally, we have learned that mysteries do not always have answers, that sometimes the value of a question lies not in reaching a definitive conclusion, but in the contemplation the question inspires and the discussions it generates. Dark Souls has given us space to think deeply about cycles and change, about preservation and transformation, about what it means to act meaningfully in contexts where meaning is uncertain and contested. These are not questions with simple answers, and the game deserves credit for having the courage to raise them without pretending to solve them. The iceberg we have descended and now emerged from represents just one way of organizing and exploring Dark Souls mysteries. Other structures and other paths through the game's lore would reveal different patterns and emphasize different themes. The specific journey we have taken is not the only valid way to engage with the game, but it demonstrates the depth of engagement that Dark Souls makes possible for those who choose to look beyond the surface, for those who find in this dark fantasy world something worth contemplating at length. Tomorrow you may return to these mysteries, or you may set them aside, may continue exploring the depths, or may be satisfied with what you have discovered. Either choice is valid. Either approach honors what Dark Souls offers. The game will remain patient and inscrutable, waiting for those who wish to delve into its secrets while equally rewarding those who simply want to experience its challenges without worrying about deeper meanings. This flexibility, this capacity to meet players wherever they are and offer something valuable regardless of how deeply they choose to engage, represents perhaps the greatest achievement of Dark Souls design. Rest now, knowing that you have journeyed deep and emerged with understanding. The mysteries will wait, patient as ancient stones, for whenever you wish to return to them. The bonfire burns steady, providing sanctuary in the endless dark, marking a place of safety where you can rest and recover before whatever challenges await. Let these stories and theories carry you gently towards sleep, the accumulated weight of mysteries transformed into the comfort of deep contemplation. The abyss has gazed back at you, and in that exchange something has been learned. Something has shifted in how you understand the relationship between difficulty and meaning, between persistence and purpose, between the light we create and the darkness that surrounds and defines it. Sleep well, brave explorer of depths. The journey has earned you rest, and rest will prepare you for whatever journeys lie ahead.